life, which is terrible and a net negative, right? It's all this suffering life. There's even a guy, an antinatalist, who has a channel called Life Sucks. And, I've seen a lot of your podcasts with a lot of these folks. And again, here and in your soft white underbelly interview, you come off as, well, I'm just trying to be reasonable. I'm just trying to be, like, I'm trying to reason with people and get them to understand it's actually, an immoral thing to do, to impose existence on someone who can't consent to it. But there's a whole lot of problems with that, and we can get into that. But why would anybody hear your view and think it's more reasonable than my view? What's the actual
Well,
epistemology? How do you know that I'm wrong and that you're correct about the nature of life and that there is no creator and that this is all just a biological accident?
Well, I don't know that you're wrong for with in any kind of absolute sense. My mind is always open to the
What?
possibility of being changed. But I also, what matters most is why. I guess a question for you is, why are you so sure that the people that you will produce, or people with your like-minded view will accept your worldview? Because again, is what I was
Oh, I'm
saying.
not at all. I'm not at all convinced
So
of that.
why take that risk?
There's every chance that out of the 5 children I have, 1, 2, maybe 4 or 5, maybe all of them will become atheists. They won't believe in Christianity anymore at all. That doesn't mean that I don't still have the imperative to do what the Lord says, which is go forth and multiply, to make more image bearers of God who could potentially be good moral agents in the world. And that even if they aren't, and even if there is suffering in their lives or they cause suffering for others, that God can bring good from that suffering. So the Christian worldview says, yes, there's suffering, but God has decided that like a famous quote from Augustine, that the Lord has decided that there's more utility in that suffering and that it can be used for more good than for bad. And I don't believe that I have enough knowledge, because I can't foresee all ends. So part of this worldview that you have is that morality basically boils down to consent, which is something I've wanted to debate for a long time, because I've heard so many utilitarians and libertarians and like even liberals argue this, that consent forms the basis for all morality, which I think is silly and stupid on its face.
I don't believe that.
You can't say that consent is the only thing. We could consent to things that are harmful, to things that are
Hmm.
bad, even if we agree that those things are bad. So consent doesn't make it moral. So what's your basis for saying, because you guys say, right, unless you have another argument I'm not aware of, your argument is that you shouldn't bring humans into existence because they can't consent to
Here
existing
comes the
before
demon.
they're born.
It is a antinatalist argument based on consent, and I bring it up because it just is an argument that a lot of people conform to. I don't typically make that argument myself, because it's very easy to get caught up in what you're
Your
talking
bullshit.
about, not human beings, and we're talking about counterfactuals, and then people get kind of lost in that. More so, what I posit is that it is a risk to create new human beings, that you may have these beliefs about bringing more children to the glory of God, and that God will protect them, and this is what he wants, and you're a vessel for that idea. But just the idea that this might not be a reality that your children accept, and that they may come to really be quite angry at you, not happy with the decisions made for them. I can't imagine being. You're a very
What?
intelligent person, and you can see the other
Uh-oh.
side of what your child
Uh-oh.
might experience, despite what it is that you
Uh-oh.
believe to be the correct thing.
She just
So I
gave the
just
side
don't know
eye.
how you
Uh-oh.
mentally
Ah.
make that leap
Ah.
over into finding
Ah.
that to be an acceptable proposition. I'm sorry to get personal. I wish
No, it's
absolutely
okay.
nothing but
Doesn't
the
bother me at
happiest of
all.
lives for
So
you and your children.
well, this is the problem with negative utilitarianism to begin with. It boils everything down to all life experiences being valued with some type of scale, from negative to positive, from suffering to pleasure. And I'm wondering if you can tell me, because when I think of life, I think of life experiences usually being a mix of pleasurable and
Yeah,
suffering, right?
sure,
So, like,
sure.
I love working out. I've been weightlifting for 17 years. Leg day is both pain and suffering and pleasure
By the
and
way,
satisfaction for me and for
she
everybody
looking
else who's ever done a hard
amazing,
leg day. Can
ladies
you
and
tell me
gentlemen.
where the line is
She looks
between
amazing.
suffering and pleasure, and how do we know where that line is?
Well, I don't think we're really in disagreement with that. I think life is all kinds of things. I don't think that it is all suffering. I think that the
You guys want
suffering
to
is
have
what
one with
has
me?
the most value and
An
weight,
early
particularly when you're
post-mortem drink,
imposing
shall
it on
we?
another person or another sentient being. So my line in the sand is going to be very, very
Cheers,
different
ladies and
than
gentlemen.
what your line in the sand is, or what the child that you create is going to be. It matters what that individual says, not me. I mean, what I'm saying is that objectively speaking, that line is going to be all over the place. And before we create that new person, we just don't know what it's going to be. And we're asking them to accept this line. We're asking them to say, well, like, I find this
I
like
work
I
out
find
constantly
leg
now.
day
What do you mean?
to be an acceptable price. But it really, I mean, it sounds even absurd to me to say, like, well, I'd
You don't
rather
believe
not
me?
live because of
Fuck,
leg
watch
day.
this.
But I'm just saying that may very well,
Watch this shit.
be an
See that shit?
unacceptable reality
Like it's
to this
nothing.
new person. And so why not take the fail safe?
Yeah,
How
baby. Yeah,
are
baby.
you so sure of the existence of a God and this being the meaning that you have to create out of your own sense of purpose?
Do you see that shit?
That
Yeah.
you're willing to make
That's
some
right.
other
That's right.
non-existent individual pay that price.
Wow. I gotta say, it's a little disappointing that we ended up so quickly right at the point that I end up with all utilitarians where they
Part of being dominant, part of the most
This is
important,
where
especially
Grace gets ended
sexually,
right
is
this
listening.
second.
How fucking stupid are you that you think that, like, especially
Right this
even
second.
BDSM relationships where there's a sub-dom relationship, listening is the most important thing that you do as a dominant person.
There you go.
What do you
when
envision
she
these
says
are?
listen, she means follows
She's
orders.
done.
She dominates him. They're partners, right? He's not the man in charge of her.
You're just
Right?
assuming that about my
Yeah,
relationship.
she
you have
doesn't know
no idea about
But
anything.
you just
about
said that. You
relationships.
just said he
Grace,
listens to
I'm
you
sorry.
and
I
he
don't wanna
does
keep
the
getting into this.
chores.
Okay, you're
How
putting
is
me in a
that
really-
how is
I'm
that
gonna
a
be serious
dominant
for you for a
man?
second. Alex, can you turn on my mic? Apparently, I'm really, really soft, and everyone else.
I can turn you up. Yeah, you're already actually up mostly all the way, but yeah, you're actually up
Yeah,
100%.
I'm always really soft on StreamYards. I don't want to go too much into your stuff, Grace, but just to be clear, me and Nick have a really healthy, happy marriage and relationship. It's totally fine if it's not the one that you want. I wouldn't put it on.
Well, then
anyone
why did you
necessarily.
open it up?
Wait, hold on. Grace opened it up by attacking a relationship like 15 different times.
It's not what I
Well,
asked,
he's trying to
Destiny.
imply
No,
that we
he's
opened
saying-
our relationship. We didn't open our relationship.
Well, I mean, yeah, you said you did, and then you closed it back up after experimenting with it. Yeah, that's what you said.
No, we said we were opening it up in a way that like super Christian monogamous people would feel that it's open.
Really? In what way was that?
Yeah, that we're like open to like flirting and like flirting. around
That's
with
a
people.
Christian principle to flirt with other women?
Yeah, that's totally fine. Flirting is like
Flirt.
handshakes. It's
And
not
so
a big
in
deal.
Flirting
part
is
Just
sexually?
because you're
Hang on. Let's back up. Let's back up. Let's
That's
want to
what
make
marriage-
sure I get this right. So your ground
Yes,
rules.
Let's put my marriage on.
So your hang on. So your
full
ground
blast. Go
rules.
for it.
Your ground rules were not that you were able to have like a sexual profile of yourself out there on a website at all. You weren't advertising
Yeah, no,
yourself
was
that
totally
way.
fine.
Why,
Yeah.
that was totally fine. That was
Yeah,
that
in
was
our
Christian.
relationship.
That was Christian values, not so erudite. Tell me how that's a Christian value. I want to hear.
Because I don't view God in this like weird Eastern Orthodox repressive way. Where I
Yeah.
just make
What?
up,
Well,
like, a
what
theology, try to
Protestant would
pretend that
agree
I have
with
a
this? What
patriarchy.
Catholic would agree with this?
I
What
don't care.
Christian denomination would agree with this?
Oh, I don't care. You chain smoke and drug and drink all day.
Yeah,
What Christian
yeah.
would agree with any of those?
The
things?
Orthodox would be fine with it. The Catholics would be fine with it. The Protestants
No, they
would be
wouldn't.
fine
They
with
never
alcohol and
would.
smoking.
No.
None of them are
No,
upset
they're
about
not.
it.
No, they're not.
Tell me which
They're
ones
literally
aren't.
not.
Tell me which ones aren't.
Protestants, Catholics, and Eastern.
No, they're
Orthodox do
fine.
not screw
Eastern
up
Orthodox
things.
drink and smoke
No.
constantly. Catholics drink and smoke constantly. Protestants drink and smoke constantly. You have no idea what the fuck you're talking about. Tell me
Just
which one
because
of their
they acted a
values.
sin,
Now
not
tell me which
considered
one of
that
their
they acted a
values
sin.
for ethics, though,
Drinking isn't a sin.
support you putting yourself out there on a private site and saying you have an open relationship. You're experimenting with an open relationship. Can you give me any form of Christian ethics which would ever support that ever?
Yeah, if you look up in the book of Exodus, there's a whole passage about, opening your relationship. Song of Solomon was super into it as well.
Yeah, send it to me
You
so
have
that
a
we can take a
totally
look. I
healthy-
want to
I
hear.
will.
Hang on. What is this? Tell me where it is.
Exodus and Song of Solomon. Go look for it.
Exodus what?
Just go look for it.
Yeah, go look for it. So you don't have a
Yeah.
single argument for how Christian ethics would support you opening up your
Oh,
relationship
so-
and claiming you're a Christian.
Okay, Andrew. So you don't actually want to be teamed with Grace unless you can get some sort of weird optical dunk on me or Destiny. Then you're going to hit your wagon right to the 20-year-old. I don't know what all the fucking weird.
You're
shit
not
is.
going to be able to
Now you're
divert.
hitching your wagon.
No,
You're not going to be
Now
able to
she's
divert.
wasted
You can
off.
You're
agree
just
or
trying to
disagree with
divert.
me on
Answer the
certain
fucking
things.
question.
Yeah,
I don't need to
yeah,
answer
stop
any
deflecting.
questions about my marriage or relationship in a debate.
But you
Oh,
were
you
just
guys
you were
talking
happy
about me
doing
the
it
whole
5 seconds
time.
ago. You were happy doing it
come
5 seconds
on!
ago.
Just because I'm
And
willing
you
to
also
answer
said
some
I have
questions
no
doesn't
right
mean
to
that
talk
I'm
about
gonna-
things because I've never had a relationship. So come on, sister. You
Oh no,
can't
to
live
be
with
fair,
this.
okay,
Okay,
wait, hang
hold
on,
on.
hang
You were
Acting
talking
like-
about
acting
him.
like-
You were talking about him.
Wait, let me interject.
And that's how it's
I
done,
think each
ladies and
person on the
gentlemen.
debate panel has
That's
the right
how
to
you
talk
do it.
as much or as little as they want about their personal relationship. You could talk
You
about
bide
as
your
little as
time,
want,
you
can talk about as
wait,
much
and
as
then
you
you
want about
jump
those
in.
personal things.
In the case of my relationship, I would agree that lots of Christians wouldn't like it. But here's the problem. I reject a lot of the ways that Christians engage with the Bible. I reject things like biblical deconstructivism, which means all of the presets that you have about like what good Christians do, I don't really give a fuck what you think, Andrew. You're clearly living in sin. I'm not interested in your planks. Get your fucking finger out of mine.
So just to be clear, can you give me any Christian sect that you can think of who would be okay with their wives flirting outside of their marriage? One, just one.
Probably United Church would be super fine with it.
What,
They're probably
and,
so
and
friends
what
with them.
denomination is
What do
United
you mean they're
Church?
flirting?
United is the denomination.
Yeah,
Andrew.
okay. And what do they believe?
It's
They believe,
Protestant. It's Protestant.
and they believe that flirting outside of your marriage is okay.
There's probably many United churches that are totally fine with that. Yes.
Okay, and can you give me any examples of that at all?
Sorry, of specific churches? What are you
Yeah,
asking
that's my
for?
question that I asked you. I asked you how it's in the
Okay,
purview of
no.
Christian ethics. You said it is, and then you gave me an example. So
I
I
didn't
want.
say that it is. Hold on. I didn't say that it is.
So it's
I said
not.
that
So it
most-
wasn't Christian. And what you did there, when you claimed that you have your own form of Christianity that you made up, where you're able to open your relationship
Do
and
you
still
wanna keep
claim
spinning
you're a
your narrative, or
Christian,
do you want me to
is
respond to you?
nonsense,
Because All
right?
you're actually doing is talking over me instead of letting me answer.
I
the
let you
questions,
finish and then
because
responded.
This is what you do.
I
when
literally
you try to,
let
like,
you
build
finish.
A narrative,
I
what
let you
do is When
finish.
people are talking, then you frame another question.
You're still
with a certain type
deflecting.
of
You're
implied
just
question,
deflecting.
And then
All
you
right,
build a
wait,
narrative.
let's-
I'm
let's-
not
let's let
deflective. I'm doing a meta conversation. Andrew, you don't know what Christianity is because you're a fucking heretic Eastern Orthodox loser.
How
I don't
would-
give a fuck
how
what
would you
think about
know?
my faith.
How would
I
you
don't give a
know?
fuck
That
what
is
you think
true.
about my religion?
How would you
Because
know?
I looked into Eastern
Very true.
Orthodox.
Yeah.
And you're LARPing, lying.
You think that
Protestants.
flirting
And
outside your
you're
marriage and
Catholics.
opening
But
it up is
remember,
okay?
you
Wait,
have
wait,
been
wait,
bailed
wait.
out
Can
by
we establish
Catholics
what flirting
multiple
means?
times because Muslims were ass raping you for hundreds of years, and you're the only dying religion on the fucking planet because Catholics and Protestants still have to bail you out. You're a pathetic loser of a religion.
Who
Nobody
cares?
gives a fuck what you have to
Erudite,
say. and
erudite.
I don't
Wait, wait.
care
Why
anything
does-
about your theological interpretations of fucking anything. Go take it up with your Trinity. I don't care.
So
Why
can
does
you
anybody
so
care
can you
if
give
you
me an
think
example
Christian-
of
you're not
any
Christian? What
Christian
is this?
of any prominent
doesn't have
Christian
to
group
fit.
anywhere who would say
I
that
literally
opening?
just said United Church. No, Andrew, did I come within my back pocket a specific church with a specific pastor who's agreed with me? No, because I didn't expect to come to this thing and have you tag taming with apparently a 20-year-old debaucherer that you hate to like put my relationship
She's
on
so
blast.
triggered.
Wait, of course I am.
You can't
guys
handle
are-
anybody agreeing with me, bitch. Listen, can we get to
Yes,
like
that's
what do you
the
mean
problem,
by
Grace. I'm
what do
so
you mean
upset.
I'm looking at
What do you
United. I'm
mean?
looking at United
So
Church. There's
hard.
many of them, but I can't find anything on the doctrine of marriage saying that it's okay for you to open your marriage up and flirt outside of it. Erudite, can you show me
Do you think I
anything
give
that
a
supports
flying
that at
fuck
all?
What a
She's
heretic
not
It's your
lecturer-
example. It's your example. It's
Do
your
you want me to
example.
respond to you? Do you want me to
You
respond to you?
lunatic.
Do you want me to respond to you? Do
Yes.
you want me to respond to you? Do
Yeah.
you want to keep interrupting me and building a narrative? Okay.
Because the
I don't
narrative's
give a
true.
fuck. Do you want me to respond to you? or
Let's
do you
let, let's
want me
let,
to-
let's let Kyla respond. Go ahead.
Okay. I don't give a fuck what a random heretic in a made-up church is saying anything about my religion.
It was
You're
your
living in
example.
sin. At best, you're a Pharisee.
It's
At
your
best.
example.
At worst, I'm a Sadducee. I don't give a fuck. I'd rather be a Sadducee than a Pharisee every single fucking day.
So-
your interpretation
okay.
of the Bible is pathetic.
But
Your
erudite, who
interpretation
cares?
of the
Erudite.
Bible, shut the fuck up, Grace. Your interpretation of the Bible makes you justify doing things like absolutely hating people, chain smoking, and like living in abject hatred and mocking other people.
Yeah.
Okay,
I'm
guys,
not there yet.
Stifler, ask everyone to rate their own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. You can't pick 7, starting with you. Go ahead.
I knew this question.
Okay, so last time I was on, I said 6 or 6.5, and apparently I'm incorrect to your audience. So I'll go down to a 5.
Was I too mean before? Do you think I was too mean?
You did laugh.
You weren't here in person, so I think it was depersonalized. I don't blame you. I'm not mad at
I
you.
still agree with my former position, even though I'm here in person.
Okay.
There is no possible way you can give yourself that assert.
A 5?
No way.
I mean, I see myself in the dating pool. I am partnered, so clearly.
Let's.
All right.
Before we get into it, why don't we have everybody go?
8.5.
Okay, there you go. 8.5. There you go. Now you got to do it. You got to answer the question.
Is she past her mute time?
Oh no, the mute's over.
Oh, it is?
Yeah, mute's
Yeah,
over.
that's
Damn, I was enjoying the shit out of that.
So were we.
Yeah. How you guys? It was great. 5.
Okay.
A 6.
Okay.
A 10.
Oh wait, was it on this? Was it on this angle when she said? Oh, okay. 10? Okay.
Yes.
7.5.
6.
Andrew, what do you give yourself?
I don't know, fucking 3 or 2. So over here, though, I got to ask you to the 10, right?
Yeah.
I just want to be sure. Do you think you're the prettiest girl at the table?
Obviously not, no.
That's weird. How
I think I'm pretty to myself.
Yeah,
I
but
think I'm pretty to myself.
what was the question, though?
Rate our own looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. I chose 10. Our own. Oh,
But I don't understand. You consider yourself
I
to be a
consider-
10 by your own scale, but you consider that there's other women at the table who are more attractive than you who lower their own rates for themselves.
that's what they think of themselves. But this is what I think of myself. I personally think I'm a 10. I'm not saying I'm the 10 out of everyone, but
Somebody spin the helicopter on their
Don't.
hat.
All right.
Well, let me ask you.
I get it.
Let me ask you this.
I
It's
feel
actually an
like
important
we're
question.
Not answering
And there's a
for
reason.
what we think. We're answering for like what you would think general population.
Well, here's the thing that's interesting, right?
Our own.
Like objective.
Everything moves into the perception. The question being asked itself is just a determined delusion. Very simple, right? So we could assume that if I asked every man that I walked across, rate yourself on a scale of 1 to 10 by looks, how would you rate yourself? I think that the majority of men I came across would rate themselves somewhere between a 4 and a 6, even if they were very good looking. For instance, there's a man right now who's watching this podcast, guarantee it. His name is Jake. He's better looking than, from the female standard, all of you, and from the male standard, all of us, right? He would never rate himself a fucking 10 in a million years. The question becomes, why do you? Is it because A, you misheard the question, because I don't think you did because you repeated it, or B, is it because you have a false sense of security when it comes to your own looks?
I don't have a false sense of security. I think I'm attractive to myself.
Yeah, sure. So if there was 100 men and they were all in an audience and you went up in front of the audience and they had to rate you, right behind them, all of the women on this panel came behind you. And then they gave their ratings after. Where would they place you?
I don't know.
What do you think, though?
I'm not sure.
Of course you're not sure.
lit-
That's why I'm just asking you for, like, what your subjective opinion would be.
I don't know. It's
You don't
other
know your
people.
own subjective opinion?
Out of a group? No.
Okay.
If it's other people rating me, I don't know what they would think.
Well, let me ask a different question for all the women who are here. I'm asking for honesty. I'm not sure I'll get it, but I am asking for it. When all of you sat down and you made an assessment of your surroundings, as human beings tend to do, did you at any point scale things on the sense of, like, her hair is nice, her body's nice, her skin is nice, I wish I had eyebrows like hers, I wish I had eyelashes like hers? Did any of you make those assessments?
Sure.
Yeah.
Can you raise your hand if you did?
Yeah.
Why?
I think it's just like naturally when you're like meeting new people and that's like the first thing that you know about them, you just kind of go off of their looks.
Fair? Why?
I don't know. I think that's because that's what people, like she said, that's what your first impression of a person is what you see, and we are just by nature we do comparisons like that.
Why?
Yeah, just natural. It's instinct.
Same.
Same.
I like looking at people.
I think I'm not very happy with my own body image.
So you compare yourself to others.
Yeah.
Fair.
Just acknowledging other people.
Just acknowledging. Okay.
We forgot to rate ourselves, by the way. Click on yours.
Ooh, no, he did.
Your rating?
What?
We forgot to rate ourselves, if I recall.
I rated myself.
Oh, did I forget?
You
I give
forgot.
myself a 5. Okay,
Yeah,
sorry.
yeah.
Sorry.
So, well, I didn't forget, Brian. But anyway, back to this. So the very idea to me then becomes all of you made assessments in comparison to the other women who were there. And if you're making those comparisons, did any of you, let me just ask this by hand raise, sit at the table and think that there was other women at the table who were more attractive than you? By hand raise, go ahead and raise your hand if that's the case. That makes sense to me as well. So when we get to the rating system, what do you think we're asking here? Like, what do you think we're asking here? Clearly, there's a diametric difference in distinction between the looks of some of the women on this panel versus others. It's not even an insult. There's massive differences in looks between the men who are here right now. Obviously, I'm very much better looking than Brian. But the point...
And he rated him high.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah. But the point is, right, is that obviously there's distinctions here. On that assessment, understanding that that is the case, understanding that you even grant that you were making those judgments, would any of your self-ratings change by a show of hands?
No.
Not a single one?
Nope. No.
Okay.
I said what I said.
Okay, well, I got some stuff I want to say.
Do you guys
Can you
ever rate
carry
the
the show,
women
Andrew?
on
Don't
the-
carry the show, Andrew. What the fuck, Brian?
I don't
A
know if
lot of
that-
mixed
Maybe
messages, Brian.
Maybe not. Maybe not. Girl, never
I
mind.
can't keep up with you, Andrew.
I'm just
You've been getting me sloshed off of vodka, all this. You drink heavily. I rarely drink.
What do you mean I drink heavily? I barely drink.
Okay, you drink mostly heavily. Most of the time.
Rude. I'm having a smoke.
Every other time.
I can't take this shit, Brian.
What the? You just said you were hotter than me.
What's that?
What's that?
Hey, I was.
Did you hear how he said that?
wait.
He said that like.
Wait a second.
I like said like I'm his son.
Wait a second.
And I said I cursed. I actually no. When he said that, I felt fear.
You
He was
should
like,
have.
the fuck did you just say?
So,
You fucking piece of shit.
okay,
It was
hang on.
like
In
this,
my
dude.
defense, from the charismatic perspective, it was a way. Hang on. It was a way to provide like a sense of comedic relief. It's not because I actually think that I'm better looking than Brian, even if I am.
Oh no, it was a joke.
Even
I'm
if
not
I
upset.
am.
I'm not upset by it.
You seem pretty upset by it.
I'm not. What the fuck? I'm not upset.
Nobody's convinced Brian. Is anybody convinced Brian's not upset?
I'm
by
not
a show of hands.
I think you're upset.
I have captured the
I think
entire.
you're- I think
I've
you're-
captured the entire panel.
Fuck.
I've captured
You're
them,
going to turn
Brian.
them against me. You're going to turn them against me. Well, I'll ask a couple questions. To you, the sole 10 at the table. Can you tell us a guy, like maybe a celebrity, famous person that you think is a 10?
I think is a 10?
Yeah, like a guy who you think is a 10.
Ooh.
No celebrity crushes.
Okay.
One eternity left.
Maybe Messi, the soccer player.
Okay, all right. My whole plan is failed.
Right. Thank you.
Squandered.
In terms of looks, you're talking about.
He's cute.
I mean, he's rich and one of the best soccer players ever in status and successful and all that. He's like an average looking guy, though. I mean, he's an average looking guy.
I'll need a 10 out.
When you say 10, like, come on, really? Like, don't look. 10? Is he a 10 because of all the other shit surrounding him? The fact that he's one of the best soccer players ever?
No, he's just cute. He's cute.
Wait, is cute a 10? Can you be a 10 and cute? I feel like 10 is like like jaw dropping. You literally, they walk past you and you just are in awe. Your head snaps and you turn. Head turn.
You want
head
me to give
turning.
a different celebrity then?
Sure, give me a different celebrity. He's also kind of short.
I don't care about.
He's probably shorter than you, maybe. I don't know. Okay.
I don't think he is.
He's a great guy, though. What? Give me a different celebrity.
Can it be a girl celebrity?
No,
Never
it has to be a
mind,
man. It has to be a man.
Michael B. Jordan, I guess then.
Okay.
We're fine.
Michael Jordan.
Michael B. Jordan. Michael B. Jordan.
Huge difference.
Okay.
Oh yeah.
He was in
Have you
Sinners.
slid into his DMs?
Now why would I do that? No, I'm pretty sure he's married.
I mean,
Why would I slide into his DMs?
I didn't know he was married.
Is he?
So you're a 10. He's a 10. You think that's a good? If he was single, would that be a good match?
No.
So he would be settling for you?
Yeah.
Oh, okay. But you're both 10s.
Bro. Okay.
Bruh. Tell me, bro.
Tell him.
What's
Tell
up,
him,
dog?
girl.
Okay, the thing is.
What's up, dog?
the
Tell me,
thing-
dude.
Thing is, one, he's significantly older than me, so I think that'd be a deal breaker. Two,
For you or for him?
For him, and possibly for me too. I mean, I don't mind, but probably for him.
Okay.
Two, he is rich and famous. I don't think he wants to settle for a hostess in a little town barely anybody knows about.
Yeah, but guys don't really care about a woman's status.
I don't. It just wouldn't be a good match. I don't
There's
want to
probably
be
other
with someone
things, but-
famous.
all right, that's fair
That'd be
enough.
inconvenient.
All right, name taken says, so wait, Oblivion is the reason we haven't had any TikTok invasions recently. Andrew, fair?
No, I've given you guys actually more TikTok invasions recently than you've ever gotten, even with Oblivion. But that's because I needed to afford the DLCs.
You should stream it.
I needed to afford the DLCs. That's for me, Brian.
Oh, that's fair.
That's for me. By the way,
That's fair.
all of you got to get your super chats in because I'm only going to be here another half hour. I always have a hard out at 2 o'clock my time, which it almost is. And I got a debate tomorrow, so just throwing
Does
that
that
out.
mean we're all out?
Nope.
Andrew's time?
No,
Nope. But unless you guys can convince Andrew to stay a bit longer, well, so then I'll try to get through the important stuff.
All right,
let's get
do
through
it.
it.
Okay, so going to you really quick, can you give us a guy who you think is on your level, who's maybe like famous or celebrity, just looks wise? Because you said 7.5, right?
No.
I can't think of any because I think they would look better if they are famous, like if they are movie stars.
Well, I mean,
Brian's famous. You're pretty
You
famous,
are more
Brian.
good looking.
What's that?
But you said you were more good.
I'm more good looking. I mean, she is right, Brian.
She fires.
But he's way more famous.
I don't know. Andrew's pretty famous.
You're pretty famous.
Andrew's pretty famous. Andrew's a famous guy. Would you date Xi Jin? What's his name? The president of China.
Xi Jinping.
Would you?
Yeah.
Would you date him?
You don't know
No.
Xi Jinping's?
I can't, bro. I don't know how to pronounce. I'm sorry.
All this political. Oh, man,
Xi
Brian.
Jinping. I know the fucking spelling, but I don't know how to pronounce it properly. Would you date him?
No.
No.
The most powerful man in
No,
China?
no.
No?
No.
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 He's kind of fat.
Yeah, but he's
He is
fucking-
kind of fat, right? He's
he-
kind of fat.
is he married?
Oh, you're not gonna. Is the CCP gonna do away with you when you get home? Is the CCP coming?
First of all, he's married. Also, he's old, so
Okay, fair enough.
Can you say I'm not a CCP spy?
no.
And Xing is fat.
Andrew.
I'm not gonna.
right.
You're not gonna say it. Yes. Well, she does have to go home. Just saying.
All right. Let's see here. We have. Going around the table, just to finish off on the looks rating thing. Do you think you'll be better looking in 10 years' time? Better looking 10 years' time.
No.
Okay. You're 37. Better looking in 10 years' time.
Yep.
20 years' time.
Yeah.
30 years' time.
Nah.
Okay. So better looking at.
In 10 years.
Yep.
You're 37.
That's right.
So you're better looking at 57.
Uh-huh.
Okay. What about? And clarification. You're 29. Were you better looking at 19, or better looking now?
Honestly, I'd say pretty even.
Can you just tilt your mic down a little bit? Okay, pretty even. What about you? 37 better looking at 27?
No, I was around 400 pounds back then.
And then 18 versus 37.
Even bigger
Even bigger.
back then.
Damn, okay.
right.
You're 37 better looking in 10 years' time at 47?
Can we back up just.
What?
All right.
Go ahead.
No.
And then were you better looking at 27 versus now at 37?
Now.
Better looking now, okay. And then 18 versus 37.
Better looking now.
Better now. Okay, you're 38, better looking in 10 years' time?
No.
Okay, and then going back 10 years, 28 versus 38?
No, I was probably prime at like 35 a few years ago. Yeah.
So 3 years ago. And then 18 versus 38.
I don't know. That's almost a different person. We look like two different people, 18 and me now.
So which one's better looking, I guess?
I think that's going to be a little bit subjective. At 18,
Sure,
I looked
I
very
agree.
young, like a little girl still, a middle schooler. So it
Okay,
just
but you were an
depends.
adult. But
I mean, 18, sure, but yeah.
yeah, well, were you better looking at 18 or 38?
I don't know. I don't think I can answer that.
All right, that's fine. 18, will you be better looking in 10 years' time?
Yes,
20 years' time?
possibly, but I'll say yes.
30 years' time at 48?
No.
Okay. You're 29, better looking in 10 years' time at 39?
No.
And then you're 29, were you better looking at 19 or better looking now at 29?
I think at 19.
Wow, that might be the first ever honest answer ever on this. Here's what we've
Okay,
done.
she's pretty rational. She's been asking very rational, very based questions the entire night. She's been like, "Can you justify the shit that you're saying?" And I'm like,
Damn.
"Actually, I would prefer to do that."
It checks out. So here's what we've done. We've put every single one of you into an AI filter. We've aged.
But before you show that, can
Nice.
I ask a couple of questions? Actually, I'm going to start with you guys because I'm always wondering about this. So you said if you were to retract time, you're more attractive now than you used to be. So if I go back 10 years, you're more attractive now.
Yeah.
Now let's say that you had the same access to the resources you do right now.
Oh.
Hang on. And you had the same like thought process on giving yourself augmentations, whether they're breast implants or lipo or whatever they are, right? I don't know what they are and I don't care. But I'm just saying whatever they are, you had the same like mindset for that and for exercise, diet, this, would you be as attractive now as you were then?
Yeah, it was sobriety. Back then I wasn't sober
So
and I looked
that's gone.
terrible.
That's
so yeah,
gone.
so if I have sobriety back then and I have that, oh my God, yeah, that's
Okay.
Yeah.
So you just made poor choices when you're younger.
Yes.
But if it was equalized, you still think you would be attractive when you were younger.
that I might be more attractive 10 years
Sure.
ago if I was sober
Yep.
then. I might still look the same. I don't know. But yeah, it was definitely a lot of it had to do with like drinking a ton.
Okay.
And looking terrible.
Same over here.
I think at 18, if I was more, because I mean, I wear makeup and stuff.
Sure.
Again, very young. I think if I had all the same access, I mean, I guess my assumption was we don't have like, we're in 10 years from now, we're not talking about like, oh, if I
Yeah,
could
no,
get
I
fillers.
understand. I understand.
Okay. I just want to make sure I'm getting this correctly. At 18, sure. If I wasn't still very young minded, I had my mind now, I was maybe taking care of myself, sure. Then at 18, I probably would be more attractive than I was at 35.
Here's why I bring this up. I ask this question often. I'll ask it real quick to this panel before he pulls up the AI images, right? And we'll just do it by a show of hands. If I were to ask you who's the fairer sex, men or women, let's start with men by hand raise. Let's do women by hand raise. Are they the fairer sex?
Fair meaning.
Yes.
Better looking. Are men or women the better looking sex? Is it men by a hand raise? Is it women by a hand raise? Okay, so basically everybody says women. Now let me ask it this way. If it is the case that women no longer have access to makeup or any sort of augmentation, meaning breast implants, meaning lip fillers, meaning any period, if I ask the same question, who is the fairer sex, men or women, raise your hand if your answer changes. You.
I think it might, yeah. Because I think that there's a lot of men who are naturally like pretty attractive and they don't have to do a lot of like changing to their appearance. But there's some women who are like attractive just solely on like their extra stuff.
My challenge would be this. men have not changed much since 1800 if you go back and look at pictures, right? There's still no makeup for us, and there's still basically just beards. We get beards. We don't get much else, right? We get beards, and that's about it.
The ones who are lucky.
Yeah, the same. Yeah, exactly. Same thing in the 1800s, right?
Yeah.
But if you go back and look at the women of that time versus the women of now, I think you would be way more hard pressed when you're talking about who is the fairer sex when we get rid of all the augmentation and makeup. That's all I'm saying.
I thought men did wear makeup.
They did.
I mean,
Well, no, no, they didn't.
But
The
some
white
do.
face, like
The
what you have in
over-
English times.
Yeah, but
And
so
then
did, but
and then
even
they
in
went to
those
Parliament.
times, women still wore makeup, and men
Dudes
usually
wore
only
eyeliner.
wore it when they were in courtly positions.
But are you looking at them though from a male or female gaze? I feel like
I would look at it from both.
But,
So if
but
I
don't think you can see the way that like maybe a woman might look at a man and go, yeah.
I
he
feel
looks
like I'm
great.
way better at juxtaposing myself in the shoes of women than women are good at juxtaposing themselves in the seat of a man.
Okay.
So when I look at it from the woman's perspective, right, I understand why women think, in modernity especially, that women are the fairer sex. But they have every shortcut available, which men don't. We have two choices: banger bodies and beards. That's about it.
Good choices.
We can't decide on balding. We can't decide on any of these things, right? Mm-hmm. We have those two things, and you can't shortcut those two things. If you're a man, you don't get a banger body. Some of it's genetic, but you've got to be fucking disciplined no matter what, right? Men can't wear makeup. They get shamed if they do liposuction. They do height extensions. They do any of these types of augmentations. Fuck no. That's out, right? Woman gets a butt implant, great. Boob implants, great. Tummy tuck, great. Lip filler, great. Massive amounts of makeup, great. And that's why it's like, are they really the fair sex? You know, when we start to break it down, are they?
That's a good point. Men don't have to do anything. They just roll over and I always said that too. Men could just roll over and like look amazing, and you're like,
But that's
"Damn,
because I
that was
still
good."
think that women appreciate and find older men attractive, where men, as a majority, look at women
Yeah,
when they're
we can move it
younger
on.
as more attractive. So
Okay.
that's why I bring up the male-female gaze.
Yeah, I understand
Okay.
the distinction.
That goes back to the trench coat thing, though. If you're taking a bare naked woman, bare naked man, and you're expose themselves, I think, you know, it kind of sucks for guys, but the bottom line of it is no vagina carrying person at this table has to do much but carry a vagina, and we're going to get play.
Correct.
Women don't have to. We are already the
Totally
elevated
agree.
sex. I mean, that's just what it is.
Well put. Well
That's
put.
right. That's right.
You know, we're going to actually save the AI thing for a little later. Mary, pull up the one, though. Here's that Fisher guy as a woman. Now, look.
Wow. She's super
She's a
cute.
bit big boned.
Every fucking, like 50% of the guys who saw her is going to bang her, right?
She downloads Tinder. She's getting laid that night.
Yeah.
That hour?
night.
You mean that hour?
That hour, sure. Yeah. Total differential. Just thought it was
If
worth
she put like,
pulling it up.
come over right now and fuck me, she's getting fucked, right?
I mean, they don't. Girls don't got to even.
But
be
if
that
they
direct.
did, but if they did,
yeah, sure,
Yeah.
she would get a guy.
Yeah.
It would come off pretty sleazy, but yeah, she could do it. All right, so here's what we're gonna do. We're gonna get into the questionnaire. So we're gonna let's see. I don't think there's really anything on the height thing that's I found particularly shocking. Joey, no, actually. Yeah, nothing too crazy on the height. We'll just do bear then. Would you rather cross paths with a random man or a random bear on hike?
I think I put man. I think
Okay.
that's what I put.
What about you?
Take the bear any day.
You?
Random bear.
Random bear. Okay.
I said man.
You wrote neither, but you have to pick one.
I'll pick one. Probably man.
Probably man?
Man.
Okay. Why do you pick bear? Why do you pick bear?
There was a time I was actually hiking and I was out in Zion and this guy started following me.
Okay.
Yeah, and in that moment I was like, fuck, if there was a bear, the bear probably would have run away.
Because the bear is probably thinking about eating me or chasing me. The man may be thinking about killing me, murdering me. What kind of augmentations do I have? All of those other things that some of the
why would you
males
think
have
about your
mentioned today.
augmentations?
I mean, all of the things that we kind of brought up today, or that some of the men brought up today, is why I would choose a bear over a male any day.
Here's what I'm going to do on this one. So, me and Andrew would just totally destroy you guys on this debate. So here's what I'm going to do. I'm just going to state
I'm not gonna
Debatable.
categorically that we've won the debate without even arguing the points.
Sure.
Sounds like a man thing to do.
Why are you robbing me?
Andrew said, "Let me."
Why are you robbing me,
Because there's
Brian?
better stuff.
All right, fine.
Yeah. If you can stay longer.
I'm staying for a second.
If you can stay
No,
longer.
I can't stay for longer, but I'm going to.
If the hard's out, yeah, I'd rather get it to other stuff
All right.
then. Okay, so let's see here.
But
What's gonna be-
I do like the preemptive declaration of victory. I'm a big fan of that.
Sure.
Yeah.
It was, okay, so
It
what's...
was men versus women, and we were outnumbered, and we still won exactly how it should be.
Would you
see more than anything is people pushing racial identitarianism to be a uniting force, right? Though it has had the complete and total polar opposite effect. This form of identitarianism, at least it has here, and in most of the European nations, as far as I can see at the moment. Yet we do have this kind of bridge that we can use utilizing religion, and it seems like we don't use it. For instance, the church is still an extraordinarily powerful institution, and it's rarely ever used, even though the left's in charge of all other institutions.
Which church?
Well, when I say
Body
the
of
church,
Christ, or are you talking about?
No. When I say the church broadly, what I'm
Okay.
talking about is that there's thousands of mega churches and tens of thousands of small churches. Plus, there's centralized Catholicism, centralized Orthodoxy. They have huge amounts and huge sums of money and influence, but they don't really use it, right? They don't really use it anymore. What's that?
If that's the case, if if that is your presumption, which I mean, the Mormon Church has multi-billions of dollars. The Catholic Church is, in some ways, unfathomable amount of wealth. If you were to liquidate the Vatican or something, I mean, its assets are incredible. Mega churches are bringing in, Protestant mega churches are bringing in money hand over fist.
Oh yeah.
Why is it that they keep losing?
Well, they didn't used to keep losing. It's kind of a recent thing. So I mean, they kept it all at bay for a long time, didn't they? They kept the pornography at bay. They kept this kind of the social norms intact, and it just kind of slowly eroded. We've gotten to this point probably since the prosperity gospel really hit in the 90s. God wants you to have everything, right? Yeah. That's when I started to really see that nosedive. You know what I mean? And it seems like they were always the watchers and dropped the ball. And we've done nothing to kind of repoliticize them, to try to say, hey, get your ass in gear and get back out to resisting this shit, right?
Well, I agree that the church writ large would resist on certain matters that are of importance to me and to you. Usually over kind of like sexual hot button issues. I don't agree at all that the church is capable of resisting liberalism writ large. In fact, I think the church is very capable of facilitating that and promoting an egalitarianism. I mean, I think liberalism, I could go into this at length, but I mean, liberalism is a form of Christianity without God, as it were. It does kind of invent its own gods to an extent. I mean, I think George Floyd, although he's been kind of forgotten over the past year, but he was a kind of saint of sorts, or martyr-like figure at the very least. So liberalism has that element to it, but you have to wonder the degree to which Christians are really capable of resisting what we have now. I mean, I'm not sure that the issue is so much this like hot button issue, the sexual hot button issues. I think that those things are in a way like symptoms of much bigger problems. But
they're not just sexual. It's not really just sexual hot button issues, though, right? Things like familial institutions, things like this, the structure of hierarchy from the ground up. These are all things that are learned from a religious institution, not really from public institutions. They're not very good. Like school has not been very good at teaching people to just mindlessly follow authority. Though we do tend to try to give them a lot of credit that they do, they actually seem to be teaching kids the exact opposite, right? They're kind of a little bit docile in a way. They're not really all that
Like a
educated. They
lamb?
become very rebellious. In fact, they become
Oh,
very rebellious and put purple in their hair and act like dipshits, right?
right.
So, like, they're
Well,
not.
I think a lot of this, I mean, without getting too in depth in it, because I might offend some people, but I think that a lot of the purple hair stuff or I mean, look, I have a Ukrainian flag on my Twitter profile, so, make of that what you will. But a lot of just oh, let's go on with what is the current thing? um, is a kind of quest for a national identity and rational religion that people, in a world in which God is dead to a large extent, they're kind of grasping for something, some kind of meaning, and they get that in the kind of hive mind of social media and so on. Of being an SJW or being BLM or Ukraine now or wearing a mask or whatever. And but I do think that it brings us back to that original premise, which I totally agree with, is that atheism in some degree is impossible, that we are spiritual beings and that religion just binds us. But that leaves open the question of what religion it is that is going to bind us.
Well, we have a
And
traditional one here, right?
right.
And
And
you
look
still
where
have
we
most of the
are.
you have most of the population still identifying with that religion. There is, so you could say, look where we are, but there is some things, if you don't want to be total contrarian, we do kind of live in the golden age in some ways, right? We kind of have everything ready to rock and roll for us, pretty
Right.
much whatever the hell we want it. Everything's on demand. Porn's on demand. Video games are on
Yes.
demand. Movies on demand. Food's on demand. It's kind of the golden age, right? So
Yes.
it's really, I think it's easy to drop the ball, right? It's easier for people to not care than it ever has been. But as the pendulum swings, there is kind of a movement to return to traditionalism. So that nobody knows what the hell that's supposed to be. And so where do they end up going and looking? They end up going to church to look. What is this all about? What is this supposed to be? It seems that there's more and more of that. Orthodoxy is on the rise inside the United States. It's like the first time ever, Catholicism even is on the rise inside the United States. The most traditional institutions that people can find, they seem to be gravitating more towards. And I think that you make an astute observation when you say the reason for this is due to inversion, right? So you say liberalism is Christianity without God. Well, that's an inversion. That's what Satan wanted, right? He wanted Christianity without God, essentially. He was
Okay.
the God, right? Or
Right.
you are your own God. This is occult thinking, that type of thing. But that's actually an inversion. It's the opposite of Christianity.
Right. But I mean, do you think that there is a fundamental message to Christianity and Jesus in particular?
Yeah.
It's not just this kind of structure, which I think is important. A kind of a structure of like, there is a higher being that's bigger than myself. We're here for an amount of time. We have to do certain things and so on. But there's actually a message, even a kind of quasi-political message to the Pentateuch, to
Yeah,
the New
well, I
Testament.
mean, I don't know that you could say necessarily quasi-political. When you're saying that this is something, a
But I did
structure
say that.
for how a person lives their entire life, I don't think it could help but bleed over into politics, right?
Right.
There's like no choice.
Would you like to imitate the life of Abraham?
Would I like to imitate it? No.
Mm-hmm. Okay.
So I mean, I don't really understand.
He was a bit of a trickster.
Yeah, but I mean, that kind of seems like a non sequitur, though.
Well, but you have to look somewhere. I mean, you can't just treat Christianity in this abstract manner of like, it's almost like pure cosmology or something. It's like, something can't come from nothing, and therefore a God must exist.
Well, no, I think we can
And,
narrow.
I mean, you can
narrow
treat it like that to some degree, but like Christianity is about parable and stories, and it is trying to tell you something.
There is, and there,
And
yes,
Jesus
well, try and
has
tell
a
you
message.
hundreds of things, not just a singular thing. In fact,
Okay.
but I agree with you here. But if we're talking about abstractions like society and things that unify society, then that's the way that I'm going to speak about it. If you're saying, can you narrow down what the message of Christianity is? It's a different question, and sure, I can speak to it. and I'm
Mhm.
sure that you understand that there is a much narrower view that you can take of it.
The last
But
shall be first.
well, generally, it's you're supposed to live your life in the ways of Christ, and to try to create synergy where you become as much Christ-like as you can possibly be, knowing that you
Mhm.
never can be, but you're trying to. You're trying to yourself eliminate sin and eliminate the sins of yourself, the people around you, things like this. That's kind of the overarching theme, if you will, I guess.
Right. I understand there are the messages of Jesus do matter. You have to take that into account. You have to take
Well,
the
yeah.
life of Jesus into account as it is given to us.
Yeah, I
Um,
agree.
I would rather not end up on the cross, and I'm not going to worship a God who does. I mean, I don't know. I mean, there are real implications
But the
to
whole
being a
point. But
Christian. It's
wait,
not
wait.
just like a
No, no,
vague
no, man.
religion.
The whole point of it is that Jesus ended up on the cross. So you don't have to. It's not that
Well,
you're going
I
to end
know
up on the
that.
cross.
I
That's the
know
opposite
that,
of the
but
message.
well, kind of. I mean, you want to be Christ-like. It does have it sanctifies the concept of martyrdom. It does sanctify the lowly and the weak as ultimately triumphing over the strong. And in Christ's life, the strong was Rome. And so it is absolutely a subversive message. And the message of the Old Testament is actually quite similar. I mean, it is a more kind of nationalistic message to a degree, but it is one of undermining institutions like Egypt, escaping authority. I mean, I don't know what to tell you other than it is a profoundly left wing religion.
No, I don't
And
think it's a profoundly left-wing religion. I think it's a Christian ethics provide a moral system for people to follow.
but
There's
that's not a
nothing
unique thing to
inside of
Christianity.
well, yes, it is. There's nothing inside of deontological thinking at all that you can come up with that would be contrary to right-wing thinking. That just seems absurd to me. And
The last
most
shall be first is a right-wing thought.
well, what are
You
you
have to
talking?
hate
Put it in
you have to
context.
hate your mother and father and family to follow me. I mean, Jesus said those things.
Yeah, but you got to put them in context. Just
I
cherry
do.
picking
I'm not sure.
pieces of
No,
the Bible for
I
your
just quoted
worldview.
them, but like I would encourage you to put them in context.
Okay, well, do you want me to stop right now and pull up Bible passages to try
No,
to read them out in
you don't
context?
have
Or
to. I'm just saying that you know, I guess I am kind of a Protestant at heart in the sense that you really do have to go back to the scripture and look at the actual story that's being told and look at the maxims that are being given to you and take them seriously and not just take it as a kind of mystery religion. I'm not an Orthodox Christian at heart in the sense that I don't think that this is all just this big mystery that we just, you know, look at an icon or
right,
something.
you think
I think
that
you can
this is the
understand it.
problem? No, this is the whole problem with this line of thinking is that you have eliminated the mysticism and the spiritual element from the religion, which is the core and key to it. And like most Protestants have done, they make it a legal document, and it's far more than that, right?
Mhm.
It's far more than that. That you can't take the miraculous out of the Bible. You know, you can't take the themes of the demonic out of the Bible and casting it. You know, you can't do that. It's not just a legal document. You
Well,
look at the
I don't
text.
think it's
You know,
just a legal document. It is a legal document to a certain degree. But and I think there's a legal there's a kind of legal metaphor of being redeemed as well. I mean, you are in a court. God is who's Yahweh is the judge, and he is going to exert his wrath upon you because I'm a sinner, you're a sinner, we're all sinners, and that means hellfire.
Yeah.
And you know, you get redemption from that, and you could think of that as almost like a monetary sense.
I just feel
Through
like you're doing
Jesus is through the ultimate sacrifice.
I just feel like you're doing the typical Christianity is cucked bit, you know? Like Christianity is cucked, right? We need something that's far stronger than an institution that's held society together for thousands of years and kept all of the normalcy institutions in place since the time before, your greats were alive. And that seems to me to be cucked thinking. Like, you guys just came along and you're like, we've got it figured out now. Sure, society is completely fucking eroding, being destroyed in front of our eyes. At the same time, Christianity is, but I'm sure that there's no link there, right? It's like, no, man, I don't think that Christianity is cut. I don't think that that's true. I think that for a long time, people wear blinders, right? But we've seen this historically as well, where people turn away from religion and then they come back to it, and you kind of see a renaissance in a way.
I bet those glasses make you see better.
Broadcast on my end. All right, we're all good. So my goals are to destroy progressive leftist ideology at every single turn, every chance I get, by any means necessary, as I find them to be a fundamental blight on all of humanity. And so I organize and orchestrate debates between the left and the right, and between conservative Christians especially, and feminists and leftists from all over the world. And I've made a name for myself as an extraordinarily neutral moderator. The show is definitely a tough show for debaters on both sides, but it's a very good show, and people tend to gravitate towards it because they want to debate these ideas.
Yeah. So, how big of a problem do you see feminism as having on our entire society?
Well, feminism is a root cause for it. Actually, it's actually, as I was saying earlier, kind of in the background.
Mm-hmm.
Theology is what creates culture. It always creates culture. So people always say politics is downwind from culture, but what's culture downwind of? It's downwind of theology. Well, it's a lack of theology, or occultism in many cases, which led to feminism to begin with. So my wife has a best-selling book called Occult Feminism, which goes over the history of feminism. You can find it on Amazon. It's a fantastic book. And in this book, what she's covering is this kind of step-by-step progression that secularists and different men of power and influence, along with kind of early occultists from the 1800s into the 1900s, influenced women into moving against the patriarchal system, which is inherent to planet Earth.
Yeah.
So I would consider feminism to be one of the greatest fundamental threats to all of humanity, and definitely the prime cause of why birth rates are so low, and one of the prime causes for why the dynamic between men and women has become so screwed that people can't make heads or tails of it.
Yeah, and it's funny, like I've been online for the past couple of years and going into all these different bubbles, and it's like the majority of the men are trying to blame men for this problem. And when they explain like how the men are responsible, I always see feminists kind of pulling the strings in the background. I'm like, you guys do realize that this person is doing this because this, diversity hire is putting pressure on them, or like it's weird.
I think that there's a bit of a fundamental disconnect. So I also fundamentally blame mostly men for this, because I believe that it's within our duty and purview to put a stop to it. And if we're going to live in a patriarchal system, then the patriarchy has to act like the patriarchy. And we are caught in this bad trap where what's happened with men is that we've decided that we're going to become simps for women who are completely fake. They have fake faces that they put on every morning. They have fake boobs. They have fake bodies that are sewn up. They're just fake across the board. But for some reason, men can be compelled into simping for something which is completely fake and just a figment of their imagination. It's the control mechanism there has been incredible. The power, I've called it the simpocalypse. I think that the all powerful simp will basically move heaven and earth for a little bit of female attention in exchange for a little bit of money. And it's a very sad concept. So,
yeah, I've noticed that. I live in College Station, Texas, and it's in a university town, pretty much, where Texas A&M University is. And I've noticed a big change in the past 15 years just in my community. And I think allowing so many women to get into our major institutions has been a big part of the problem too, because they're in all these companies making up all new rules and destroying them.
Well, so a lot of this practice comes from sociological endeavors. So you'll
Right.
notice that women, they don't really enter into STEM fields, right?
Right.
No applied science, hard science, things like this. They tend to move towards sociological fields,
Yeah.
right? So since they're moving towards sociology, they're able to infiltrate different mass organizations with kind of this degree, these sociological and psychological degrees. You'll find this a lot in human resources, where psychology is a large portion of your coursework.
Yes.
And as you know, these are all sociological endeavors. So I think that this is one of the major problematic cases for why you see women who have become kind of these backhand leaders inside of organizations, because they know where all the bodies are buried, right? They talk to all the
Right.
employees. They know what kind of shenanigans are going on inside of these companies. And they're basically the sweepers, right? They sweep it up.
Yeah. So do you have much faith in the psychology field as a whole?
None.
Okay.
None. I generally speaking, consider psychology and sociology of all types to be pseudoscientific pursuits, which are completely inaccurate. If you look at the replication crisis, which is the science itself being replicated in almost all sociological studies, it cannot be replicated up to 70 to 80%, even using the same scientists with the same studies, with the same methods, using the same control groups. The same scientists can't come in and replicate their own research. So I generally tend to consider it to be a pseudoscientific endeavor. Most things that you think are true based on what sociology and psychology has been preaching for the last 40 years are not actually true.
Right.
They're not actually true. For instance, I'll give you an example of this that you may not know. There's no such thing as a psychopath. No such thing. There's no diagnosis for psychopathy. There's never been a diagnosis for psychopathy. It's never existed. It's completely made up.
See, I could believe that, because I feel like the people that they would label psychopath, it would be like murdery or, rather stoic people that maybe bend the law. But there are people that do that in certain cases for good reason.
Yeah, well, there is. Well, it's not just that, but narcissism is another one.
Yeah.
So narcissism is another one, which if you go and you have 5 different psychologists diagnose a person based on the same symptoms, 2 of them might call him a narcissist, while 3 of them say he has no narcissistic tendencies whatsoever. It's completely open to interpretation.
Right.
2 of the large things which people tend to lean on, you see this all the time in the online space, they say this type of shit. Ready? This X person's a narcissist. Well, what are you basing that on? Some pseudoscientific bullshit that I read in a book one day? Then he seems to check whatever these boxes are that I think he checks or she checks, et cetera, et cetera. So you hear people kind of slander each other with narcissist all the time, with psychopath all the time, with sociopath all the time. Most of these are not even realistic diagnoses whatsoever.
Yeah, I'm not really a fan of trying to break all these crazy bitches down into like little boxes. I mean, people can be insane for sure when they don't have the ability to believe objective truth and they make up fantasy and live in that. But to try to dissect them into certain kinds of crazy bitches, I didn't ever really understand why it was important.
Well, now, so kind of on the back end here, I was having a conversation with a gentleman in the background, but you guys were saying that you're advocates of MGTOW. Are you a MGTOW advocate?
I am a anti-crazy bitch advocate. I do understand a lot of the stories of a lot of the MGTOW gentlemen.
Well, how do you know? Well, wait a second. How do you know you're not a crazy bitch? Like you might be. How
I
do you
might
know?
be.
What's the metrics so that we would know that you're not a crazy bitch?
Well, I think mainly just being comfortable with like truth. Like I don't know, when I look at feminists and I look at the contradictions that the things that they say and the hypocrisy, like I don't know, I just think it's mental. Like people that don't have the ability to speak the truth and just be realistic, I think.
Yeah, but that's on
fall
both
in crazy
sides,
with.
right? There's plenty of dudes who don't want to speak the truth. There's plenty of girls who
Yes.
don't want to speak the truth, right? So this isn't
Yes.
just isolated by sex, right?
No. I mean, a male bitch is what? Like somebody that's subordinate and cowardly, like, and
Yeah, I mean, I
crazy.
think that's probably right. I
Yeah.
think that seems fair, right?
Yeah.
A dude
I mean,
who's a little bitch is a little bitch, right?
yeah. I'm just pretty much anti-crazy bitch. I like to talk to people and advocate for things that are gonna make society actually better and not destroy it.
Gotcha. Okay, so you would you classify yourself then in the MGTOW category or no?
No, I'm not a dude. I mean, the first acronym of MGTOW is man. So
Yeah, no, I get it, but there are female advocates for MGTOW, right?
I mean, I understand a man's need to protect themselves in today's society, and I'm not going to tell them what they're doing is wrong, because
Yeah, I
there's a
think that's
lot of
fair.
women out there that are fucking predators, and they take advantage of men on a daily basis.
Yeah, I think that's
So,
true too. I think
yeah.
that's fair. Anyway, I was just curious.
Yeah. No, my main focus on my channel is the universities, the psychology field, and diversity, inclusion, equity policies, and feminists. I see feminists as being the main proponent of mental illness in our society and the destruction of the family.
So why do you consider feminists to be the primary proponents of mental illness?
Because all of the women in psychology field are feminists, and they lie to their people. And they they build up these clienteles of all these women and tell them, all their crazy bitchery is okay, and you can behave however you want, and if somebody tells you no, then you can label them a narcissist. They misuse it.
That seems reasonable to me.
Yeah.
All right. I was just curious.
Yeah.
So anyway, it's your interview. I'm here for it. So.
Oh, I was curious because I saw you I saw you try to debate some feminists. How do you what exactly do you get out of it? Do you change their minds at all?
Sometimes.
Yeah.
Yeah, sometimes, but mostly the goal is not necessarily to change the mind of the person that I'm debating, but to change their audience's mind. Once they kind of see through what the person is really about, what they actually think, the things that they're actually into, oftentimes they kind of turn away from that. So debates for larger YouTube personas can be very risky that way. And so that's why you see many of them not wanting to engage in any type of debate, because once their ideology is laid bare for people to see, many people will abandon it.
Yeah, I've tried to talk to some of these feminists online, and they won't talk to me. I actually had to get one cornered at a corporation. So I got to have a sit down with a feminist in the HR department. And that was interesting. The puppetry that these feminists all talk about. Like, ideally, when I brought up the diversity and inclusion policies at this corporation, like, her idea of putting people in these positions at this location was to reflect the community. So the people that look like them, they want the people that are employed at this one place to reflect the people in the community. So they break people down into all these boxes. It's like in my community, there's, I think, a 20% Hispanic, 10% Black, the normal 50% woman. So they want in this organization for that to reflect the community, because they think somebody will be more comfortable shopping at this store if they see somebody that looks like them.
I mean, that kind of makes sense, though, doesn't it?
No, I don't know.
No,
It doesn't.
You don't think so?
I don't think so. Like, why would it matter somebody feeling more comfortable going to a place if they see somebody that's black like them, or somebody who's white like them, or a woman like them?
Well, I mean, like if you have shopping habits,
Yeah.
your whole the whole thing you're trying to do in retail is sell shit to people, right?
Right.
So the whole point's to make like a comfortable environment that they want to go into, and then when you're inside of this comfortable environment, you feel like you're able to spend more money because you're connecting, you're making an interpersonal type of connection with whoever it is that you're talking to. So that's like I guess I can kind of understand why you would want there to be a reflection of the community inside of a store. Whether you get competent employees that way, I think is a totally different story, but I can at least understand the logic of it.
See, when I go to a store, I want the person that works there to know what they're talking about. And my experience with this specific store in the past 5 years, they've replaced people that actually know products and know what they're talking about with people that might look like somebody else that might walk in.
Yeah, I
Back
mean,
to
maybe
the competency.
I don't know. I'm not like familiar with the way that whole organization is structured. So
Yeah. Well, with your channel, your ultimate goal is to change society or change people's minds and hearts.
change people's minds, at least. Yeah.
Yeah.
The ultimate goal, of course, like I said at the beginning, is to eradicate leftism as much as I possibly can, and progressive ideology across the board, as I consider it to be a dire threat to all of mankind and humanity, and that it's due to their secular ethics that we have low birth rates to begin with, and we have these massive issues between men and women in the current era anyway. I think that all of this comes from this kind of ideology, from progressive-based ideology.
And that comes from the universities, right?
Well, it doesn't just come from universities, but that's one side of it. It mostly comes, well, I mean, there's a lot of truth to saying that it comes from universities. It's kind of a giant machine. It's an institutional machine. So there's government backing for secularism, and there is institutional backing from different universities, but there's also institutional backing even at the high school level and grade school level, right? So kind of the entire system is based around a push towards secular ethics. So secularism being antithetical to any religious moral grounding whatsoever. And that's never been the way any society's been able to operate. There's never been a secular society in human existence. Even right now in the United States, it's still mostly not a secular society. At least people don't identify that way because they get all of their morals from their Christianity, right? That's the grounding for all of their morality. But as people turn more and more away from the dynamics which are outlined in the hierarchical nature and structure of religion, you find the dominance becomes gynocentric and society begins to collapse.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, my local university here, there is a feminist that works in physics, and she does a camp every summer for young girls in the middle school to get more women in STEM. Like, she gets government funding to do this camp that's sexist in nature, just to try to get more young girls interested in physics.
Sounds right.
So what would you think the I don't want to say easiest, the best way to put a halt to it on the university level would be?
Well, so we have kind of there's kind of a grand 100-year plan, right?
Mhm.
So the best way to seize control of it again is to kind of recognize that secular progressives aren't having children, and only the religious are having children.
Right.
And so what ends up happening as a consequence of this is that as the religious begin to have more children and progressives less children, if the religious are maintaining that their children should go and get jobs in these various institutions and things like this, then you can literally seize control back. So the pendulum will swing the other way because the enemy is thinking itself out of existence, essentially.
Mm. Yeah, I have a couple clients that sent their daughters to university, and by the end of the first semester, they were getting, I guess, berated around Christmas. Like they were talking to their dad about patriarchy and about how he's racist and all the things because they took, I guess, some social science classes. Like young girls are easily indoctrinated, I think, in these universities versus young men. And I know, like, now we have women graduating 2-to-1 men. Like, do you see a shift in that?
Well, that's always been the case. So women have always maintained higher education levels than men since the institution of public education. Always.
Really?
Yeah, that's always been so. The reason is because grounding foundational principle for men versus women, especially when it comes to things like literacy, things like this, men can have pursuits which are based around the physical far more often than women can. So women generally tend to stick with academic pursuits far more than men do. Men, it's not a necessity for a man's success story. It's just really not. We can move into other independent things. So the ratio is, even as my wife kind of points out in chat, the ratio is even worse now than it used to be. But they've always academically outperformed men because it's because of a limit of options, right? Women can only do X amount of things. Men have a much wider array of things that they can do to be successful.
Yeah, specifically at this university, because it started as all-male military school. And now there's more women going there than men, even though they have the core and big football following and stuff.
Yeah, that doesn't surprise me.
Well, the Supreme Court is working on affirmative action stuff. I know they just did a major ruling against it, which I think will, as far as the diversity, inclusion, equity policies, what state do you live
Michigan.
in? Michigan? Okay. I'm in Texas, where Abbott pretty much is banning all DIE offices and practices, and there's a lot of people freaking out about that. Do you think that'll be pretty helpful in stopping some of this?
No.
You don't think so?
No.
Why?
No. Well, because it doesn't do anything. They just backdoor it in using the private sector rather than the public sector. So it's not like discrimination stopped existing one way or the other, whether the discrimination, maybe you can argue the discrimination used to be, for instance, white companies didn't want black people to come into their companies. You could say, well, that's a discriminatory policy, but it's also a discriminatory policy to go in and demand that a Christian bake your gay wedding cake. That's also a discriminatory policy, right? It's just backdoored in. So what ends up happening is that private institutions will create their own policies inside of their private businesses in order to do equity hiring, even if there's no government quota for it. Right? They don't care. Right. It's all part of the virtue signal. So, no, I don't think that any public policy whatsoever is going to actually stop that sort of agenda, because private corporations see it as a virtue signal, and the virtue signaling sells a lot more products. Only recently did we see any backlash towards this with the Budweiser conflict and the Bud Light conflict. Inside that conflict, finally, for the first time in probably a decade, Christians decided that they were going to flex and tell their beer company of choice to go fuck itself, and that they didn't want their transgender goddess on their Bud Light can, and that they could go fuck themselves. So it was pretty awesome to see that firsthand, and it's really smacked the shit out of Anheuser-Busch and their products. It took Bud Light from the #1 domestic draft beer, and it's now at #4, and the decline continues. So yeah, I think that there was a massive backlash which happened, which was good, but until we begin to do more of that kind of flexing, we're not really going to get anywhere. The way that you change a company's kind of corporate atmosphere for these types of policies is by
Mhm.
disenfranchising the company's products. And the best way you can do that is by not buying them. If you don't buy them. So I've always said, I would love it. So somebody asked me once, how would you like it if people put a sign on their door saying no Christians allowed? I would love that policy because then I would know exactly where to spend my money.
Right.
You know what I mean? I would know exactly who to give my money to, exactly who not to give my money to. So that would be my preference, is that I want to know that you hate, that you loathe me, so that I don't have to give you any of my dollars.
Mm.
So that's the way you change the corporate atmosphere. That's the only way you can do it.
So boycott it.
Well, you don't just boycott it, but you can kind of begin to shift the public consciousness as to what the branding of that product is. So products rely heavily on branding. Your show
Mhm.
relies on branding. My show relies on branding and symbolism. That's what people remember, right? Batman is known for the symbol on his chest. Superman's known for the symbol. If you see the Superman symbol, you know who it represents, right?
Yeah.
If you can change the consciousness of the public to associate that brand with something that they don't like, that's counter political warfare that the right wing has forgotten how to do. You have to change what the brand means. In people's minds right now, Bud Light brand represents the image of Mulroney. And to them, that's disgusting, right? To them, that's
Yeah.
disgusting. Now, Bud Light made a tactical error by putting that image on the can, even if it was just for a promo. Once
Right.
that can was displayed forever in people's brains, branded into their brains now with the brand, is that image, and they can't unsee it. So it was the most single damaging kind of brand consciousness decision, maybe in corporate history. I mean, maybe there's been worse, but I don't know for a company that big that there has. And
Right.
so you have to shift the public consciousness for branding. We used to be able to do this pretty well through memeing. You would take the brand and then you would kind of meme into existence this horrible thing and associate it with the brand. And that's what would really start to cause havoc for these different corporate entities. And the left is fantastic at doing this, and vegans are great at doing this. They'll take big company brands, meat packing brands, put like dead animals around the brand and things like
Right.
this. The whole point is to sear into your consciousness that this brand is bad.
Right.
So it's not just a matter of boycott. It's a matter of taking the symbol and perverting the symbol. It's subversion.
That makes sense. Well, sir, do you have any interesting debates coming up?
Yeah, the channels, we do debates weekly. Usually, somewhere around 2 to 3 a week, sometimes more than that, depending on what's going on. And then we have a whole array of broadcasts which cover everything from lunatics on the internet to other crazy people to current events, kind of the whole thing across the board.
Well, I definitely want to share your channel. I have gotten through a couple of your debates, but I am enjoying listening to, I guess, the feminists. Do you find that the feminists all kind of have the same infection?
Yeah,
Like,
we call them nenemoids.
Nenemoids.
Yeah, the
Can you explain
nenemoids.
that? Yeah.
Yeah, so a nenemoid is a small nanomachine which enters into a woman's brain and causes massive cognitive dissonance.
Yes.
So what these nenemoids do is they take wrong speak and make it right speak. They convince women that they're not wrong about anything. They convince women that their asses should be kissed, and they convince women that reality is non-reality, that they can do things that they can't do. For instance, the nenemoids might convince you that you climbed cell phone towers for a living at one point in your career, even though you never actually did. Nenemoids might convince you that you're competent at cutting down trees and logging. Nenemoids might convince you that you can be a carpenter or a carpet layer. They might convince you of all of these different things. But when you're put out into reality, you find out that all the nenemoids actually did was cause massive cognitive dissonance and a non-awareness of your surroundings and a non-understanding of your physical limitations.
Yeah. I tried to explain this to the HR feminist that was trying to talk to me about how I see women at my workplace
Well,
incapable.
all women in human resources
Yes.
suffer from neomoids.
Yes.
All of them.
No, she tried to tell me that women can lift more than men, and that I see stronger women in my environment when I don't. She was literally trying to gaslight me into believing that women are better suited for like lifting, big heavy stuff than men.
Yes, this is a common side effect of the neomoid nanomachines, which enter into women's brains and cause them this significant amount of cognitive dissonance. Yeah, you'll find them all over HR departments and faculty, faculty dispensing and justice dispensing machines globally. These are the exact people you should be taking on in every aspect of life,
Yes.
shutting them down,
Yes.
and it kind of exposing to the public that these are not people you want to run anything. You don't want them.
Yes.
You don't even want them to run on the street because they can't be trusted to not run into parked cars. So
right. Yeah, it was strange. She did say I wasn't I wasn't allowed to talk about what we talked about during that meeting with anybody at my work. She didn't specify I couldn't talk with it, to anybody outside of my work. But I thought that was really strange. Like what? Why would in a corporation? Because she's like, if you have any further questions, just call me. And I was like, that's really fucking weird. I mean, this crazy bitch was literally, she's nuts if she believes that there's no biological differences between men and women. And the fact that I said that men are stronger than women was my opinion. Like, I think that should be brought to somebody's attention. That this
who would
woman's
care? Like who? But who would care, right? So this is the problem: is that a generalized statement of truth, like on average, men are 4 to 5 times stronger than women. That on average, their bones are much more dense. They take a lot less damage. They're a lot less prone to damage from the elements. Okay, they can take heat better. They can take the cold better. Now, all of this is just on average, which is to say, of course, there's some women out there who are stronger than men on average. There are some who exist who can fight better than men. There are some who exist who might be better soldiers than men, but they're outliers and they have nothing to do with the average. So when you make these descriptive statements about what's averagely true, that's when you see these neomoids go fucking crazy inside of these women's brains. And when you see the cognitive dissonance come out, when they open their mouth, a demonic voice shrilly shouts at you rather than actually makes an argument or concedes to what's descriptively true.
Yeah, she brought up an example of a previous boss that she had, a woman that was a weightlifter. And that was her justification for saying that the women I work with should be able to lift more than men or something. They make the exception to the rule, and I don't understand why they do that.
Well, I mean, everything within a corporation revolves around outliers. So you're only inside of an organization, you're only as strong as your weakest link. You'll see this in military SOPs as well. The standard operating procedure inside of like the U.S. Army, U.S. Marine Corps, U.S. Air Force is that everything has to be boiled down to the lowest common denominator. So all the guesswork is taken out, right? Everything is done uniformly in exactly the same way so that everybody can always do it the same exact way. So as corporations have taken on these kind of continuous improvement models, they begin to adapt SOPs that kind of move towards the lowest common denominator. And after a while, they become enshrined inside of these corporate bodies as being the way we've always done things. And so any type of change is heavily resisted.
Right. Yeah, my next move in this little corporation is taking out this HR lady. Apparently most of her job is to take care of the feelings and the uncomfortable feelings of people.
You'd be like, why waste your time? Like, why waste your time with stupid people? Like, just move past them and move to a place where there are no stupid people. Why end up getting into like an eternal conflict between you and some dumb HR skank? Like, who cares? Should you just be like, fuck off, lady, and just move on? Why embroil yourself or waste any of your time or waste any of your effort to the point where you're thinking about it even when you're not at work? Don't you think that that's bad for you?
No, actually, my only motivation for even working at this place was to get the crazy feminist bitches fired. So I've
They just
gotten
replace them with new feminist bitches.
well, okay, at my store, even like the last crazy bitch was just fired. She was an ASM. So they've replaced them with competent men mostly. So I'm actually trying to work my way up into HR and start getting rid of those two. I just want to, it's more of a hobby, I guess. I want to sit down with these feminists and I want ultimately them to be fired out of these corporations because they're sitting making 6-figure salaries doing work mommy stuff while they cut the hours of people that work under them that actually do the work. And I don't really like it.
Yeah, I get it, but doesn't that just kind of sound like jealous, like nerd revenge porn? It kind of sound like jealous nerd revenge porn. Like, I'm gonna get back at these bitches. I'm gonna learn them a lesson that they won't soon forget. I'll be the
No.
one sending them packing out the door. Like, does that kind of sound petty to you?
Not really.
No.
No. I mean, because I've been told that in corporate, you're not allowed to say certain things. You're not allowed to speak the truth. And I've been there saying things, and I haven't really faced the brunt of what people are afraid of when you can't like speak up about how wrong things are at a workplace.
Yeah, but that's going to be like everywhere on
Right.
planet Earth that you work, though, right? There's always going to be people who are there who you don't like. There's always
Yeah.
going to be policies there which are stupid and don't make any sense, right? So, like, I don't even know why waste your time with a couple of dumb feminist HR, like cat ladies. You know what I mean? The
Yeah.
soft-spoken cat lady who's like, now I'm going to counsel you about how your behavior against your coworkers is not correct. And as we go through this
Right.
counseling, I need you to understand that if this type of behavior is not corrected, it could lead to corporate consequences for, like, who gives a shit? Just get move on with it. Like, get rid of this shit. It's not worth anybody's time, right?
Well, I want to get rid of her though. That job specifically in corporate. I don't think it's actually relevant or good for any corporation to adopt said policies. So I'm trying to kind of do it from the ground up at one specific location.
I mean, I don't know. I guess I don't understand the sense of it. It's like,
Yeah.
even if you win, you lose, and even if you lose, you win. So, right.
Mm.
So if you lose and you go off and have another job, you've won, right? But even if you win here, you're still in the same fucking company with the same dynamic. Like, what's the point? That's all I'm saying. It just seems like maybe you have a few neonomoids up there yourself, GM.
Maybe I do not like crazy bitches, and I don't like them to be in positions of power and authority. I don't think it's right.
Hang on, I didn't know this. Do you know a chick named Everyday Ashley?
Yes, she's a crazy bitch for
She's
sure.
a crazy. Do you not like her?
I'm not a fan now. She's a misandrist.
You think Everyday Ashley's a misandrist?
Oh yeah. She literally gets off on fucking arguing and fighting with men.
Oh, have you talked to her before?
No, she won't talk to me.
What? She won't talk to you?
No, she won't. She avoids me. She runs away from me.
For real? Well, because she's in my chat right now. Like, I know her, right?
Yeah?
Yeah. Ashley, do you just like not want to talk to this chick? What's wrong with her?
Yeah.
What did she do? What did she do, Ashley?
Yeah. No, when I first came across her channel, she was doing something with another chick, and they were talking about psychology and tearing into some dude, and I think she thought I was a dude at first. Yeah.
Well, what if I brought Ashley on right now? Would you talk to her? Because now I
I
kind
would
of want
talk
to
to
see
her.
this.
Yeah.
Yeah. What do you think, Ashley?
I've been dying to talk to her.
I kind of want to bring Ashley on and see this. Hang on.
Yeah.
Hang on a second. I'm going to DM you the link, Ashley. Can you pop on? You want to pop on, Ashley? Let's do this. Hang on a second. See, this is why I love the Crucible. Hang on a second. And I think I've got the link here. I'll send it over. Oh, she says she's at the office. Are you at the office Nina Moiting, Ashley? She says she's at the office. She can't do it.
I need to be.
Well, hold on, contriver. Hold on. If you want to set one up, I would gladly join a panel with Ashley. And talk to
Yeah,
her.
of course
Yeah.
I'll set it up. Of course I will. Yeah.
I've been not able to have one-on-one conversations online with any of these crazy bitches. So
Makes sense.
yeah, they literally run away from me. So
I need to weigh in on this one because there has been some.
Oh wait, hang on. She said she'd come in for a few minutes here. Hang on.
Okay,
Here we
fine.
go. Here we go. I'll send the link over. Just hang tight there, Taj.
I see the raging tomatoes as well.
What's that? Wait, what were you saying?
The raging tomato.
Who the hell? The Raging Tomato.
There are some.
I don't know what that means. What does that mean?
These are some of the people. Good mother, it would be better if you explain. Kindly elucidate.
what? Oh, the Raging Tomato. No,
Yeah.
I think she was the one on the panel that I saw originally when I think the Raging Tomato was the authority in the psychology field that she was using for whatever breakdown she was doing of some dude.
All right. Yeah, I sent that over to you, Ashley, on Discord, the link for the broadcast, because now I want to see it. Now I want to see what happens. Now I'm just like curious. You know what I mean?
Hmm?
Let's see if she comes on. I mean, you might as well have, what's today? Thursday. Might as well have a little Thursday afternoon blood sports. I think that's always good. Little Thursday afternoon brutality.
Hmm.
So, yeah. Anyway, hang on a second. I just want to see if she's actually going to pop on here.
Is it Nina Moyd?
Nina
Hey, what's up?
Nina Moyd.
I legitimately only have a few minutes. I'm so sorry. It was like the very end of my lunch break, and I was like, "Fuck."
You got to make it count, Ashley.
Yeah. So, I do. I definitely avoid GM. This is a crazy lady. Like, I avoid talking to her at all costs. I mean, you guys have heard her for like the last 15 minutes, and by the chat, I can tell that most of you see what I'm saying. She makes it like her life's goal to just try to torture and torment people, and she calls herself the mother of like a bunch of MGTOW dudes. It's all really creepy and weird. And the first time, like, she said she wanted to talk to me, I was in her chat and I was like, all right, yeah, I'll pop up, like, whatever. Then I left several comments saying, yeah, whenever you want to have me on. She went on to like tell everybody I was running from her and scared, and like hid my comments. And so after that, I was like, all right, you're just bad faith. So she's tried to bait me several times since then with like weird little videos and live streams where she'll sit there for 5 hours hoping I'll show up, and I never do. That's about it for me on my part.
Okay.
All right.
Well, that's it. That's you wanted her here, like she's here. I want to hear the response. Like, what's the deal?
Well, I don't know. I mean, I've just seen her behaving very disgustingly towards people online, and I don't think it's
This coming from the chick that like laughs about her kid's teacher killing himself. Like, really? You're saying that?
I
Like,
don't laugh about my kid's teacher killing
no, there's a
himself.
video of it.
Hold on. No. I
No,
have to weigh in on
contriver.
this.
No,
No,
contriver.
just a second. Just a second.
No.
Just a second.
I've got like 2 minutes. I'm sorry.
Here,
And who was
contriver, I'm gonna remove you.
Yeah, get out of here, contriver. They're having a discussion, contriver.
Get him out of here.
Yeah. No, I think you're a part of the sisterhood of the crazy bitch baggage that I've collected along my internet travels. Because it's so strange how you guys all puppet the same bullshit.
Yeah, you don't puppet anything at all. It's based.
What exactly do I puppet? My beliefs?
What exactly do I puppet? My beliefs?
No,
I know.
you
What am I?
puppet.
Like, this is the dumbest conversation ever.
You puppet bullshit that is said about me online by other crazy bitches.
This is probably the first time I've ever even fucking said your name on a stream. Don't be full of yourself. Give me a break. If I'm gonna come on somebody's panel, yeah, I'm gonna go and look and see like, well, what content out there, you know? All of it is you being fucking psychotic and talking about showing up at people's work and trying to get them fired. I'm like, nah, fuck that shit. You dox people, dude. You're one of the most dangerous, creepy people I've ever seen online.
Who have I ever doxed?
Dude, okay. You're so fucking...
Who have I doxed?
You've never doxed anybody, huh? And what about your OnlyFans? She has an OnlyFans, by the way. I saw that too, but she made it just to like prove a
Did
point.
you see my OnlyFans?
Exactly. This was
Did
her
you
argument.
see?
They found her OnlyFans.
No. Did you see my OnlyFans by chance?
Do you have an OnlyFans by chance?
Did you see it?
Do you have one?
Who did I dox? Going back to that. Okay, let's just break down one thing that you're saying about
Well,
me.
hang on.
Who did I dox?
Do you have an OnlyFans?
I had an OnlyFans for like 2 months with a link to this channel. It was from this channel. It wasn't anything like actual OnlyFans.
That's how she vets out her simps. All right, honestly, I do have to go though.
Who did I dox? At least answer one question. Who did I dox? Yeah. They run their fucking mouth with a whole bunch of shit and can't answer a simple fucking question.
Well, I mean, Ashley said she's down to do this debate on the Crucible. I'm fine with that. Like we can arrange that. We can arrange this fight. I think.
Okay.
I think that's fair. You know what I mean? I was not prepared for the OnlyFans.
What's the fight exactly, though? I mean, they spit out a lot of bullshit that other crazy bitches have said about me online. They puppet it, and they don't have anything to back it up. Like, who did I dox? I've been told that I've been to jail before. My record's completely clean. Like, just a whole bunch of random shit.
Uncle Gunts in the chat, he asked a compelling question.
Mhm.
Why does he like Ashley? Who the fuck said I liked Ashley? I don't know where they came up with that. Who said I liked Ashley, bro? But she can come on and debate. I don't care if she comes on and debates.
I don't know what the debate would be about, really. She's a feminist. I already saw her on Chronic. She already tried manipulating a bunch of dudes online, trying to get people fucking canceled. Tried to get her, 17-year-old niece in somebody's Discord to talk to grown men. Like, that was fucking weird.
And not only that, just one more point. She's talking about someone else having an OnlyFans, but she was giving her nudes, her own nudes, to other people.
I don't have any nudes.
It is just that she was far reticent about mentioning that fact. That is what Ashley is. And that is why she has a reputation, certain reputation on other people's channels who know her and what she has done.
She caused a lot of drama.
What nudes? Wait, what nudes, contriver? What nudes was she sending?
Nudes are actually, sir, naked pictures of themselves.
Yeah. Who was she sending naked pictures of herself to?
I don't know, but she has, conceded that herself in the past.
Well, I mean, but I
Please
guess
ask her.
so. I guess
I mean,
there's a
if she
distinction.
could come, if she
So,
could
like,
come,
yeah,
if she
go ahead.
could come on, if she could come on your reference by giving a StreamYard link, I'm sure, Shad, that she would be far more open enough to tell you where she had given her nudes and to whom.
Well, I mean, I have hundreds and hundreds of people on the show, so
Yes, that is why.
like, yeah, it's not a big
No,
thing from my standpoint.
it is.
But I
It
gotta
is.
ask
It
this.
is. Yeah.
But I gotta
Yeah.
ask, like, so are they? I don't think Ashley has an OnlyFans, right?
Yes, but she has given nudes.
Yeah, but like, chicks give dudes nudes sometimes, don't they? Like,
Yes.
has a chick ever sent you nudes, Contriver?
No.
Oh, come on, not even
my
once,
ex.
not even one
even
time.
Not even my ex. Not even my ex.
Oh, okay, gotcha.
Yeah.
All right, but it is commonplace to do,
Well,
right?
if we are talking about personally, I am from a hardcore conservative family, sort of an orthodox family, come from a village area, not even a urban city like Mumbai or New Delhi or something. So that is just me. But this conversation was all about having you being interviewed, and I think that would be the best case scenario.
Well, I mean, content's content, right? Like, if we're gonna do a Thursday afternoon, kind of. I mean, let's face it, right? The interview kind of sucked anyway, so we might as well move it into something that's a little bit more entertaining, don't you think, Contriver?
Well, that would create unnecessary drama for the people who might have a penchant for their own melodramatic tendencies, and that is what it culminated into, which I think I was trying to avoid all along. That is just my take.
You gotta give the people what they want, bro. They want blood. They want blood for the blood god. They want to watch these chicks go head to head and wreck each other.
I think, but that should not be the case if we are coming from a good faith scenario, trying to have a conversation, isn't it? And that too on the premise of an interview itself, isn't it?
No, I don't think so. I think that conversations evolve, and there's always twists and turns, and there's always things that people don't know about other people that tends to come out in these types of conversations. So, no, I don't think so. I think that having people on who are all kinds of upset about some shit and letting people go at each other, I think that that's fine. In fact, I think it's super productive, right? Like, that's how you hash shit out. Don't you think that with these broads, like, sniping at each other for days and days and days is far less effective than just letting them destroy each other live? And then you can find out, like, who's right and who's wrong, right?
Well, the thing is, I see a conversation, perhaps it is because of the part of the world I am from, because if we are trying to have an interview or a conversation, it should be strictly restricted to that.
Oh, okay.
So,
gotcha. Well, we do things a little differently on the Crucible.
Oh, yes. Quite different from the transatlantic cousins, I suppose.
All right, guys. Well, I'm out of time for the day. Was there anything
All right.
else that you wanted to discuss or talk about?
No, sir. Thank you for your your advice on the corporate situation.
Yeah, just move on. Don't even waste your time with it. Just a complete waste of time. You'll never get any of that time back in your life. Ain't worth the fight anyway. And there's far.
It's very black market, but no, he's in Montreal right now with his family.
Okay, all right. Let's go around the table. What's normally I do like a little prompt before this, but let's just ask. What's everybody's body count? Starting with you. Go ahead.
I don't count that. I think it's immature.
Oh, okay, fine. I will do a prompt. Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count? Do you think it's immature?
Yes.
You do object?
I object with everyone thinking that a body count is necessary.
Do you think body count does matter?
What do you mean necessary?
I just think it's immature.
Okay. We'll come back to that, but let's go around the table, get everybody's answer. What about you? Do you object to men caring about a woman's body count?
No, they should. They absolutely should care about a woman's body count.
Okay. All right. Okay. What about you?
So yes, it does matter, and mine is 12.
Oh, okay. There you go. 12. Okay.
I won't answer the number part, but I think that where like I don't think it does matter in a way where it's like because it matters to other people, it matters to me. You know, but I don't personally think there's anything wrong either way. But I know there are statistics that show like people have different ability to be in long-term relationships, and that's correlated to their body count, and that's true, you know, but that's also a statistic and it's not a person.
Kiki? Okay.
My body count is 10, and in addition to that, I don't necessarily think it's the most important thing to like regard and everything, but I do think having an open conversation once in a while is fine, especially in a real relationship as opposed to a hookup.
Sure. Okay.
I get why people care.
Do you not care? Like, do you not care about a girl's
I
body
would
count?
like to say like, oh, it's immature. I don't think it's necessary. But if I'm just honest with myself, like, I just don't want to know. Because I will judge it if I know it. So I would never ask a girl I'm dating of it.
I mean,
because
that's a fair
I just
point.
clearly do not want to know.
But wouldn't you rather take the red pill and know the truth?
Yeah.
Because it's like
I
that.
know.
But that's where jealousy
Knowing can
comes
be
in,
troublesome, you know, because people do change and people
Give me
are.
the truth. I think give me the truth.
I know. Well, for most things I do. Most things I want the truth. I need the truth. I'm a big truth guy. I think for body counts, because one, I've been very reckless in my young life with it, and I spent a lot of my life being an alcoholic. So my body count is very high that I'm not proud of in hindsight.
No way.
And then also the people, I know that I might hypocritically put my judgments on the girl, so I just can't hear it. I can't hear it because I will judge it, so it's better to just not know, for me personally.
Dude, I just want to let you know, that is simp-like behavior.
What is?
It's really not. It's just maturity.
It is. It's really simp-like behavior.
Whenever
to
you
say,
respect a woman,
I'm
they say it's
afraid
just
that I will be judged, or in your particular case, you're saying, I don't want to know, because if I do know, I might take a negative outlook, right? But that's the whole point, is we want you to take a negative outlook based on that. And the fact that you don't is one of the big problems that we're having in society. That's the point.
Yeah. What problems? Because I think that body count is also not indicative of a person at all, because sometimes things happen.
Well, let me explain why
I can't
it's a problem,
change it.
To answer your question. The reason that it's a problem is because what it allows is it allows promiscuity to kind of operate unfettered. Okay, so what happens by men not producing judgment on women who are very loose women or have sex with many partners under the guise of I don't want to know, it actually encourages women to do this behavior because they feel like there'll be no societal or social repercussions. That's the problem.
I don't think that everyone should just like have sex all the time with whoever all the time. Like, I think that can be dangerous for a person. But also, I think it needs to be considered that
That
it's
has
not
nothing to do with what I just said. Can you answer to what I just said?
What
I was going.
So what I said specifically is that the reason this is such a problem is because if you don't use the shame tactic for women in society for being highly promiscuous, then what ends up happening is it creates an open license for them to be highly promiscuous, because the way that they operate in society is based heavily around judgment. So women tend to trend towards what society judges as being appropriate or inappropriate. So if they think this is appropriate and there's no repercussions, they'll do it. And that's exactly the trend we see right now. Can you answer to that?
Jesus Christ, this guy's
Where
got a
we
hard
disagree
line.
is that there's a difference
Jesus.
between thinking that promiscuity is appropriate, or that promiscuity is okay, and a body count being okay. Because a body count is history.
It's proxy for promiscuity.
That's
that is.
Let me
What do
finish.
you mean? History
Can I
of
finish
being
one?
promiscuous.
Okay, go ahead. Finish your point.
Not everyone gets to choose their body count.
What? True. What does that
What?
mean?
It
What
means
in the
people
world
get-
does that mean?
Well, no, I know what
I
you're
wasn't gonna
saying.
say it,
I know what you're saying.
I don't.
The reality is, though, women who have high body counts, it's not typically because the hundreds. Say a girl's been with 100 men.
Okay.
Her body count's 100. What percentage would you attribute that to? And I know what you're getting at, to SA.
It's not even
One, maybe?
necessarily that. But
Also, I
there's
don't think you
also-
would count that as a body, to be honest.
I don't
that's
even
not.
think that that's where she was going.
Also, when it comes to body count, let's just even remove that off the table. Consensual body count. Let's say that.
There's like a kind of a line though, because like while men want to judge a body count, they're also going to be really quick to try to get any women in their vicinity to hook up with them. And like if a woman says no the first time and then like gets pressured a little bit and a little bit more, that happens with most.
Oh, I see. So women don't have agency. I got it.
That's not true.
It's not about like actually being like held down. Like it's you just are.
So you don't have the
manipulated.
agency to say no.
Kind of, yeah. What?
That's ridiculous. Why don't you have the agency to say no?
I think that as a society,
get violent.
we have a kind of culture where, like, I know bad things. Like, I have, there's bad outcomes when you do that. And, like, society has, like, literally conditioned women to be more okay and more susceptible to that.
So this is perfect. So this leads right into my point, which is that if we as a society use shame tactics or open tactics for what we want to see as the outcome in society, then you're actually making my point for me, which is that you feel like society rewards these high pressure tactics. And what I'm saying is that we as a society should not reward women for promiscuity. We should reward them for saying no, and so they'll say no more. This way, in this particular way, both sides win, right? So the whole goal is to bring down promiscuity.
I think that the focus should be shifted a little bit, not towards the people that fall victim to
That are
towards
responsible, the people that are responsible.
Men and women.
Both parties are responsible is the thing.
No, not
A
really.
man is
because
responsible
women,
for
they're
his
not,
body
They're
count.
not. Hang on. Let me just correct this, and then I'll let you speak. They're not responsible. Women are the gatekeepers of sex, not men. Women are the gatekeepers of sex. They've always been the gatekeepers of sex, and they always will. Most men were not even able to procreate. Historically, only a small percentage of them were, because women are the gatekeepers of sex. So no, both parties are not responsible. One party is really responsible.
Well, what you're saying is I need to have an ability to say no to someone.
Yes.
A guy in my same position, he's saying yes. Why is
So,
no one talking about him saying yes?
What does that have to do with
He's saying
you
yes,
saying
yes,
no?
yes
Stop
every single
using.
time.
Stop using the female martial art. What about the mendo? And instead use your own form of argumentation and say this is a bad behavior in women without sourcing. What about men?
What's your body
Talk about
count?
the behavior in women for men.
But can I give the okay?
What's your body count?
Can I
Mine?
just
Yeah.
Let's say it was 4 million. What would that have to do with my point?
That's like dangerous and like that. I don't think that's okay. Like I don't think that's good for you. Like I think
Well, you
that
just got done saying nobody even has responsibility for it. It's not even a big deal. Now it's not okay if mine's 4 million?
No, I'm saying that like it does matter. I'm saying that I agree with you that no one should be as promiscuous as they want. But I'm just saying when it's at 4 million, it's kind of.
He was being facetious.
I know.
Yeah, I'm trying to make a
But if it's
point
at
to you,
100,
which is
if it's
that
at 100,
regardless of how high it is, nowhere near as high as yours, but regardless of how high it is, it wouldn't really matter to the point. The point is that women are the gatekeeper of sex, and simps who say, I don't care about how many sexual partners you've had,
No, I said I don't wanna know.
add to the problem of promiscuity in society. That's it. So what I'm saying is that these things follow each other.
I was saying I don't want to know. I just don't want to know. That's all.
Yeah, I know, but we need you
But-
to say you do want to know because that's part of the problem that you don't.
I
that's
don't
the
want to
point.
know.
But also to her point,
That's my
like,
take.
take the scenario of like earlier, you guys said that men are stronger than women, right? Like
Yes.
physically.
Yes.
So if you're in a situation where, say, you're on like a first Tinder date, let's just put the scenario out there. You've never met this man. It's like a hookup type thing. You kind of don't want to hook up with him, but a man is stronger. So if you're gonna say no,
Sorry, go on.
if you're going to say no and a man is over you being like, well, I want to do this, as a woman, because we are technically weaker than men, like physically, it is scary to say no because a man can literally take over you and be like, I'm going to do this anyway.
Can I respond to that? Can I
That's
just ask
okay.
a quick question?
Wait,
let's
hang on.
let's
I
let
gotta,
Andrew
I gotta ask this real quick.
Go ahead.
What you're actually saying there is the reason that you say yes to a man being persistent about sex is because you're afraid that he's going to SA you.
Sometimes,
if
yes.
Yeah, but that's ridiculous.
Why?
Clearly,
It's
well,
not
because
ridiculous.
clearly you have tons and tons of sexual suitors, and you must say no to them all the time.
What?
You can not be
What
around
do you
men
No,
that-
no, don't do the what. That just answer to what I'm saying.
That's not even
Clear.
anything
Do you
I
have a
said.
ton of sexual suitors? Yes or no?
No.
You don't?
No.
No. Okay. So you're the one woman on planet Earth who
Okay.
doesn't have a lot of men who are in your DMs, things like this, who are trying to pursue some kind of relationship with you.
Okay, so what's your point?
That you
okay,
can have
so
sex
you
with a lot of
do, and you just lied to me, right?
Your point is that I could message a man and say I want to have sex with you. That is true.
No,
but
my
that
point
doesn't.
is to say that you obviously, like most women who are online and have some kind of online presence, are probably propositioned tons and tons of times by men all the time. And you have some kind of way in which you probably politely rebuff them and don't even put yourself in that situation, correct?
Can I talk
Correct.
about that? It's actually crazy because I, for a really, 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 really long time, would just not ever be alone with a man that I didn't want to have sex with, just
Yeah.
in case, so I would never have to say no. Tried it once. Hissy fit.
Yeah.
Yelling at me. He yelled at me to get out. After talking about blue balls, talking about all of this. Like,
Oh, he didn't. So he didn't SA you? He just told you to get out?
I don't like being, I'm just saying men like that
You
need
don't
to
lie. I
take
mean, you
some
may not like
accountability.
it, right?
Common
But
sense.
this goes to a whole different point than if I said no, I would be SA'd. It sounds like you said no and he threw you out. That's a whole different thing, right?
It's my point is not that the number of bodies you have equals the amount of time you were SA'd. My point is that people get scared to say no because there can be consequences, and the severity of those consequences.
But the answer for fear shouldn't be sex, or you should. There's so many ways you. I don't subscribe to anything of like, well, I felt the pressure, so I tell my sisters and my nieces that it's like yeah, he's gonna call you a bitch or something, but like you don't. The answer isn't just going along with whatever they want.
I am so sick and tired of
Uh-oh.
women not taking responsibility for their own actions.
For sexual assault?
Yes.
Okay.
And I'll
period.
tell you exactly why. It is 100% completely preventable. You don't
Is
show
it?
up. Yes, it is.
Okay.
And here's why.
Can you talk about all the women in
I can't-
foreign countries that are literally being forced against their will to have sex with men?
Yeah.
Well,
Is that
are
their
we
fault?
talking about foreign countries right now? Or are we talking
Is that
about
their
the
fault?
Are we
demographic
talking
we're
about
part
the-
of, which is here in the
literally-
United States?
I'm
Thank
talking
you.
to her.
Let's talk about,
Are
thank you,
you-
Andrew. We're
are
talking
you-
about here. And this is what I will
Are you
say.
are you taking a break back there, or? Yeah. Oh, okay.
You good with me going?
Huh?
You good with me going?
Yeah. I just wasn't sure.
I think that, and remember we were saying like radical feminism. I think Camille Paglia says it really well. Women have been painting themselves to be these really small, wholesome, soft creatures that can't say no. I'm so tired of these weak women. I can't say that. SA is 100% preventable. And
No, it's
here's
not.
how, yes it is.
Okay.
And here's how. You don't put yourself in a situation to be SA'd. You
Okay.
don't go into a party where there's a majority men, where you are under the influence and you are taking drugs and you're drinking, where you have the chance to be drugged. Men have,
I'm not
men
talking
drug
about
women. They drug you, whatever it is.
So that's preventable?
You can, 1,000%. You don't wear your nicest mink coat in the ghettos because you know for a fact there's a chance of you getting robbed. You
Okay.
don't display yourself in a place where you know that men that are under the influence will take advantage of you. You can 100% say no. Take responsibility for yourself.
Okay, so if I want to go to a bar in sweats and a hoodie, and I go to a bar just to have fun with my girlfriends, I'm allowing men to take advantage of me?
No.
That's what you just said.
No, I'm saying that
It
it's
really
completely
is.
preventable.
I think the problem that she made with her point, which unfortunately, because
There's a
people
lot of
become very pedantic and they don't go to the point that's being made, they go to the pedantry around it. So let's not just say, we won't say all then. We'll just, not as a monolith. Not every one of them's preventable.
Right.
Right? But what she's saying is, the heart of what she's saying is that most of this is preventable by using common sense. Wouldn't that be a more accurate way of putting that?
Yeah,
Sure.
thank you. That's what I'm saying.
And two things can be
I think
true
it's
at
very.
once.
I think it's very easy to say there's no such thing as there's no absolute truth to anything. There is always an outlier. Yes. So you going to a bar and hanging out with your friends in sweats, I highly doubt a man's going to look at you and want to drug you, but
Okay.
they may, and they may look at you and they may drug you, and that is one of those circumstances that you cannot prevent at all. There is a smart way of handling your drink and being conscious of your environment. But yes, the vast majority of sexual assault is 100% preventable.
Okay, period.
Period. Thank you, Andrew.
I actually agree with what you're saying. You shouldn't put yourself in those situations, but to like circle back right to the beginning, you gave a lot of excuses for like, she's 19, she's 19, she's
Yeah,
19.
idiot.
Well, so think about it. When you were
Idiot is
19, you go to house parties, you do these dumb, stupid things.
Yeah.
You get fake IDs, you go to bars, and it's easy to be an Andrew or myself and say like, well, looking back, I was that guy who was a drunk
Yeah.
asshole idiot pressuring girls. Like, come on, just touch it. I've been that guy. And that's what I was trying to say with my answer about body counts, Andrew, is that I'm not simping. I'm just saying that I'm a little realistic of how young people behave and how I used to behave and how these things are. You can have a perspective of that. Do I think we should
Well,
shame
can I
them?
explain why I think it's simping?
Yeah, you can in a second. You can in a
Sure.
second.
You're
Yeah.
always going
Let me
there,
finish.
Andrew.
Or sorry, I didn't mean like let me finish. I just meant let me finish.
No,
and then,
you're,
yes,
you're
respond.
fine. I don't mean to cut you off. I just want to give you an explanation when you're ready.
Right. Now, I'm trying to be realistic that I was definitely part of that problem while also having some grace of my past self of being like, when you're young, you don't care. You don't. A lot of these conversations young people don't even care about. They're like, why are they talking about this? You're just young. You just do young, stupid people shit. And now that I'm my age, I go, yeah, your future self's going to be pretty upset that you did OnlyFans. Your future self is going to be very upset that you made the decisions you made with boyfriends and girlfriends and parties and things like that. It's easy for 40-year-old Jeff to sit here. The people that vote no on abortion generally are married, nice people who believe that they're babies. They're not thinking about when they were 18 and they just wanted to fuck their girlfriend. So with all my answers, I'm simply just trying to have some grace about how young people think about things.
Well, the reason that this
Thank
is
you,
so...
Doc. Go ahead.
I'm sorry.
Go ahead, Andrew.
The reason this is such simp-like behavior.
Okay.
Because what's really going on is you're demonstrating that there could be a standard for you, and the standard for you is like when you're young and you're crazy, you had a lot of sex and you were promiscuous and this type of thing, right? Okay, and so you apply that to
And I'm ashamed of it.
women as well. And so you say, well, if that was true of me, then it would be hypocritical for me to say to women, hey, you had a lot of sex and this type of thing when you were younger too. But it's not actually a hypocrisy because men and women value different things in each other. Men value chastity of women, and women don't really value the chastity of men.
Right.
And so what ends up happening is you really push in and you create kind of a problem when you say that we're interchangeable widgets this way. We're really not, and that's what makes it simp-like behavior.
Okay. Well, I don't like the term simp-like behavior, but your explanation is. I agree with your explanation. The title is
But-
pretty fucking immature. Simp-like behavior.
Andrew, I think you'll be very
Well, I
kind
mean,
at
I think it
parties.
just
I don't think you'd
captures
put that in one of your
something that people-
books. Simp-like behavior.
Yeah, well, I think it just kind of captures a thing which most people can grasp. And so if you're a skilled debater, one of the things that you want to do is bring the idea to the level that people can understand it the best way possible. When I say simp, nobody's confused by what that means. And when I say simp-like behavior, it means behavior which leads to men simping.
Thank you.
Word?
That was really good, Andrew.
Was it?
Word.
And you would be very fun at dinner parties.
That was really good, Andrew.
I think you and Andrea should get married.
I don't think Andrew would like you at all. I think that you are really far off on that.
I like him. He doesn't have to like me, but I like him.
Andrew, what do you think of her?
I don't like her a bit. I think she's completely disingenuous, and I think that the entirety of this conversation, she's taken whichever side she thinks will get her the most amount of attention.
Andrew.
And right now, she feels like she's on the winning side, which is, of course, me, because I'm awesome. And
I
so
do.
she's simping as well.
Yeah, I think so. I agree.
Okay.
Somebody sent me an Instagram DM that it's a story you took, perhaps even today, and there were a lot of pill bottles behind you. Are you currently on any medications?
Yeah, no, I'm on one. I'm on an SSRI. It's really funny, isn't it? You
It
look
is.
like you would be on SSRI.
Do
so it's
I?
funny that you're
What
like
is that?
laughing. With
Bro, this
that.
girl
What is
wants
that?
the smoke from fucking
Dude.
everybody.
No. So I'm on paroxetine. I'm on Paxil. I've been on it since I was 18
What's
years
that?
old.
That's an SSRI?
It's an SSRI.
Okay.
Yeah. I'm on 40 milligrams. And then in terms of other medication, I suffer from really severe migraines.
Oh,
As
sorry
of
to
the
hear.
last few months. Yeah, it's
Sorry
been
to
really
hear.
bad. I've been in headache clinics. I had a CT scan. So I'm on medications for my
Have you ever met a
migraines.
male that behaves like her?
I actually hate to say this, but there are certain drugs which I believe are classified as SSRIs, which do help with migraines. I hate to come in and actually defend, but that is true.
Why can't you just?
Well, we believe you. We believe her too. We think she is on a lot of pills.
Yeah.
What I was saying is, if any man behaved the way she does, there would be already a fist fight between these two, definitely these two, and occasionally these two. Like if I ever said like the laughing during a vulnerable story or the you look like this or I mean this was
It's
pretty
literally the
pretty
only table,
aggressive.
like stopping me. It's only the table.
Really? All right.
Wait, from what? From who you want to beef with her?
Yeah.
Me?
Why? Why?
She didn't do anything to me, but she's
Oh.
like hella disrespectful.
Oh, so you want to smack her? Is what you're saying?
I was gonna say.
Wait, show of hands. Show of hands. Who at the table? Show of hands.
Immediately.
Want to? What's your name again? Velv?
Velv.
That's your name?
That's a fake name.
That's
Who at the table wants to? Is inclined
Have
to
sex?
No,
Oh yeah.
Beat
Strangle.
my ass.
smack.
Yeah, yeah.
Smack.
I think she could use some
I
humble
don't
pie
hit
for
women,
sure.
so I'm not raising my hand here. But y'all are women. Are you? You guys
I
trying
mean,
to?
I would if it
You-
didn't
you
have
feel like you want
consequences.
to.
Like
You want to smack
Yeah.
her
I've never
in the
hit
face.
I
someone,
don't try
but if
to
it was
beat
someone.
cops either, so I wouldn't just put a hand on her. But
Yeah.
she obviously would deserve one.
What about you? Was that a hand raise?
No, I'm just.
No.
The things
I'm
I
just
want to
trying to
do
have
and the
a
things I actually
conversation.
do are two different things.
Yeah,
I'm just trying to have a
The
conversation.
one thing I did want to say is like, if you guys
Stop
didn't all
what?
acknowledge,
those
obviously you guys
eyes.
were listening to her story, but and I'm not saying that it's untrue at all. You came from Ukraine. You said that your family's out there or they're abroad, and
Yeah.
instead of making commentary or fighting with you and like, oh, that's so funny, bingo, your family's not around, or whatever I could have said to
Yeah.
literally repeat what you did to me.
Like you're just trying to make yourself sound better than all of us
yeah,
instead of actually having a conversation.
Exactly, but something that I could have done.
I
that you
don't
didn't-
think I'm better than any of you guys.
You literally have a tattoo that says "I am God." So
Yeah.
clearly you do.
But
Yeah, Velv. Sorry.
Something
Got
that you
worked
did
up
unto
there.
me, I did not do unto you. If anything, if you guys had even looked at me for a moment during that time that you were sharing that vulnerability, because I think it's vulnerable, I was very empathetic, and it actually broke my heart to hear that because.
Oh, shut up.
Okay, regardless, I felt sorry because hearing that isn't fun, and I didn't have any need to be an asshole and say bingo or there you go or fuck you too
Like
or this
you
is what
did
you
to
deserve.
her.
And I wouldn't do that, and that's what you did.
Well,
to me.
I would have made a really good timing, and you would have been correct.
Okay, this isn't about timing. This is about having a conversation
This isn't
like a
about
fucking
being
adult.
funny. This is just having a real
Yeah,
conversation.
and that would all have
listening.
made sense if she had said that.
It was like funny for a little bit, and like now it's just like.
Yeah, that's how I felt when you were talking for the first hour.
Okay.
I told.
You wanna
It was
clap
like
back?
stop asking me questions,
I was like, ugh, you want to keep asking
and then I was like, okay, my turn's done, and then I chilled out.
her? Yeah.
This
And
is
then you
bad.
cried.
Your turn
Circled
might be
back to
done.
me enjoying it again.
Oh wait, I have something for this. Hold on. Shit's true, bro. What the fuck?
Why would I be friends with her?
Y'all want? Jeez, y'all. I mean, it's mostly you, to be honest. I mean, it's mostly been you. You just. I wonder if even the pink girl shirt she left because of you could have been.
Didn't you leave during her little spiel? That's
Yeah.
what
Yeah,
she said.
wow.
Yeah.
I put fully the blame on you for pink shirt girl.
I don't think I was talking in that time.
Oh yeah, you girl.
There
you
was
were.
definitely you definitely. were.
A lot of things, a little too much.
Oh, well,
She's
perhaps.
toned it down
Does
a
she
little
know
bit.
what she's saying?
No.
That's the question.
Wait, is it? Would it? Can we pull? Would it be rude to pull up that girl's Instagram again? Because like, I don't know if y'all noticed.
only 8
Yeah, I noticed.
I don't know if y'all noticed, but have you ever seen someone in person and seen their
Oh, yeah.
Instagram and been like, you don't look
No, don't. Come
like how you look? Like the one, the
first
bottom
one?
one,
Yeah, come on,
the
she doesn't
bottom,
look like that.
Hey.
the bottom,
agree.
bottom, 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 bottom.
Yeah, this is false advertising.
Can you no can you show it? Can you show it? Click. That one. Yeah, that one. Wait, other side. Hello.
I think she kind of looks like that.
So-
I don't know.
Nope.
Other side.
She's pretty
Yep.
in real life
That's fine.
and on
She added
Instagram, but
makeup.
this is not what she looks like.
I mean, I think
Uh,
there's definitely, like,
X
things
out.
involved,
X
but
out.
she does look like that.
She does look like
Like,
that,
I
but it
would
looks
see
like
her
she
in
has
person
that
and be
filter
like,
on.
you're a
I
completely
don't.
different person.
The pinned one, the very top, at the very top.
I think that looks like her.
That looks like her.
That looked like her.
That looks like her.
I don't think so.
Maybe with some editing.
I think
but-
yes, the face has face up, and that's fine.
Yep.
It's smooth, but I think that's her body.
Yeah,
pretty
she's
much.
just
X out of that. X out of that. And then the one below the one in the red,
Girl, she's kidding.
the one that we're covering. I'm not talking body, just like the face.
I think we all agree.
I
There's
think
like a
she's
filter.
FaceTimed or done something. I don't know.
But it's yeah, but then also there's not the roundish face. The shape of the face isn't even the same.
Right?
I know I'm gonna sound like a jerk.
Am I being a chick right now? Am I being a chick right now talking about her?
No.
I don't know.
I agree
All
with
the
that.
chicks disagree, so you're not being a chick.
Wait, all the chicks agree or disagree?
Disagree.
They disagree with me.
I mean, to an extent.
That she does not look like her photos at all?
I don't think at all.
At all is an overstatement.
Well, I suppose the okay, no, I don't know.
I don't think. Here, I'll take the bullet here. I don't think that anyone would see the girl that was sitting here today with us and go, "You eat gross." No one would think that. She's objectively a beautiful, attractive girl. But if I saw that girl on Instagram,
Or that simp-like behavior, bro.
you know, I'm just
let you know.
prefacing it before I finished my sentence. Jesus Christ, Andrew. It's here's the thing. I don't think anyone would see that girl and go, "Ewy, gross," and think she's gross.
I'm not saying
but
that.
if I
I'm not saying
I know
that.
you're not.
I'm not saying
But
that.
if I messaged her on Instagram, seeing those 8 pictures, and she showed up, I would be pissed off because that is not the same girl.
It's not the same.
I was agreeing with you.
Oh, I see. Okay, so you're I'm not saying that she's
I agree.
ugly.
That's false advertising. That Instagram
my
is
type.
not what she
She's
looks
not my
like in
type.
real life. That's
too much
glamour.
I don't know why she.
Now Andrew can comment on my simp-like comments. Jesus Christ.
You're not a simp. You're just a human with common decency.
Well, I think my answers are
No,
just
come
too
on,
long or
listen,
something.
Listen, the girls in the room know he's a simp, right?
No.
Like he's kind of a simp.
He's
Am I
just like
lying?
respectful. He's just like nice and respectful. And if that's simping,
Yeah.
like that's what I don't
To
like.
be a normal, decent human being, I don't think he's simp.
Check out my post about OnlyFans on my Instagram, Andrew. Check out my post about women. See how I talk about these subjects and how I was a young life leader for years. I grew up in church. You're hearing a sentence of me just trying to be reasonable and not go, "You guys are whores. Put your tits away,"
Literally.
because I don't have
didn't
the
say
same.
any of that.
What's that?
I didn't say any of that.
No, but you want me to be that guy, and
No,
I'm
I
not
don't.
that
I just
guy.
want you-
I'm nice.
I just want you to acknowledge some of the situations of reality. And the situations of reality is that men and women are held to a different standard because we're not alike. We're not really very
Right.
alike at
Oh,
all.
I agree.
We're
I have
completely,
with that.
we're completely different. And when you source and you say, look at my Twitter, look at my this, look at my that, nothing tells the truth about a man better than how he interacts with a person
That
in
is so
person.
Here's the question.
And I've been
Nothing
wildly
is better-
respectful with the
a better
adults in the
metric
room.
For
Literally
how
showed
you
is how
behave
sweet of a
with each other
person
than
he actually
that.
is and how compassionate
Here,
he can be and graceful.
you have a question? Go ahead.
Did you think there was like, what percentage,
Excuse me.
what chance did you think you had when you first walked in? What chance do you think you have now, like
Of
going
what?
home with any of us?
I'm not. That's not any of my goals
I
at
know.
all.
That's what I'm
That's
saying.
not really the point.
That's what I'm
Yeah.
saying. So it's kind of weird to
Wait,
be like,
what?
oh, like what is this?
Oh, you're saying I don't have a motive to
you're
be
trying
nice to
get
you. I'm just being
exactly-
Are
honest.
you
Yeah.
saying you want to fuck Jeff?
I'm saying
Just say it.
Jeff-
We're
Just
all
say it.
saying that Jeff
I
is a
ship you
decent
guys.
human being.
I actually ship you guys. Jeff, can I get this set up? You and her.
Yeah, let's
I'm
do
just
it, dude.
saying-
I'm just kidding. No,
Are
but
you
she
a
was saying I have no
billionaire? Are you a
motive to
billionaire?
She's
simp to
19,
them.
remember.
I'm not trying to look good for the internet. I'm trying to be reasonable to the people that I'm with.
Did you guys object? There's an age gap there. He is 40.
I'm pretty old for
She's
these gals.
19.
Andrew, you can't see me, but I'm 40 years old.
I don't think I would be
I didn't come in here
attracted to a
going, I'm
40-year-old
trolling
that
for
liked me.
puss.
You wouldn't be
That's not-
attracted
but
to a
that's-
Giga Chad
listen.
like Andrew?
But isn't that what a
think-
simp
I
is?
think
Is
you're
that
missing.
he's
I think
trying?
you're missing the
That's what she's
point. The
literally
point
running
isn't
off
to
to.
state who you would have sex with and who you wouldn't.
But you're
who's in the
saying that
room
he's
with
being a
you
simp,
right
so-
now. Hang on.
What is
let
the
me
goal of
finish.
a
I'm
simp?
almost done. Hang on. My point is to say that the behavior that you are exhibiting perpetuates an ongoing societal issue. It's not to give a statement as to what you're going to do in the here and the now. It's just to say that it's this sort of mindset, which is talked
Being a
about
decent human
very
being?
often in the red pill community. At least the prominent
if you
ones
can-
I've listened to, which
Andrew, if you can
express
hang-
that this is
and-
problematic.
Andrew, if you
Shipping to a
can
bunch
hang
of
for just a
men on
sec.
the internet. Please STF you. You don't even believe in morals. Stop lecturing.
real.
Someone make Blondie hold a crucifix and see if she
She will.
rusts into
She burns
fire.
into
She
fire.
will burn.
That's very funny. Andrew.
Thank you, Nickelodeon.
The only reason I'm referencing that is because it would be pretty silly for me to go on a tirade about how I feel about these subjects. I was just saying, but check out the video that I have that has like millions and millions of views of women getting mad at me for me saying women are different than us and they are held to a different standard. And in fact, my favorite thing about women is that they're not men. Stop pretending to be us. We're fucking dudes rule, women rule, but we're different. I'm not trying to do all these bits. What I was saying
this is weird, but this is a really weird thing to say, that
You won't even let him
understand
finish
that we're
his
different,
sentence.
but the very first thing you do is you hold yourself to the same standard and hold men to the same standard you hold women to. And that, if you knew and you understood that we're different, you wouldn't hold that same standard because we value different things. That's my whole point.
Notice how we let you finish. I think almost every single time you let them get halfway and then you're like, oh, they haven't explained it yet. This is the perfect opportunity for me to start talking before they're able to explain why their point is valid.
I've talked a lot less than you have.
But I didn't interrupt you. That's
clear.
Okay, let's move off from this topic.
Yeah, when you say the nuclear family, you're talking about the mom and the dad and the kids, right? But it's not a choice between the two. You people do this all the time on the left. You act like we have to choose either the nuclear family or intergenerational families. Now, we don't all have to live like people who have 7 generations in one house. We can have mom and dad and the kids in a house and then have grandma and grandpa live down the street. Our cousins are next door. My sister and brother live across town, right? That's what America was. That's what most of the West was for the last several centuries. That's fine. But feminism destroyed both of those things.
It wasn't.
And when you say how mainstream was it, again, Alexandra Kollontai was the commissar for social welfare in Russia. She was the number 3 most powerful politician in Russia. And listen to me, this spread. She was the first to create these systems of daycares, of making abortion not only legal, but also paid for in state hospitals. And it got so bad in 20 years that Stalin had to outlaw abortion again because they had 3 abortions for every 1 live birth in Russia. It was collapsing their population. It was catastrophically bad. So she was extremely influential.
One
and it affected
academic in Russia
all of the
does not
USSR,
reflect
all of the
feminism.
satellite. What's that?
One
this
academic
idea
in
that
Russia
we're-
does not
there's so
reflect
much
all of
diversity.
feminism.
There's
It
so
doesn't-
much
there
diversity in
really is.
feminist
There
thought.
really is.
It doesn't matter. It doesn't matter because the effects are the same. So you all want to smash the patriarchy. You all want women in the workforce, including mothers. Now, as I said, I don't care if some women
Not
want to work,
true.
but pushing mothers into the workforce en masse,
whatsoever.
you just said, oh, well, you have to be able to work and make money because you don't know what'll happen to your
able
husband.
to. You have to be able to. That doesn't mean
Or-
you have to go out there and work compulsory.
Well,
You'll
Stardust,
find
what do you-
plenty of feminists who are totally fine with stay-at-home moms, totally fine with
No, they're not.
yes, they are.
I'm a
They are. There
stay-at-home
are
mom,
plenty
and they're
of them.
relentlessly attacking me. They're trying to prove that I worked at some point in time, therefore I'm a hypocrite. Or, well, that's a nice privilege for you, but not all of us are that lucky. And then I say, wait a minute, you just told me you're fighting for the right to work. But then you say, I'm privileged because I don't work. It can't be both. You have to pick one. It can't be both of those things at the same time. It's bullshit. So this nonsense idea that, oh, there's so much diversity of thought. No. We see the effects. We know what the effects are. The effects are men are getting screwed in family court, right?
They're
Children
really
are being
not,
raised
but-
in broken homes and out of wedlock. Men's wages are suppressed, even though they do the dirtiest, most dangerous work that there is that allows women to have these phony baloney jobs. Right? These phony baloney nonsense. I'm an interior decorator. Oh yeah, we need more psychologists and more interior decorators in society. That's really what's going to save us. It's nonsense. It has destroyed everything. It's the single most destructive social revolution of all time. Now, tell me why it's been a good thing. Tell me why.
So do you think women should not be able to volunteer to join the military?
They could. Yes, they should. Anybody should have the right to do what they
That's such a weird argument
Answer the
because the
question.
inverse would be true. So if you make the bold claim that, wait, you see, men are engineered to fight these wars. They're the best, the greatest, the finest who have ever existed at fighting wars. Women could never do it in a million years the way that they can. Again, I would totally agree with you. How is it that you can reconcile, though, that you should have the political power to send them off to fight one?
I didn't have no political power. I didn't choose for that.
I didn't ask you. Let her answer.
Hey, don't talk to my twin like that.
Well, I mean, I'm just being fair, right? I want to have the conversation with the person I'm having it with. The exchange that I've had with both of you have been highly respectful. but let's have the combo. Go ahead.
Okay. So you're saying, sorry, can you rephrase the question one more time?
Yeah, so I agree with you. I totally agree with you. Men are going to be way better at fighting wars than women. And that is their general role. They are the best at it, the best of the best of the best of the best. Why should you have the political power to send them off to do that again?
I think that it's not the woman. I think there's too much emphasis on the women sending men off to war. It's the whole country as a total vote. It's not just, me, if I say he has to go to war, then you guys have to go to war. No, it's literal. The way the government is set up, it's not based off of a woman's vote. It's literally not even the spot of all of us. It's like democracy.
Oh, well, if women's votes don't matter, then why do you want the right to vote?
It's as a whole. It's not just women.
The whole.
It's
so
women,
if as a whole,
men, as a whole.
Hang on. If as a whole, women's right to vote don't matter, then why do you want women to be able to vote?
That's not what I said. You're
so then as a whole, their vote does matter?
As a whole, it does make a difference, but it's not the entirety of the decision.
They can vote, and that could influence us to go to war?
So that's why I feel like you're invalid for your statement, because it doesn't make sense.
I see. So,
it's
let's find
out.
out.
It's not in the process of the government.
Okay, well, let us test the logic here and see.
To send women and to send men off of
Well, let us find out which one of our logic makes the most sense. So we start with women. Wait a second, my vote doesn't matter. I'm just a lonely female, and it's a collective of females. It's like, okay, I can accept that. It's a collective of women. But then if I say, well, wait, if women's votes don't matter, then why do you want the right to vote? You say, well, women's votes do matter. If that is true, then you are admitting that collectively women can influence the electoral process, which could include influencing the deciding factor on whether or not men go to war.
Yeah, because it's the humanity of your life. Like, you're putting your life in the hands of your government. And a woman lives here too. A woman lives in that other country too that they're going to war with. Why are you saying, I don't care about your life? Your life matters, whether or not you're a man, whether or not you're a woman, whether or not you're fighting on the front
but because
basis.
You're incapable
you are in this country. You have a right to say what your life is here for.
That's a really easy thing to state, that, hey, wait a second. I do understand that this is going to be a thing fought by men, and so I'm using the vote responsibly. There's no possible way for us to trust that, considering that you can vote for this thing and never suffer the negative repercussions of it.
They are suffering the repercussions. They absolutely are. Just not as equal to men. Just not as equal.
You're not suffering the negative repercussions of it. You're voting to send men off to fight your battles for you. You say this is what they're ontologically supposed to do. Their telos, their purpose, what they're ingrained to do is to fight wars. I even agree with that.
How is not losing someone you love
then why
not
can't
a negative
men
repercussion?
stop? Hang on, let me ask the question, then he can answer. If it is so that it is their purpose to fight war, if it is so that it is ingrained in them to go and protect women and children and other men who are, enfeebled, then why shouldn't the destiny of who they fight the war with be solely in their own hands?
You think it should be solely in a man's hands?
It should be solely in the hands of those who have the potential to go fight the war, not in those who do not.
Okay.
Can you tell me why that's wrong?
That's not wrong.
It's not wrong.
That's not wrong. I never said
that's
it was.
why I don't want you to vote.
But
that's why. You just said it's not wrong.
It's not wrong to feel that way.
It's not wrong.
It's not wrong. Yeah, because what is wrong? Who am I to say that is wrong? Wrong means that is haram. That is against God's nature.
Well,
so
wait a second.
Wrong.
That's funny that you bring up epistemology. You bring up the grounding foundation of all of your morals comes from God. So does mine.
Okay, so then why should I say that that's
when you
wrong?
say wrong,
that's not wrong.
Hang on. When you say wrong, you're agreeing with me that all right and wrong comes from God, right?
It's not wrong for you to feel that way. That's just to
Are you
and
agreeing
your,
that
and
all
your,
right
as a
and
man.
wrong comes from God?
Yes.
And is God masculine or is God feminine?
Neither. It's the highest. Unfathomable.
Neither. The highest. So the
why
highest
would I put
of
him
the
as
high.
why would I put God as a he or she? It's neither.
Oh, I see. And the highest prophet of God, was that a male or a female?
Male.
All prophets
are males.
All prophets are. That's really weird. That all prophets are male.
They're the leader.
All those prophets. Hang on.
These men are
all those
leaders.
prophets who were males.
That's why she said go to war. Go do your job.
Right.
Go lead. Go lead for the country.
Chill out. Okay. I'm sorry. Do you think that Christians aren't patriarchous? Did you have that confused?
I love Christians. What?
Yeah, Christians are patriarchists as well. I'm not going to believe for a Muslim nation because I'm a Christian patriarchist. But if all of your prophets are male, well, that's really weird. How come God doesn't want his message sent through women?
I'm not sure. I'm not God.
You're not sure?
I'm not God. How am I supposed to answer that
You're
question?
not sure? Does God want you to have authority over men?
Then I would answer that question. If you put that in the Bible,
Does God want you to have authority over men?
No.
No. Then why the fuck can you vote for when they go to war?
Because it's our right. It's our right. It's our right because we're alive in this too. We have a
I
part
see.
to war. Women have a central part in war. And you're trying to dismiss us because it's not as a negative. It is negative, but not as negative. You are right about that. But it's still negative for a woman to lose her love of her life, to lose her father, to lose her whole family in war.
That's fair. That's a fair argument. Hey, that's a fair argument too.
We have a part in war, and I hate that you guys are trying to say it's all men. Only war is about men. Men are about war. It's only that they're the only ones that suffer the consequences.
No, that's your argument. That's actually your argument to say men should fight the war. Your argument is to say men should fight the war because they're the most equipped.
Men dying change all of our lives. It changes all of our lives.
Hang on. You gotta let me finish my point, and then I'll let you finish yours.
No, go ahead.
It's actually your point to say men are the most badass and they're the ones who need to fight because that's what a man does. That's what a man does. He goes out and he fights all those wars for you. It's like, okay, fair enough. That's what a man does on behalf of you.
Wait,
So
make
if
that face one more
true,
time. Make the face one more time, Edge.
That's what a man does for you. If it is so.
Yo, clip it and ship it, boys.
That's what a man does on behalf of you, then why is it that you should have the right to vote to make him do that instead of him, who, by the way, you have admitted your God only speaks through prophets, which are men. You have admitted women are not to have authority over men. Why in the fucking world, then, according to your own worldview, should you have the authority to send men off to war ever, or any female politician ever?
Okay, you done?
Ever.
Are you done?
I'm done.
All right, great. I was just waiting. Okay, so basically, I just have a simple point: is that you are right about the prophets being men should be a leader in life with women when it comes to like leadership in political parties and so forth. But it doesn't take away that a woman is just as important in the message the prophets have to give. Who was his mother? Miriam. She was so important in his message. She was so important.
Miriam?
His mom, Jesus' mom. What are you talking about?
You mean Mary?
Her name is Miriam.
She said.
No, she said Miriam.
That's her name.
It's Mary.
Well, that's
but
like
okay.
that's for other. It's
Maximus. What was the philosopher?
okay. If you guys literally stop thinking from a Christian point of view, it's all religions don't call her Mary. In my religion, I call her Mary.
No, I understand. Okay, I get it. From your perspective, you're calling her Mary.
Christian ideology is Mary. Okay, I respect it, but how I say her name is Miriam.
Okay, moving on.
Okay.
And the point of what I'm saying is a woman has a part into every piece of a man's life. That's why Eve came from Adam.
Did Mary have authority over Christ?
I'm not saying the woman has authority, and you're using manipulative words to say that a woman has authority over a man's life in war. That's not the truth. Statistically and educationally, like when it comes to government, like process of voting, a woman does not have the full control or over superiority of a man going to war. That's definitely not true.
Okay, so let me try this out again. I'm just going to ask hyper specifically.
Okay, hyper specifically. Yes.
In your religion, yes or no, should women ever have authority over men? Ever?
No.
No. So in the political process, should women have authority over men ever?
No, I'm not there. They don't. They don't have it. They don't
and
have
right now,
humanity has
right now, are there female politicians in the United States who have authority over women or men? Right now, are there women who have authority over men in the United States?
Yes. Yeah.
And should they?
No, not from my standpoint.
They shouldn't.
No.
So no woman should ever be able to, in Congress or as president or as senator, ever be able to cast a single vote in a position of authority in the United States. Yes or no?
It's undecided for me because I'm not.
No,
I'm
answer
not as
my
knowledgeable
question.
into
Don't
that.
deflect.
No, I'm not as in. I'm not
Don't
in that political
deflect.
field. I plead the fifth because I'm not in that political field. I don't
plead
know
the
if there's a
fifth.
woman righteous enough.
Just
I don't
answer
know
the
that.
question.
Because there may be a woman righteous enough to do that. She might.
Oh man!
Have
So
that.
let me get this right. I ask you:
In
should a
this day
woman
and
ever have
age, you
authority
never
over a
know.
man? Answer: no. Should a female politician ever have authority over a man? Answer: no. Then why is it that you should be able to vote for a female politician that has authority over a man? Your answer: I plead the fucking fifth. Is that correct?
Yes,
Do we have that about right?
It's because
Did
it's
we
just-
reduce your position down to where it needs to be yet?
Please, for the love of God, I hope you have.
Oh no. I thought she was gonna say something else.
So can you
No.
answer my last question? Should a female politician ever have the authority to send a man to war? Yes or no?
I don't know. I don't know the answer to that.
You don't know. Okay.
Please,
Well,
End of discussion.
got to move it on. We do have Stifler. Ask everyone to rate their looks on a scale of 1 to 10. Can't pick 7. Starting with you. Go ahead.
5.
Into the mics, guys.
My own looks?
Yeah, looks.
10.
Okay.
I don't know, 8. Sure, I would have to say 10.
Yeah, 10. I self-love.
6. Like a 5.5.
I'll say 5.
6.5.
Give myself a 5. Andrew.
4.
4. So we've got 10, 8.
Why do all the women
10,
laugh at that?
10.
Like, what? Am I way more attractive than I think I am? You should just look at me then and be like, Andrew, you're so handsome. It's ridiculous. Like, we just can't even control ourselves. Why else would they laugh? Is it less? Should it be a 3? Like, what am I getting wrong here?
Wait, can I ask
Should
a
be
question?
at least a 6, Andrew.
Yeah.
Wait, why do people rate themselves less than a 10? Like, I'm curious
Yeah.
as to why you guys think you're not.
That's a good question.
There's
So,
room for improvement. So,
yeah,
God
so what
made
we're
you
trying to
perfect.
ascertain is whether or not you think you're perfect.
You don't need any improvement
No,
at
it's
all.
not.
Well, actually, Andrew, we're trying to ascertain if you're delusional.
Yeah, but that would be the claim of perfection.
Sure.
So anybody who would claim that they were perfect would be delusional.
Oh, you're
right?
saying 10
This
is
would
you're saying
inside
10
of-
is perfect?
Yeah, so when we're rating a scale of 1 to 10, 10 is the max, right?
Yeah.
Physically.
So
she said
yeah,
looks.
perfect, physically perfect. Can anything be above a 10?
Perfect. I didn't say
Can,
the word
can
perfect
anything
is
be
too.
okay? Well, then hang on. Just follow my logic. Can anything in the scale of 1 to 10 be higher than 10?
No,
So
but nobody
right,
said perfect.
So, yeah. So if 10 is the highest, that means that you're counting yourself among the elite, least percentile on planet Earth. I don't even know if there's a 10 which exists, but if there was, you're claiming that is you. The most
no,
beautiful
I didn't
of the
see the
beautiful
question in
of
that
the
way.
beautiful.
I didn't see the question that way. I think everything is imperfect. So the word perfect to me doesn't stand in that question of physically 10. I think that everyone at this table is absolutely beautiful. So I would rate everyone here 10, including myself.
Let's. I think that's fair. So let's back up and kind of address
Because
the
I
claim.
don't believe
Again,
in
that's
perfection.
a good argument. Hang
You're
on.
using the word perfection as in that's 10.
You-
10
you
is
know what?
perfection because that's your perception. That's
Now I
not my
understand
perception.
what. I get it. Now I understand what you mean by perfect. And I understand that you're also are yielding to a God you consider only God to be perfect, right?
Yeah.
Is that correct? That's your standard of perfection, right?
Yes.
Both of you?
Yes.
I mean,
I can't
both?
take it seriously. I don't
Both?
Guys,
One?
into the mics, please.
Yes.
Okay, so if you're only considering God perfect, that's fine, okay? Though I don't know how you would be able to ascertain the physical beauty of God, we will still assume that under your worldview, the physical beauty of God is a 10 along with every
I think
other
myself,
characteristic.
including everyone else,
hang
is
on,
not
because that is perfection.
perfectly physical. No.
Okay, I get it. But what I'm saying to you is that in this scale, we're only talking about physical characteristics. 10 being the highest possible, so let me reframe.
Yeah, 10. I think everyone's a 10 up in here.
Stop and let me finish. Let me reframe the question so that you understand it better, understanding your paradigm. If 1,000 men, random, meaning, again, I can't emphasize this enough, random. In fact, repeat back the word random so I know that you know what I mean. Because I've asked this question a million times, I just need to know you know it. Yeah, random, okay. So 1,000 random men, they're at a fair, and you're in a beauty contest, and they bring you up, and they say, okay, guys, you can go from 1 to 10 on her beauty, okay, and the average of what all of you determine her beauty to be is what we'll go with. So this guy raises 2, this guy raises 4, this guy raises 7, this guy raises 10. What do you think the average, the collective of all 1,000 of the men would put you numerically?
We're going to start with you, and then we're going to ask you 4. Go ahead.
Who, me?
Yeah.
What I think that they would think of me.
Did you hear what he was saying?
Yeah. Yeah. It's kind of a hard question to answer.
Okay, so you answered 10.
Yeah.
So in the scenario that he gave you, what do you think they would give you? The 1,000 random men. On average.
I want to say 10. Shit.
Wow. Okay.
Okay,
All right.
it's
What about you? You said 8. What would the 1,000 men give you?
Average, I don't know, maybe 7. Because I don't know.
This is difficult because beauty is in the eye of the beholder, so.
That's why we have 1,000 beholders, and we're asking you to average what you think they'd say.
But I don't know their perception on beauty. If they like Western beauty, if they like blonde, blue
They like
hair.
Western beauty.
I'm not Western beauty.
Yeah, great. So anyway, they like Western beauty.
So then I wouldn't be I wouldn't
Into
apply
the
to
mic.
this. I wouldn't apply to this scenario because if people like Western beauty, that's blonde hair, blue eyes, lighter skin. I'm the opposite of that.
Okay, fine. They value Eastern beauty.
But she would be a 10. I would still be a 10. I view myself as a 10. It just depends on what you
Self-love. I
love.
don't know.
Yeah,
I know that you view yourself as a 10. My question is not how.
They would be attracted to her just as much as she's attracted to herself.
What's my? Hang on. I just want you to repeat for me. What's my actual question to you? Can you repeat it for me?
The question that you're asking is if there's 1,000 men, what is the average of what is the rate that they're going to give you on average based off of the 1,000 men that are looking at you in the beauty pageant?
Yes.
Am I
Can you
taking?
answer
Is that
my
correct?
question?
That's correct. Right?
They're gonna rate you a 10.
So answer the question. for the both of
Like
you.
she said, depending on where we are. Like if I'm in
Okay, you're out
Middle
east.
East, or if I'm in,
You're in east. You're as east as you can go, or as central east, wherever the fuck
No, 'cause
you
this
want. I don't
matters.
care.
That's why I'm like,
Whatever
it
you
has
think
to
it'll be.
Okay, yeah. If it was in my side of where I was raised, where I was blood born, then yeah, that would be a 10. But if I was in
You'd be a
America,
10 where?
where I was blood.
Where were you born?
Egypt.
Where's that?
Well, I'm Egyptian. We're full blood Egyptian.
You think it'd be a 10 in Egypt?
Yes, absolutely.
Okay.
Yeah, I already know that.
All right. And so then.
So all 1,000 men would hold up a sign saying
Yes.
10.
Yes, 100%.
Oh, okay.
And then.
And now I just want you to look at me and say, Andrew, I just want these words. Can you look right in the camera? Just look at the camera. Whatever camera's the closest to you, look right at it and say,
Right here.
Andrew, I'm not delusional. Every man in Egypt would say I'm a 10.
I wouldn't. No, I'm not saying that because that's not. See, your words are very manipulative. You just said
Oh, no, they're
1,000.
not. If it's a
then you just
1,000 out
said,
of 1,000,
every man.
you could.
But yeah, I
you
would
could
think that I would love
never have
to
a
think.
sample size higher than 1,000
I would
out
love
of
to
1,000
think that
saying
I would
something.
love to think that every man in Egypt finds me beautiful. Yes, I would love to think that. That is
Well,
my opinion
my question
on
isn't what
myself.
you'd like to think. My question is what you actually think.
That is what I think.
Your question isn't
what I like to think is what I think.
It's not even valid.
It's about my self-love and how I perceive myself.
Because how are we supposed to know what other men think? I'm a woman. I don't have the mind
Well,
of a
I'm
man.
not asking you to know what
You are
they think.
asking me. You're asking me to. How would they judge me? How am I supposed to know?
Yeah, I'm just asking what you think they would guess.
I don't know. Whatever they guess. Like, you know what I mean? It's an invalid
Okay.
question.
I'll take
It's
a crack.
an invalid question. Okay, hang on. I got it. It's an invalid question. If a bird hit that window doing 1,000 miles an hour, what do you think would happen?
They would die.
Oh, wait. Suddenly, when it comes to a hypothetical, you can, even though it hasn't happened, you don't know exactly what would happen. You can somehow make a guess as to what would happen. But in this case, your brain, it's empty. You have no idea what they'd ever say.
You're hurting my brain.
Yeah, I'm sure. And every Egyptian man would agree with me.
No, they wouldn't.
I don't even think we should grant this,
No, they wouldn't.
this geographical move. You guys currently reside in the United States, so what would men,
In the United States.
a cross section of men,
I
who
think
live
I
in
would
the
be,
United
and
States?
I think I would be at 8 to 9. 9. I would say 9 in my.
9. Okay.
Yeah,
what about
9
you?
for me.
You
Yeah,
guys
I
are
would say the
twins,
same.
so
I would say the same
okay, yeah.
answer. Yeah.
9. Okay. So still 10, 9, 9. Somebody going to tell him? Somebody tell him? Madison, you want to tell him? Morgan, you want to tell him?
So it would actually, I just want to let you know that what you're saying is that you think 1,000 out of 1,000 men would essentially vote 9 or 10 or 8 for every single one of you to the point that you would average out to a 9 or a 10.
Yeah.
This would put you at the highest, hang on, this would put you at the highest beauty standards of the entirety of planet Earth, the highest possible beauty standards. So that you understand what that means,
yes.
Every single woman who has come on this podcast has given a similar answer to that, which means that either A, Brian Atlas only books the most beautiful women in the world to come on whatever,
hottest chicks,
or the more likely possibility. If, for instance, if I were to ask you this question, you two twins in the back, and I'll let you both answer. If you right now had to make a gamble, had to make a gamble, and if you were wrong on the gamble, you instantly drop dead. That was the consequence of the gamble.
Fine.
If you had to either gamble, A, that Brian Atlas brings the most beautiful women on the podcast ever,
That's true.
Or B, that the women who mostly come on the podcast are delusional when it comes to self-ratings, which way would you gamble?
I would not gamble because it's haram, first of all.
Yeah, I know, but you
You're
had
asking me
to.
the wrong. You're asking mom. You're asking the wrong person.
If
so
you
I'm sorry.
had to.
Yeah, I know.
I can't. It's
know,
against my
but
religion.
Hey, you know what's not haram? A hypothetical. So engage in the
Okay,
hypothetical.
I'm so sorry.
Okay, I just don't understand, why do you want us to look at ourselves lower?
No. Hold on.
Why?
Hold on.
I don't get
You can't
that.
weasel answer his question.
I just don't understand.
I'm more than happy to be humbled by saying I'm a 1. I would say that I could be a 1. I'd be
Yeah, I
happy
know.
with that
Can you
answer.
answer my question?
Yeah, answer the actual question.
Wait, what was the question?
The question is, if you had to gamble and the stakes were your life, would you either gamble A, that Brian Atlas brings the most beautiful women in the world on his podcast and fills the entire podcast with them, or B, that most of the women who come on the podcast are delusional when it comes to their self-rating? Hang on. You didn't even hear the second part of the question.
I heard. I remembered. Or you will die.
How can you answer before you even heard the
Because I
second
know the
part
answer.
of the question?
I know the answer. It's not delusion. You shouldn't feel like a woman who self-love or whatever thinks that everyone here is beautiful is delusional. That's self-hate.
That's not what it is.
Trying to spread hate.
The
What is
question
it? Then
is
what
not
is
whether or not you shouldn't have a high estimate or a high estimate of your own looks. The question is diverting to the gaze of males and whether or not men would judge you the same way you judge yourself.
That question is
Hang
invalid.
on. Your answer is yes, they would. And so my question becomes, if that is so, and every single woman who comes on this podcast gives a similar answer, then that would be conceding that Brian Atlas just has the most beautiful women on his podcast.
Yes, and then that audience would agree by placebo effect. Placebo effect. Because when everyone is like, oh wow, like I'm so beautiful, they think that they're very beautiful up in here. Like all the people here.
Do you realize that the placebo effect would indicate that you were wrong? The placebo effect is saying there is no actual consequence here, but it's make believe and all in your head.
Yes,
the placebo
that's what I'm
effect
saying.
is a delusion. Do you realize that?
He got you. Wait, what? He's right.
The placebo effect is a delusion.
It's
But that's not what I feel like he was trying to say.
No, I'm saying the people watching. I didn't say the women. I said it's the placebo effect on the people. You're not listening to my goddamn statement. You're just sitting up here talking so damn much. You're not even listening.
The placebo effect.
I just said it's a placebo effect on the audience, not the people on here. You're just.
Oh, it's not the.
You're
it's not,
delusional. You're delusional.
So do you think that the women, all of the women who come on the whatever podcast, just happen to be the most beautiful women in the whole world, or do you think that they might have a slightly higher estimation of themselves than the general public would?
I would like to see a woman be self-confident in herself, and I would
What
not
does it have to do with confidence?
Because
how are you going to say that they are naturally attractive? That's on your opinion.
You look in the mirror and you think
your
you're a 1?
opinion.
Like, no.
Based on how you were raised, based off of your programming is telling me that I am beautiful to you off of 1 to 10. Why do I give a damn? I don't. So why would I think in the way of a man? I'm not going to think in a way of a man. That's why the question is not. It's like
Nobody
it's just
gives
to
a shit about
debunk
the
because
diatribes.
we
Just
are
answer
not
the
men.
question.
How will we know that? So we can only give our estimated guess based off ourselves, based off of a woman's standpoint.
All right, hang on. I get it now. Due to the fact that leprechauns and unicorns mate in the sky and there's rainbows underneath Skittles on top of hills which exist within ants who are chocolate covered, leflipidoos are often green.
Well, I'm just
Can
going
you
based
answer the
off of my
fucking
life
question I
experience,
asked,
to be
or are
honest.
you going to keep obfuscating into shit that I don't care about? My question is, does Brian Atlas bring on the most beautiful women in the world?
Yes, I already said the answer.
Alternatively, do they have a higher estimation of themselves than they actually believe that they do? That's my question. Answer the question.
Number one, I answered it. I circled it 3 times.
No,
A.
you didn't. What you did was you said that unicorns live underground with gophers and sometimes they wear green hats.
Well,
Nobody
you're
gives a
just
shit. Answer
delusional,
the
so that's why
question.
you're mad that you want me to join your delusional.
Answer the
I
question.
did.
You didn't. Saying that you answered the question doesn't mean you answered it. It just means that you're full of shit. Answer the question.
I'm full of shit.
Wait, Andrew, isn't a component of the question under threat of death? So,
Yes.
like, they would die, basically. Okay.
No, what's going on is they actually haven't answered the question. They've gone out of their way to do everything but answer it. So I'm going to ask one more time. This time, just
You don't
give
have
me
to.
the
You know what?
direct-
I'll just give you what you
I
want.
just want-
I'm gonna give
okay,
you what
yeah,
you
yeah, give me
want.
the direct question.
We are saying what we think is our higher self, whatever you want to say. That's my answer.
What? And if your higher self were to not map onto reality, but you thought it would have a better effect
Well, I
on
do think I'm a
society-
10, so
Hang
why
on,
should I
hang
say
on,
that I'm
stop.
not?
Let me ask the question. If you were to think that whatever the higher self of people was, even if it was a lie, but it had a better effect, would you still recommend that people go with their higher self?
Yes.
Then
Why
you
wouldn't
have
would
just
you?
stated
Would
that
you?
there's no reason
Would you?
to ever believe you when you say your higher self, ever.
Would you? Would you go with your lower self or your higher self?
I would go with reality.
Which is what? Which is what?
Reality
What do
would
women
be
rate you?
some type of- in this particular case, inside the context of the question, the objective reality
What do
of
you rate me?
If I were to take, stop, I'm answering the question. If I were to take 1,000 women and they were to all rate me based on Western standards of beauty, I think that collectively they would come up with something pretty close to a
Can we
4.
rate you?
Sure, go ahead.
Wait, can it be a table thing? Because I don't want to be the only one.
Sure, go ahead.
Oh, here you go.
Should we start?
And you know what I'll do? Let me see what happens if I average
I would
this.
really say that you're like a 7. Like you're giving like Prince vibes. Like you
I
just
would
grew
say you're a
up.
liar, but no, just physical beauty.
Yeah,
Physical
I'm
beauty.
talking about physical beauty.
Only.
Like, you look like a 7. You look like
You've
you're
never heard me say a
you
word.
look like you were
I'm
like
just
a former
walking around.
prince, like somebody that used to be a prince back when he was younger.
Yeah.
Like you're a
Okay.
7. Yeah.
7.
I feel the same way.
Yeah.
Into the mics, guys.
I feel the
7.
same way. I feel like you have a lot of features that make a prince,
did.
and when I watch certain things, I call certain men a prince. I feel like you would be a prince. I don't know how
European beauty.
You know what?
are right
Rate
now,
Brian
but I can
instead. Do
see-
that.
I
Let's
can
see if we get closer to a 5 with Brian. I did not realize that I was regal and walked around with a robe
You're
and had a
Aladdin.
nice scepter. I did not realize that I was princely
look what that
material.
did.
But perhaps
Self-confidence.
Brian is
Hold
more
on.
peasant material. Let's
It's
try
that
Brian.
luscious hair and that beard. Come on now.
Exactly.
look at
That's
you.
exactly what I mean. Like in your
It's
eyes.
a 7. It
I
is
think
that.
you have blue eyes. Are
I
your
mean,
eyes blue, or am I tripping?
Look at you smiling. Now you're
No,
an
my
8.
eyes-
Stop
my
it,
eyes are blue,
Andrew.
yeah.
Yeah, exactly. That's exactly what I mean.
All right.
Brian's eyes are also blue, just so you know.
Why are you deflecting? Just accept the compliments. You're a 7. Just take it.
Do you know, hang on, you do realize that after hearing so many self-delusional answers from you, all of you, there's no actual way for me to believe that any type of fluffing up of the ego, which you are currently attempting in order to obfuscate from questions, means that it is in any way based in the reality of what you actually think. It can't be so, because when I ask you what you think of yourselves, the answers are clearly so fucking delusional, I don't believe you believe it.
I believe it. Put me in a lie detector. Put me in a motherfucking lie detector. Then ask me that dang question again.
but you're a preference.
All right,
Preference-wise,
I'll
you're a
tangle.
7.
I'll tangle on this for a little bit, Andrew. I'll take the reins. So, a couple questions here. Do you think all women are 10s?
Not every woman, but yeah, I think that like a majority of people here today are 10s.
The majority of women here are 10s.
Yes.
Why don't you guys just scoot into the table so you don't have to?
Yes, sorry.
Be,
I'm trying.
All right.
Sorry.
So, what about just women in general?
I feel like
Yes.
everyone has beauty to them.
Yeah.
Mhm.
Everyone has like something beautiful about them that no one else can
So, do
really
you think,
have.
since you're saying all the women here are 10s, you're just, in terms of looks, you're not better looking than any of the women here?
No.
Everyone here is just equal in looks.
I wouldn't say equal, but they all have something that's, I would say, that's more, in
Yeah,
my
they're
opinion,
different.
more beautiful
Yes, they
than the
look
other, or more different.
They
Yeah.
look different, but in terms of their Burmese, thank you for the gifted 20. In terms of their
No one's equal. They all have different
yeah,
unique
there's
features.
yeah, some people have blue
Physically.
eyes, some people have blonde hair. We get that, but there could be a blonde who's a 10, a brunette who's a 10, and a blonde who's a 7, and a brunette who's a 7.
Okay.
And
Okay.
even in that 7, even the one
But so
that's a
everyone
7,
here is just comparable in terms of their physical attractiveness.
Yeah, I would say it's in the high 8
Okay.
and 10s. Like everyone here has have a very beautiful thing about them.
Everyone's in the
physically.
what?
They have majority of people here have very beautiful physical features.
Okay. Are you the most attractive girl here,
No.
or just everybody's just equal?
It's not equal. It's just everyone has different
own unique features.
Yeah, I know
that
they're
make them
unique,
that.
but like
and I wouldn't say that could equate to that. Like there's no equality towards beauty.
And she's
It's,
not
like,
saying
different.
like, oh, I'm more beautiful than everyone else here. She's saying that everyone has their own
Right.
beauty.
Okay,
and
a
I
couple
have my own
questions.
beauty.
Like there's
so
different.
you kind of reject this the hierarchy of appearance then.
Yeah, I don't know.
Okay.
This is not me.
Would you do you guys have a height preference?
Wait, am I going on a date with somebody here?
No, just answer the question. Do you have a height preference? How tall are you?
No, I don't have a height
You
preference.
don't care? How tall are you?
I'm 5'6".
And I'm assuming you're 5'6" too,
No,
given the
she's
twin.
5'5" and a half.
5'5" and a
Yeah.
half. She's an inch taller.
Okay, so you're 5'6". Do you have a height preference when it comes to men?
Yeah, I prefer tall men,
Mm.
taller men.
Okay, so what are we talking here? What's the minimum?
6'1".
6'1". Okay, so that puts men. That's about I believe they have to be in the 10th percentile to that's the top 10% of height to be 6'1". You've not had a relationship, is that correct?
Yeah,
Okay. Of the men that you've dated, even short term, what was the last guy you dated? How tall was he?
6'2",
What about the guy before that?
5'8".
What about the guy before that?
None.
Just the two guys. Okay, so 6'2", 5'8". All right. And then what about you? Last guy you dated?
Yeah, I would say he was 6'3".
6'3". Okay,
Yeah.
so it's interestingly enough, even though, well, so you guys do care about height then?
Not necessarily, but if it comes with it, then hey,
It's
I'm
something
not.
Yeah. Would you date a guy who's shorter than you?
I don't know. It just depends on who he is, his character.
Yeah, I don't really know. It depends on character as well.
Yeah.
Would he have to make up for it?
No, the thing is, like, I wouldn't really like. Height is not a big thing to me. It's more
You don't
like
care
if
at
I'm
all?
if the energy, the vibe, and everything that it's
Sure.
morally
Let's assume
standing.
the
like,
energy's the vibe. is
everything's
good.
perfect, then yeah. If everything's going
no,
well,
not perfect. Not perfect.
Not
It's just
perfect, but
good.
aligning. Like
it's just good.
If you're aligning with me, then yeah, I wouldn't mind.
Yeah, maybe you would date a 5'5" billionaire who's like got a huge PP and his face is perfect and he's the sweetest guy ever. Maybe you'll accept dating a short guy then, but I'm just saying, would you date like a normal guy who's
Yeah,
5'5"?
yeah. If it's still,
Okay.
if we're aligned mentally, physically, like we like to do the same things spiritually.
Okay.
Like I'm just
but
saying aligned.
conveniently,
Based off physicality, no. Just if that's solely based off physicality, but that's not even
right.
something I would do.
So but then you don't have a height preference then.
No,
I thought
no.
Didn't you just say you do though?
You asked.
I said I
You
said that
prefer,
I would
yes,
after
you
experiencing
prefer.
a taller guy. Yeah, it's just nicer.
you do
It's
have
a
a
little bit more
preference.
submissive. No,
It's more submissive.
for me.
Okay, so you are rank ordering men based on their physical appearance.
No,
Yes.
because I was with somebody that was basically the same height as me.
5'8".
Yeah.
That's 1 inch off of the average.
But my
male height.
hair,
What does that
I'm
have to do with
5'6",
anything?
I'm 5'8". With this hair, I'm up
Okay.
here. We're the same height.
All right, and then what about? Are there any other physical, like you did an obese guy?
No.
No?
If you don't, I would not date an obese guy.
Because of how it looks?
No, because it's just like it's kind of haram in my religion to be obese, because it's like you have to love
Take care of your
love
body,
life, take care of your body, take care of yourself. If you're not taking care of yourself, if you're naturally just a chubby person, that's fine. But if you're obese, that's another thing. That's another thing.
Okay. Have you ever known a girl who you've maybe heard of this phenomenon of like a good-looking girl who's dating like a guy who's kind of mid?
Yeah, an ugly guy.
That's fine.
But why are you able to make a determination as to a guy's physical appearance, but you can't make a determination as to women's physical appearance?
Because I see women differently than I see men.
Why? How do you see women differently than you see men?
I don't look at women's physicality.
So you
and
objectify
men's
men, but you don't objectify
I
women.
never objectified a man.
Isn't that exactly what you're doing?
What am I doing?
You're objectifying
I
them
never
based
said.
on their appearance.
What did I say? That was objectifying the man off his appearance.
You said, I don't treat women X way, but I do
I
treat
don't
men
view
this way.
women how she views men.
yeah.
When she looks at a
didn't
woman,
say treat.
she notices her beauty.
Okay, then
versus
disregard
a
the
man.
objectify comment. How are you able to make determinations as to physical appearance when it comes to men but not women?
Because I see women differently.
How do you see them
I
differently?
I don't see her as someone I'm going to marry. Like, what do you mean? I'm not.
So
lesbian.
even if people your own sex, you can't make any determinations as to somebody's like, maybe you can't
It's just
precisely.
not as serious to me when it comes to a woman. I just appreciate her beauty. I'm not going to sit here and really examine her because she's not someone I'm going to have kids with. I'm not.
So
gay.
if you were a talent agent for a modeling agency and knowing that modeling work, typically, not always, but typically tends to prefer to have people who are physically attractive and good looking, you would just be incapable.
I've seen a lot of
let me
Asian
finish.
models that
You
way.
would just be incapable of making any determinations as to women's physical appearance.
I actually disagree with you. Modeling agencies
What do you
not.
disagree?
Modeling
What does
agencies
that have
look for different people that look different. You don't have to be physically attractive. If you look different, they want you. You don't have to be beautiful. You could look so crazy to other people, and everyone could bully you and say that you're ugly as hell your whole time.
It's
but you got signed.
2005, and it's
got
fucking.
signed.
You work for Abercrombie and Fitch or whatever the
They're
fuck that
racist. I
company
don't even
was.
debunk them.
Who cares? You work for that company. It's 2005, before all this woke bullshit about like putting obese models out there. So okay, so you're the talent scout for this company. And your job is to find attractive people. You would be incapable of making determinations
No, I
as to a
am.
woman's physical
I am.
appearance.
I am.
Okay. So then how is it that you view men and women differently in this regard?
I'm just saying that, like, with a woman's beauty, it's just more. It's just different. Women have more beauty in this life than a man. Like, there's more attractive women than attractive men, in my personal opinion. Like, that's what I believe.
It's like the body, it's the face.
There's
the
more
features.
to notice about a woman and check mark versus a man. It's
What
like
does
a
that
woman has
have
way
to
more
do with
detail.
it?
A man
It
can
has
be
a lot to do with it 'cause
scrawny
her
and
body,
skinny.
her
He can
physicality is
have the most
completely
beautiful
different
girl.
than a man's physicality.
Yeah.
What do you mean? What's
He
not
doesn't
making
have
sense?
to be fit. He doesn't have to be fit to have a beautiful
Okay,
girl.
so just to be clear, all women should view themselves as 10s, but not all men should view themselves as 10s?
I didn't say that. The men should men
Even a
and
guy-
women should
so-
see
so a
see
guy
themselves
who's
for
mid,
what they truly
should
believe.
Should a guy who is mid think he's a 10?
Guys who are mid do think they're 10s.
No, that's not the question. Should they think they're 10?
They already do, so it
No,
doesn't
they
make a
don't.
difference what I say.
No, they don't.
They do.
Wait, do you guys agree?
They
Is this just a one thing? Like, is this just us?
No, it's not one
Hold
thing.
on.
I do have one quick follow-up question before we move on. And this is specifically to you, Italia. Just a very simple question. Can you get very close to the mic so I can actually hear your answer? Okay. How would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
Sassy.
Okay. And then over to your twin, how would you feel if you didn't eat breakfast this morning?
I would say just weak, like like Aggie. Ugh.
Okay.
Okay, the voice is no, you did. Okay. I didn't have it.
Also fair.
So, I'm trying. Where did
What type
I?
of question was that?
Where did I? Oh, okay. So
It's a dumbass meme. It's just fun to do every once in a while for no particularly good reason. There are people who have trouble engaging in hypotheticals. This meme, which by the way means nothing. There's no scientific backing. Total meme. But it is interesting many times when I engage with people who can't engage in hypotheticals. If I ask them, how would you feel if you hadn't eaten breakfast this morning? What they end up saying is, but I did eat breakfast this morning, which is, that's what the meme claims
So I passed the
they
test.
would say. No, you didn't say that.
Oh, so wait, so I passed though. That means I'm not delusional?
Yes.
Oh,
well,
great.
no. It means
Thank
you can
No,
engage
you just
in a
said it. You
hypothetical.
just said it. I didn't hear you more.
No,
you said it. You said it.
stop.
It's okay.
It means you can engage in a hypothetical, but you're still fucking delusional. I mean, this whole take is completely delusional. It makes no sense whatsoever.
So we were talking about mid dudes thinking they're 10s.
I feel like everyone would agree with that.
Would anyone like to chime
that a
in? Does
thing?
anyone want to chime in?
Yeah.
this
So,
conversation?
you think that that's wrong, right? You don't think that's wrong?
Shoot, I don't know.
You don't think it's wrong?
What's wrong?
If a mid guy thinks he's a 10.
I don't think that's wrong. Like, what's wrong with that?
Do you think it would indicate perhaps a lack of modesty or self-awareness?
He probably thinks he's a 10 not because based off of his looks.
Okay, but
He's probably like, oh, I'm a 10 because I got money.
Okay, it's about looks. If
I
a
don't
guy who
know.
was mid physically, and he was like, my looks, I'm a 10 out of 10 looks.
And he just has I feel like that's just confidence.
How is it
Okay,
confidence?
let's say he has abs. Let's say he's 6 foot, but let's say he has a really big nose. Why should he think that really big nose is ugly?
Hey.
Why should he think that makes him?
Hey, that's mean.
How? No, I'm literally saying like
I
people
didn't say
get
anything
nose
about
surgery
your
because they
nose.
don't like their nose. So I'm trying to use something that's insecure point in the face, which is the nose and the lips. So I'm trying to use this point by saying, why should he feel like his nose is ugly because the community or society will say big noses are ugly?
Well,
So it's
because,
all about-
I
it's
can
all about
actually-
mindset,
I'll
like-
answer your question. I think it's a fair question. I think it's because beauty standards are derived from your locality and from other people.
That's
Your
fun.
perspective on beauty. So here, I'll explain. Assume for a second that you grew up in a leper colony and everybody had leprosy. If everybody had leprosy and you had nothing else to compare it to, you might consider some lepers to be beautiful. But let's assume for a second instead that you grew up in a place where there was no lepers and suddenly you saw one for the first time. Go ahead and lie to me and tell me that you wouldn't go, holy fuck, oh God, that's because
Well,
that
why
would
would
be
you
your
think
reaction.
Why would
right?
you think it's ugly? Why would you be like, oh wow, that's so interesting? Like I'd never seen that before.
Because
Intriguing. It's all about
because if
perception of what you think of
for the same
different
reason I'm
is.
not delusional enough to believe that you for a second would go, oh, half your face was melted off and your tongue is hanging out this side and I can see your entire jaw and your eye also has been plucked out and you look like the dude from Hellraiser except missing half your face. I think that you're a 10. Come on. Really?
She didn't say that.
I didn't say that. I hate that you guys
but
like.
that's why. But that's why people would say no. You don't adhere to the beauty standard. That's why they would do that.
Okay, well that's them. Like that's nothing to do with
Yeah.
us.
So people might think the guy with the big nose is mid because he has a big nose.
All right.
That's all based off society, like what you just said. It's just perception.
So going around the table, do you think you're going to be more physically attractive, better looking in 10 years' time as compared to now?
No.
Definitely.
What about 20 years' time?
Of course.
So you're 20 now.
I'm 20.
So yes to 30, yes to 40.
Yes.
50. 30 years' time.
J-Lo.
50, yes. I stop at 70 because I've seen what my family looks like if they make it to 70.
So you'll be more physically attractive at 40 than you are now at 20.
At 30, I believe I will, but I
No,
didn't
no,
say
no.
I would be more physically attractive at 40. I said I would still think I'm a 10.
Okay, so fine. You can still think you'll be a 10 at 40, but comparatively speaking, do you think you will be more physically attractive at 30 than you are now at 20?
Yes.
Okay, 40 then versus 20.
40, no. I think
But
30
40 to
would
30.
be I think 30 would be the greatest one. Like that, I feel like I would like my looks most at 30. I feel like my brain and my body would be fully developed, and I would like that one.
Okay, so but not at 40 then.
I think I would still be beautiful,
That's not
more
what I'm asking.
beautiful.
Yeah, okay.
Yeah.
What about you? Will you be more physically attractive in 10 years than you are now?
I would hope so, but
Well, you're 40 now, so will you be more physically attractive at 50?
I'm definitely a lot more attractive than when I was in my 30s.
So you okay? That's another question. Are you more attractive now at 40 than you were at 30?
I feel like, yeah, because with all the surgeries that I had going on, I didn't really work. I worked out on and off, but my face has stayed the same. I think the body has fluctuated up and down, but I love my face, and like I'm seasoned more so now than I was.
Do you think you were you're more physically attractive now than you were at 20?
No, I like my body a lot more 20s.
Okay. All right. And you said in 10 years, yes to 50.
I would hope so.
What about
but-
60?
I mean, realistically, no, but I have a fear of getting old, so I'm like, I keep thinking
Sure.
in my head, I'm still 27,
Yeah.
so we'll
And also, just going back to you, you're 36. Do you think you were better looking at 26 than you are now at 36?
I feel like I had a very tacky style. I was no, but if I
Well,
had
the
different
style would have been
yeah.
like time appropriate 10 years ago,
right.
right?
I mean, I don't think anybody, just because of skin quality, I'm big on skin quality. Unfortunately, I don't think skin quality gets better with age.
Right.
So I think the reality is after 30, things just start changing for the worse.
Oh, sorry. Go ahead. I'm sorry, Brian. I did want to interject just briefly because usually there's a follow-up we have with the ratings. After we get all of your answers, this type of thing, I was wondering, for the 10 twins in the back, and for the rest of the women on the panel, of course, if you were to have the same question directed at you, 1,000 men are rating the girl next to you, what do you think that they would rate them?
A 10.
10.
You're saying it's follow-up. Yeah, I think she's a beautiful woman.
Can you guys just very quickly raise your hands if it's a 10? If you think 1,000 men who were rating the girl next to you, do you
Maybe
think
9.
that they would say it's a 10? Just raise your hand so I know.
Wait, what if it's a 9? Can it be average, like
Yeah, 9 or 10.
High score.
9 or 10. Either one's fine.
8 to 10.
Yeah, high
If,
score.
if it's 8 to 10,
Okay, you know what? Even 8 to 10 is fine. Just raise your hand if it's an 8 for 10. 8 out of 10 that they would rate the woman next to you.
I would rate.
Yeah, okay.
Will you be better looking in 10 years than you are now?
I think that my prime would probably be my 30s. But
So
over
you'll
that,
okay.
like 40s
so,
and stuff, I really
well, you're
don't know.
24. So will you be? Do you think you'll be better looking at 34 than you are now?
Yeah, I do think that.
What about 44?
I would only hope so, but I don't know. I really don't know.
You don't know.
No,
I don't think so.
I don't
Okay,
know.
so for you,
I'm saying no. I don't think so. I think youth
To
is
34?
more beautiful. Yeah.
wait. So
Well,
okay.
I just think youth in general is more beautiful. Like
Okay,
the
so you're
younger
better
you are.
looking now
Yeah,
at
the
24
younger
than you
are,
will be at
would be-
34.
I'm also about skin, like she said.
Okay.
Skin.
And then for you, better looking at 29 versus now at 19.
No.
No? Okay. And then for you, better looking at 32 as compared to now at 22.
Better looking now.
Okay. What about you? Better looking at 37 versus 27.
Better looking now.
Liz, better looking at 35 versus 25.
Better looking now.
Okay. All right. So a couple of you said yes, better looking in 10 years. Thought that was an interesting one. Little out there, but
I
so-
did have a brief question. I was just wondering to the gal who has Italia on the shirt. Can you just tell me your favorite song?
I don't have one.
If you had to pick one.
Well, I don't know if you put it on the spot. I don't know.
Yeah. Well, how about your top two?
What?
Just name a
Top
song
two
you really
songs.
like.
Oh, I can't think. Right
Just
now.
any song you really like.
I do like Spanish music. I like Bala de la Sol by Peso Pluma. That's my side
And what?
band, you know.
And what about your twin?
I think her favorite song would probably, I don't know.
It's an Arabic song.
What is it? Oh, what is it? I don't know.
I don't know the name. I just know the song on SoundCloud.
No. Isn't listening to music haram?
Like I just, not in this, like, yeah, music is haram. Yes, music is
Isn't listening to
haram.
music haram?
Music is haram, but there's no choice but to hear music.
There's
Everywhere
no
you
choice,
go.
really.
When you're out on the street, there is music being played. Everywhere
Oh.
you go, there's music. There's no,
I want to say
escaping
this.
that.
When it comes to haram and halal in this modern day and age, because we're not living in the 18th century, it's if someone listens to more music than they do holy verses, then that would be considered haram.
Yeah. It's not the same.
Oh,
It's
I
not the
see.
same. We have
So
iPhones.
so I just want to make sure you guys would never lie to me, right? You don't listen
I don't
to
need to lie to you.
music, right?
I don't care who judges me. I don't have to be perfect. Islam isn't about
No, hey,
I
that's
have
fine.
to be a
I
perfect
just want to
Muslim.
make
No,
sure
I just
I'm
have to be the
correct.
best I
I just
can.
want to make sure I'm correct. You're not doing haram and listening to music, right?
I wouldn't say so because I would say I would have an equal amount of like I listen to.
But I do say music is not like the best of things. But I would
I
say
listen to
I would
more
honestly I
verses
can't
than
say
music.
that because I would just say like I personally I do listen to music. Who
Yeah.
doesn't listen to music? But I don't listen to it frequently. I don't listen to it frequently.
Every day we would play a verse of the Quran. Every day that's being played. Music.
Yeah,
not
but you're
every
When
day.
I go out, I'll listen to
do
music.
you
I don't
bump-
listen to music when
do
I'm
you
at
bump
home.
it in your apartment? Come on, do you bump it?
No,
Are
but
you
when I go
having a good
outside, I do
time
listen to music in the
those
car.
tunes?
Like I do listen to music, but in my tradition, how I was raised, I never listened to music in the home. So I don't
in the
practice
home,
that.
yeah, in the home, it's like a
I got to move it
sanctuary
on from
piece.
this.
All right, right. I was just wondering. But music is haram, right? I just want to make sure that's clear. It is haram.
He's so annoying.
Oh, am I?
Yes.
Is it awful that you have to confront your own
I'm
cognitive
totally
dissonance?
fine
Is music
with
haram?
saying that.
No, I wouldn't say so. Not in this modern day and age.
Yes, I would say it is haram, but
it
to a
depends
degree.
on how
And
much
she
you
would say it
listen
is
to
haram. Can you guys even agree on if it's haram or not?
I would say to a degree, it's haram.
To a
But
degree.
I think I overall said that her first answer was what I agree with.
I feel like
Okay.
I yet to hear a yes or no from you two.
Because the questions aren't
Well,
based
that's
off of
an
a yes or no.
impossibility, seemingly.
See, they out to get us. You can't just say yes or no.
Okay, so to kind of wrap it up here on the whole like rating yourself thing. So I actually think it's more important for women to have a accurate self-assessment of their own physical attractiveness as compared to men, something we talk about almost every single show. And here's the reason why. So if I'm a man and I'm delusional and I think
If you want to call in on this debate, we'll be reading all super chats as well. And with that, let's get to it.
All right.
All right. I'll set your timer for 7 minutes, Jacob. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
Cool. All right, so I have two main criticisms I want to level towards Andrew. First is related to marriage. So first I want to define marriage. In Genesis, we are told, therefore a man shall leave his father and his mother and hold fast to his wife, and they shall become one flesh. Also, we are told they are told to be fruitful and multiply. And these commands are given universally and never later changed to only be applied to Christians. So God's natural order is for men and women to join together and have families. Now, is there a distinction between being married outside the body of Christ? For sure, being brought into communion with Christ impacts all areas of our life, including marriage. Churches have authority to oversee and enforce biblical standards and to use discipline on the members of their church. This doesn't nullify secular marriages, but it's an enhancement and bolster on the part of Christian marriages. Now, I agree with Andrew that it is in our best interest to divorce marriage from the state. We have different reasons for that. Where I disagree fundamentally with Andrew, though, is in his characterization of secular unions that are adhering to the proper structure of one man and one woman as being degenerate, and therefore not things that Christians should promote. Andrew used the term degeneracy light in his debate with Lauren Chen to describe her case that we as Christians should still encourage secular people to enter into monogamous heterosexual unions of marriages based on evaluating the different outcomes, even if Andrew is right that secular marriages aren't, quote, real marriages. I would hesitate to call this consequentialism as Lauren did. Consequentialism is a theory of normative ethics that states that the moral value of an action should be judged based on its consequences. Well, we agree from the Christian worldview that that's wrong, and we instead dictate that what is moral is grounded in the essence of God and his revealed moral decrees given through the word and the church. An action is judged as good based on obedience to God using reason to apply what God has prescribed. So the question we have to ask as Christians is, what has God prescribed, instructed us to do regarding marriage and relationships between non-believers? The underlying question being, what is prescribed for non-Christians? As Andrew and I would agree on the prescription for Christians, and the ultimate prescription is for the unsaved to become saved and then submit to Christ and the teachings of Christ through the church. But then, is there nothing prescribed to those who have not yet been saved? Nothing prescribed to those who are on the path but not there yet? And nothing prescribed to Christians to facilitate the drawing of more into the kingdom and the rule of Christ on earth? No, I would say we are prescribed by Scripture and by the church fathers and traditions to offer solutions, use influence, and lead society in the ways of Christ, even when they have not yet been born again into God's kingdom. The cultural mandate of Genesis 1, be fruitful and multiply, fill the earth and subdue it, have dominion over every living thing that moves on the earth. This means at minimum, we should instruct all to live according to Christian norms and ethics, which are creational norms and ethics. Some would call this natural law, that's objectively built into creation itself, even if they aren't yet Christian. The choice here is whether we encourage people to follow the natural order or not follow it. If we encourage them to follow it, even if they do so imperfectly, then the response is to continue to promote them to move closer to the natural order and to come to Christ ultimately, who will sanctify them and their relationships. And church fathers and theologians, there's many I could quote from. I'm going to start with two just for the opening statement to support this as well. Justin Martyr said, endeavor to persuade those who hate us unjustly to live conformably to the good precepts of Christ, to the end that they may become partakers with us of the same joyful hope of a reward from God, the ruler of all. And then St. John of Kronstadt, who's a Russian Eastern Orthodox archpriest from the 18th century, said, by loving our neighbor, we imitate God, we show ourselves to be children of God, and thus we are able to influence others positively. Part of loving our neighbor is drawing them into the ethos of Christianity, including seeking the goods of the Christian worldview, which can be used by God to draw individuals and promote virtue in society through the church. We can dive more into this when we get to the back and forth, but let me quickly level my second criticism. I agree with a lot of Andrew's descriptions and even some of his prescriptions when it comes to politics, but where the disagreement comes fundamentally is in the defining of the morally normative use of force by the standards of Christian ethics. Authority isn't inherently bad, and the Bible does prescribe different types of authority. All authority, including civil, comes from God, but that authority is given only to do what is specifically prescribed, and any deviation from that would be a misuse of the authority God has granted. The civil magistrate is prescribed to wield the sword against those who do evil in the civil context, meaning the enforcement of property rights and the obligation against initiating violence. This is understood because of the principle of lex talionis, or just retribution, established in Genesis 9, which was also clearly present as part of the Mosaic civil law, though it operates differently in the Mosaic covenant. The Mosaic covenant also included other laws and norms, ceremonial laws and such, and specific commands, which ended when that covenant ended, being fulfilled and superseded by the new covenant in Christ, the true offspring of Abraham. Outside of the temporary Mosaic covenant, civil governance is only prescribed to enforce civil justice. This is a crucial component of my argument that libertarianism is the consistent conclusion of Christian ethics. It's not a rejection of authority, it's a rejection of unjust authority. 1 Samuel 8 depicts God's warning to Israel that the king will rob from them and from God, make them his slaves. In order for government to be Christian, it must not violate God's moral decrees, as government is just individual people with authority. Thou shalt not steal, thou shalt not murder. These don't have exceptions. You can justify or use force to, you can justify the use of force to uphold property rights and to respond to violence. You cannot justly initiate or use force to regulate or prevent all sinful behavior, and those who try end up straying from Christian ethics. If they aren't banning all sinful behavior, then they have no consistent standard for which nonviolent sins should be legal and which shouldn't be. Theonomists and the like will try to appeal to the Mosaic civil code, but that was for a specific people, specific time, and that covenant's purpose was to bring about the Christ. We see in ancient Israel's case, and in all of human history, that attempting to use force to deal with the problem of sin does not work and does not work to create a godly society. And those are the two fundamental disagreements that I have.
All right. If that finishes up for you, we'll set the 7 minutes for Andrew. You can get started whenever you're ready.
Sure. So I'm going to be a little bit more brief, as I think I can kind of get at most of these criticisms quickly. As, again, my opening statement is going to be used to defend against the criticisms rather than my positions in general, so I did not know which ones he was going to attack. So we'll start with marriage. We're told the definition in Genesis. I agree. However, I would say that these have been even further clarified by church teachings, also by the New Testament. Nullification of secular marriage, promotion of such is degenerate. And I'm going to triple down on this, and let me explain why. First of all, degeneracy means without morals.
He's already created another category. He says there's a category of marriage, that's Christian marriage, and there's another category which is not Christian marriage. Is that category less moral? He's going to have a struggle answering this question. They all have a struggle answering this question. Is this other category less moral? In order for us to say that we recognize this as being equal, he's going to have to say that they're equal in morality. He's not going to be able to do that. So it's actually not possible for him to do. He's going to say this other category is not the fullness of marriage. He'll use every word he can possibly make except to say that it's less moral, but it has to be. Otherwise, why would it be in another category? It makes no sense. But capitalizing on that, just so you understand, in the context of that debate, we're talking about secular marriage in the United States. And this is state marriage, which is a promotion of what I consider to be inversion. State marriage is an actual inversion of Christian marriage. And let me explain how. First of all, you take the head of the church out and you instead make the head the state. That's problem number one. Secondly, you give the wife egalitarianism and incentives to destroy the marriage from the state, who is the head, and promoting egalitarianism inside of marriage itself is an inversion of the man being the head, the representation of the head of the church, and the woman, the body, who the man is the head of. Because it's an inversion, the sign of the satanic, the sign of anything which is satanic, is always what is inverted. That's how you can generally tell. Tons of church teachings on this as well for how you can spot inversion. I don't even think my opponent would disagree that this is true. For those who are prescribed marriage in a non-Christian union, I would say that this is an overarching bad. And so does my opponent. So I don't know what he's going to end up fighting me about. Natural law also, he references that. Totally made up. It's a made up category. That's not a thing he can demonstrate. I'm happy to get into that with him as well. Secular marriage, moving on to the second criticism for the purpose of time constraints. He says politically defining the use of force in Christian ethics is bad. No, it's not bad. That's actually a silly argument. Doesn't make any sense. And here's how I can demonstrate how much of his actual position here with this libertarianism is nonsense. Because as he says that he can prescribe this law, and that there's going to be some civil enforcement of law, we're going to end up in something which is arbitrary. And here's an example. He says that we must utilize enforcement of property rights. That's what he claims is kind of the overarching worldview, at least from his perspective. The core of his perspective is property rights enforcement. But what gives somebody the right to own property? What actually gives somebody the right to own land? How do we know that they own the land? What gives them right to it? I would love to know the answer to that question, and we're going to dive into that as well. Of course, you can use force to regulate behavior. We've been doing it since the dawn of time. We're going to continue to do it. I really don't see how he's going to argue against that either. He says that attempting to use force to enforce morality or Christian ethics doesn't work. Of course, it works. We've seen that 100 times as well. So with that, I'm happy to yield the rest of my time and dive right into this debate.
All right. With both of the opening statements done, we are going to go ahead and move into the back and forth. I'm going to set my timer for that, and you guys just go ahead and get after it whenever you're ready.
So, Jacob, let me ask you a question. Let us assume for a moment that you crash on an island in the middle of the uncharted sea, and it's a large island, and it's you and your wife. Very large island, in fact. Let's say it's multiple miles across, but no country holds claim to this island. No country does. And you land there on this island with your wife, and you start to have children, and you begin to populate this island. Would you say that the island is then your property?
I would hold to the idea that to justly own property means that you have to homestead it. And so to homestead property means that you have to have made some kind of, visible change to the land, mixed your labor with it in some sense, although that's a clumsy analogy. There's also the idea that in a legal theory that it's whoever has the just whoever has the best claim to it. So I mean, if you're the
Yeah,
only
what is it?
person
But what
on
does
the
that
island,
mean, Jacob? What does it mean?
what does what
You
mean?
say they can homestead it, therefore that makes it theirs. Why? Why does that instantly make it theirs? Because they can homestead it, or they have done some improvement to it. Why?
Well, I mean, we know that property can be owned based on biblical principles. The Bible upholds property rights, even just from the commandment, do not steal. You can't have theft without property. So then we're talking
Yes, I
about
need
how
to
is
define how we're going to be able to ascertain who owns the property.
right. So it comes down. So people will recognize claims of other people's property generally, and then if there's a dispute over that property, then you do need something like civil magistrates or third-party arbitration.
Force.
To, if it comes down to it, yeah.
That's all force.
Yeah, I mean, I don't think. I
So
think
yeah,
you
all
might
you're
be.
doing is making the argument that property rights are force. The
Yeah, I
second
mean,
property is disputed, what happens, Jacob?
Yeah, I don't think that my position is that we can't use. I think my opening statement, I said we can use force to uphold property
Well, no,
rights.
there's no can use, right? If there's any dispute
Well, we're
over property,
we're morally obligated to use force to protect property rights.
are we though? Because when you're inside of a dispute like this, right? It really does just come down to whoever has the most force owns the property, actually, right?
Well, no, now you're getting down into descriptive versus prescriptive. Yes, it is true in a descriptive sense that might makes right to some degree in the world that we live in. But in terms of from the Christian worldview of what is prescribed in terms of God's moral decrees, we could say, well, yeah, if a big country invades a small one and takes all their land and stuff like that happens all the time.
Right. So
But that
let's
doesn't mean
start
that
with let's start with this then, so that we don't go too far into the weeds. We'll just kind of narrow and hone down in on this. So starting with property rights itself, you say descriptively you agree with me that it is force, descriptively. But that does not mean that we ought to use force. It just means that descriptively it does come down to force, right?
Yeah, I mean, going off biblical principles, we're told to try to live at peace with others as far as it depends on us. So we should, relegate as Christians force to being like the last option that we would use to protect our property. But yeah, there's ultimately many situations where to uphold that property right is going to require force.
No, then let me ask you how you would resolve this matter as a Christian. A person has cross-generational family land, and they have water which goes through that land. That water which goes through the land is used as a trade hub on a later built town on the coast, which people depend upon. He blocks that off because it's technically on his land, right? Who here should eminent domain take effect and his land be seized, or should he have the right to block it off at the expense of everybody else in the town down from the river?
Yeah, that's a good question. I think a lot of libertarians come up with different answers for this. Some people try to say that there should be some kind of easement for things like that. Other people say that water or like natural resources like that shouldn't be, things that people should be morally encouraged to to own or use stuff like that. It's important to note that while this is a real issue that there's not a perfect solution from a libertarian worldview, I don't think that there's a perfect solution from the from a state worldview either, because corporations can still do this and do environmental damage all the time, and they just pay off politicians and law enforcement and pass regulations to get away with their various.
There is a perfect solution from a corporate perspective or a state perspective. They go in with guns and they unblock it. They arrest him and they throw him in prison, and that's the end of it. It's a perfect solution.
Yeah. Well, I think what libertarians would say is that rather than, relying on force, which there are some libertarians who say that there can be force used in that sort of instance, but that rather what they would try to encourage in a more libertarian legal order society would be contract law and things like that, which you'd have market forces incentivizing against people doing that. So you would set up a system that
I
tries
know, but
to
he just really doesn't
minimize-
want to, Jacob. He just really doesn't. He doesn't want to play ball, Jacob. He doesn't want to, and it's his shit. He has the cross-generational claim, as you just said. He's been homesteading the land. It's his, Jacob. It's his land. He just do that, can't he?
if there's water running through his land and he's really like homesteaded everything around the land, yeah, you could construct a scenario where there was no contract. I mean, listen, prevention's always better than cure. And I think that a libertarian free market society does better in preventing these problems than the state does. And again, you can say there's a perfect solution of we take men with guns and go in there, but
That's
as
the
I already
place.
said,
Well,
this
wait. That solution works every single time, doesn't it?
except that it doesn't get in practice. Again, if you're saying
In practice, it
prescriptively-
seems to work better than anything that you've proposed. In practice, in fact,
No,
every single
practice-
situation
in
that I look
practice,
at,
states and governments are like the biggest polluters in the world.
yeah, maybe so. But when it comes down to enforcement of whatever policy is, they seem to be able to enforce it fine. So you can argue that they make some stupid policies. Sure, everybody makes stupid policies. Libertarian governments would make stupid policies and
Sure.
have made stupid
Well,
policies.
I'm not prescribing.
But ultimately, what I'm saying to you is that yes, the state is quite effective at just going in with guns and saying, no, unblock this waterway, and the residents down there are now going to get the goods and services that they need on this waterway. They seize it via eminent domain. And Jacob, that seems like it's optimal to me. That seems like a way more optimal system than, we'll come up with a bunch of bizarre, nuanced contract nonsense. You can't
it's
actually
more
make
expedient.
Yeah,
It's
but
more
Jacob,
expedient. I don't think it's necessarily.
I need to hear the argument for why it's more immoral.
Well, I think that you have to have a larger view, a lower time preference of evaluating these situations. Because when we create centralized institutions of power, yeah, there might be immediate payoffs and things that you would count on the good side of the ledger, but over a long period of time, what are the trade-offs, right? I mean, I kind of take that Thomas Sowell approach to politics, and I'm not a libertarian absolutist, although I like the video you were listening to of me from a couple years ago today when your debate prep. Back then, I was probably more of in like my libertarian cage stage. Like I was full like, you know, Rothbard this and Hayek that and all that. And I try to take more of a pragmatic view at this point in my political theory. I think, listen, we would, I think both agree that neither of our views are going to create a utopia that prevent some sort of problems. But if I think
Not trying to say that mine does, I'm trying to say that my view, though, is superior.
Well, and I would
I'm
disagree.
going to
I think
yeah, I know that's what we're arguing about.
If we're talking about trade-offs, which I like the Thomas Sowell quote that there are no solutions, only trade-offs. I think the trade-offs of a libertarian legal order are far preferable to the trade-offs of a
that's nice,
status
but I
quo.
need to hear a moral argument for why it is that the government shouldn't just come in, shouldn't just unblock it, shouldn't just let the water flow.
All right, I'll give you an answer. If we create a monopoly of force so powerful that it can make decisions like that against people's property, then the trade-offs of that are what we see around us. We see that free markets are completely destroyed and subverted. We've created an institution.
Well, now you're
that is
reversing
now,
descriptive and prescriptive again. You're saying because it is this way, then that prescriptively means that it shouldn't be that way. That makes no sense. You're saying that if we create a monopoly on force with some type of entity, that means they have to then use it to be oppressive? It doesn't seem that way to me. It seems like you could have an absolute force monopoly that only did good things, right?
I mean, in sure, theoretically.
Sure. So the thing is that if we could,
I could also say in my theoretical libertopia that everyone just contractually agrees to not. So I mean, like we can both say, well, this doesn't have to go bad, but we could just look empirically and say most of the time when we centralize
doesn't
power,
seem to.
this is what happens.
No, it doesn't seem to go bad when you centralize power. In fact, it seems to go bad when you polarize populations rather than having something which is a central theme inside the population. In fact, I would say that if your population has a single religion that is monopolistic, that your society's better. I would say that if your society is homogenous and monopolistic that way, that it's better. I would say that diversity is not a strength. I would say that having these kind of core buildup of powers is a good thing, Jacob.
Yeah, again, I think empirically, let's look at here at America, right? We started out as a constitutional republic. We were very small, very decentralized in terms of the government. As that has grown, things that you and I care about, right? Like having, like, I think you and I would be fellow travelers when it comes to wanting to see an increase of Christianity in our society. We see
Why?
that as
You wouldn't want some monopoly like that. They'd have the monopoly on force, Jacob.
well. I'm talking culturally, spiritually. And,
yeah, but they
you know,
would then Christians would have a monopoly on force. You don't want that.
They didn't have Christians didn't have a monopoly on force.
Oh,
What
really?
you're talking about in the I mean, yes.
Are
de
you
facto,
sure,
because
Jacob?
it was a majority. All right, let me amend.
Yeah.
It was a majority of Christians when America was founded. So yes, the institution of force that did exist was controlled by Christians.
That's
yes.
right.
But they didn't have this giant centralized power, right?
Yes,
so
they
again,
did.
I'm not using.
Hey, wait. What do you mean they
well-
didn't? The president of who's the commander in chief of the United States Armed Forces from the inception of our nation, Jacob?
Right, it was the president.
It's the president of the United States. He is in full command of the entire armed forces of America, who are all Christians, a centralized authority over all of the force. Hang on, Jacob, wait. Over all of the force of the United States, one guy held the keys. One.
Right, and the anti-federalists were right. We should have never signed the Constitution, but that's a whole other different rabbit hole. Compared to what, right? So yes, in the abstract, that's still more government than I want. But compared to a lot of the governments that existed around that time, compared to the government we have today, it was much smaller, much more decentralized.
Yeah, that's because there wasn't as many people. First of all, there wasn't as many people. We were living in basically coastal areas because people settle where there's water. Okay, that's why. There wasn't very many people. Most of this landmass had not been conquered at that point. That's why you had a smaller government. But as far as representation goes, right? No, there was really quite a bit of bureaucracy, which was going on during not only the founding of the nation, but during the 13 colonies. There was bureaucracy all over the place. The government was absolutely stuffed to the brim with bureaucrats, in fact. And you had state religions on top of that. Every single colony had a state religion. And then post-constitutional ratification, they still had state religions. It was bureaucracy on top of bureaucracy. I don't know how you can say that this was some libertarian. It wasn't. In fact, one of the first things they did was the Whiskey Rebellion, right? Very first thing they did was they went ahead and they grabbed the militia and used force in order to make sure that people were paying their taxes like they were supposed to. Very first thing they did. We've always had a monopoly on force in the United States. Arguably, it's always worked extremely well as long as you have moral people who are in the positions of power.
Sure, if you have moral people, that helps, but how long does that last? And I would say that the American experiment where it went wrong was it centralized power too much. Now, a Christian majority was able to keep that power relatively in check for a time, but I would say, and this was part of what I got into in my response video to you, was that I think the problem is that when you centralize power too much, what inevitably happens is that the incentive structure of that centralized power is going to work against Christianity. It's actually going to subvert the church and Christian institutions, and I think that's exactly what has happened in our country, in our society.
You mean Protestantism?
Listen, I'm
what would be the central authority?
Self-loathing Protestant.
Yeah,
so
what would be the authority, the self-governing authority of the United States when it came to Christianity, Jacob?
So I don't understand.
The governing authority, the governing body for religion, Christianity inside of the United States. That's not Catholicism. That's not Orthodoxy, is it?
No.
Now, so it could be possible as well that you're drawing a correlate that doesn't even exist here. The correlate being that as we centralize power, that this is going to go against Christianity. My argument back to you is no, as long as you are not centralizing power with Protestants, who then fracture off into 40,000 different denominations. It's the fact that they are not centralized. It's the fact that they're not centralized, actually, which destroys their power. Here's my argument to you. My argument is right this second, if there was one single solid church, which was a Protestant church, let's just call it, for the purpose of this mental exercise, the Church of Martin Luther, okay? Conservatives would then be in charge of the most powerful institution in the United States, which would be that church. Not liberals, not progressives, conservatives would be. And that is what happens when actually you fracture away your power, is that evil men and progressives come in and they seize your institutions and they centralize it against you. You cannot actually defend against the powerful without yourself being powerful. And you have to have some form of collectivism to do that. In this case, I would say Christianity is a great one.
Yeah, I mean, I think Christianity is a bulwark against oppressive regimes, and that's why oppressive regimes try to subvert the church historically. I don't know.
Yeah.
Yeah, but I don't think that Catholicism or Eastern Orthodox churches have exactly protected their societies from their governments becoming tyrannical either. So I'm not sure that that argument.
No. Wait, they have, and that's why the first thing the communists do to the Orthodox Church is what?
Well, they
what did they do to them?
Persecute them.
No, so they took them all. They took the Orthodox Tsar out, and they murdered him and his entire family. The Bolsheviks did. And then they went through and systematically slaughtered all of the Orthodox which existed in the East that they could possibly get their hands on, exactly because they were a powerful central church, which could stop.
It wasn't good
which
enough
could
to
stop communists.
So you're saying that, you're saying
Just because they
failed.
lost, just because they lost doesn't mean that the idea that centralizing force, if they had some sort of like standing army or some sort of warrior class, let's say, they might have been able to stand a much larger chance. They only had a centralized power with the political class. That in and of itself is still a great bulwark. They at least had something. We don't have anything. We're just literally ripe for the plucking, bro. We're ripe for the plucking.
You won't get much disagreement from me that Protestantism is largely a failure in terms of being a bulwark against these things. So I wouldn't have much pushback with you there, other than I just haven't managed to convince myself yet of Catholicism or Eastern Orthodoxy. So, but that's not the purpose of what we're here for today. I think that, these are all gradients, right? So, I mean, the American experiment might have lasted longer if it wasn't Protestantism, if it was maybe majority Catholicism or Eastern Orthodoxy. But I still think that the incentive structures of a monopoly of power like that, and again, I think this is biblically based. This is essentially the warning that God gave through Samuel to the Israelites when they asked for a king, because in the book of Judges, they still had government, but it was decentralized. And when they were like, hey, we want a king, we want a centralized authority to solve all our problems for you, God wasn't like, finally, this is what I've been waiting for you guys to ask for. He was like, no, first of all, you're rejecting me as your king. And he's going to take from you. Actually, it's really crucial. He says he's going to take 10% from you. And that's really significant because 10% is what's owed to God. So he's like, he's going to be it's going to be idolatry. He's going to
but I mean, so what? There's counter
mine.
examples to all of that, including judges. Why do we have judges? What were judges?
Well, that was an example of governance.
Yeah, that's what I mean. What
think,
were they? Though?
Listen, there are
hang on. What were judges? What were they?
Well, some of them were like military leaders, and some of them were.
They were a centralized. They were a centralized authority.
Andrew.
Yeah, I'm saying they were a centralized authority. All of these. Hang on. Not only were they a centralized authority, but they were a fantastic centralized authority, and what they were able to do is bring actual justice. What happens is when you whittle away at the government with your stupid libertarian idealism, what you do is you actually destroy centralized power for conservatism. And I'm going to give you an example in real time of how that happens and occurs. You ever hear of the fairness doctrine?
No, I don't think so.
Okay, well, this is perhaps before your time. But in the 1990s, you may not know this, but the conservatives had taken over all of national radio, all of it, every bit of it.
Okay, no, I know this. Yeah.
Yeah, and the liberals came in and said, oh, wait, we want this to be fair, blah, 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 blah. We need more airtime. We need more. It's not fair that conservatives have a monopoly on media. None of that's fair. It was libertarians who whittled away at conservative resistances, saying, no, we should have more of a battle of the ideas. We should have more of the other side's voices coming in here and speaking. We should have more of that. They were whittled away at the conservative power base. Libertarians are solely responsible for the erosion of conservatism inside of the United States because they claim that we're not allowed to have central power. And if we don't have it, the progressives will take it anyway. That's the flaw in your argument. Progressives will take it whether you want them to or not. Conservatives may listen to you, but they have no way to fight back if you don't let them have central power. They can't do it.
It's a lot harder for them to take power if it's not there in the first place, if it's decentralized. Now, you can look at this at different levels, right? So like, judges, if you go to those specific tribes and areas, then there'd be centralization for a time or in a specific region for a specific dispute. And so I'm not like there are some wacky libertarians who say like, we shouldn't have any rules or any hierarchies, or even if you have like a local governance, that's oppressive. And I'm not going there. Like I said, my views have evolved over the last couple of years. And so I'm okay with decentralized government that at the local level can actually be pretty active. In fact, some libertarians
Nope, still a bad idea.
Would question my libertarian credentials because I think at the local level, not only can government be a little bit more hands-on, but I think that the churches should be a big part of that.
Yeah. So aren't universities decentralized?
I mean, some universities, a lot of them get
No, they're
public funding.
they're decentralized.
I don't know. I don't know if that's because I mean a lot of them are connected, right?
Okay,
Like,
well, explain how they're centralized, how they're a central position of power other than the soft power that they wield. That's their power, right? But they're not a centralized form of. So, in other words, can universities send armed men over to enforce their will?
Well, no, but they're almost
No.
like they're just an arm of the bureaucratic leftist progressive.
Well, then so is
state at this
everything.
point.
That's the thing, though, is that this is a problem when you say decentralized power. Try to understand how illogical it is from my perspective, what you're saying. Here's what you're saying. Andrew, inside of society, there are hundreds of millions of people whose ideology is that the state must seize control of everything possible and destroy all religion in order to free mankind from itself and give them a stateless society where we all live for each other. Hundreds of millions of people believe this ideology. In order to combat that, the best thing we can do is make sure that we have less power. That's actually what you're saying to me.
And
how would that combat these people?
If they're, I mean, if you have, it's easy to hijack institutions where the ability to tax, the ability to seize property, the ability to conscript, and the monopoly of law over a giant landmass with millions of people, when that already exists, it's easy for these leftists to come in and wield those against us, wield those against the church, wield those against the values that you and I would mostly agree with.
It's not easy. It's not actually easy for them to do this unless libertarian ideology gets in there and says to them things like, you should not wield force in government for ethics. You should not wield law against the citizens to enforce ethical standards. Rather, people should be able to do whatever they want as long as they're not aggressing on other people. You create these open back door for power to seize your institutions, because what happens is moral men act in the way that you're prescribing. Immoral men refuse to act in the way that you're prescribing. And so what they do is they seize power of those institutions, and you let them right in through the front door. Instead of recognizing this ideology will not go away, the only way to successfully combat the guy on the playground who has the biggest fist is to make sure that you can pound him harder, right?
Yeah, I just don't agree with that characterization of how we got here. Like, I've heard it sounds similar, like Michael Knowles said when he was on Timcast, where like, libertarians duped the conservatives, and this is why we're in the mess we're in today. And I disagree with that. Like, conservatives were hijacked by like the Buckleyites and the neocons, who they weren't trying to
you mean
government small.
You mean progressive libertarians. Those are progressive libertarians.
They're not I mean,
yes, they were.
Them libertarians. That's just like that's making the word libertarian meaningless. If it describes
when you
those
make
people and
when
people like
when
me.
you make an egalitarian, when you make the argument, the pro argument for egalitarian systems for equity between human beings and egalitarianism, essentially you are moving towards a libertarian paradigm. Libertarians have to concede to some form of egalitarianism and some form of equity. Otherwise, none of your shit's going to work. You have to bake in the assumption, for instance, that people can, sign these contracts, that they can live inside of these societies without there being a threat of force. My argument and contention is that no, they can't, and that all it takes is a single man to say, no, we want their shit. And now you're right for the plucking. You're right for the plucking. That's it. That's the end of it.
Well,
It's done.
So this is where we'll have some crossover, like I alluded to earlier, because I actually think that there's some truth to what you're saying, and I think a lot of libertarians need to learn this lesson. So actually, like I come from like I'm friends with Dave Smith, and I'd say I'm like a Dave Smith style libertarian, and Dave often says that conservatives need to learn a libertarian lesson, and libertarians need to learn a conservative lesson. And I actually think that libertarians are misguided if they think that their ideas can ever come close to reality. I don't even think like the libertarians who are thinking we're going to have some kind of stateless society need to wake up. There's a lot of people in Like you're watching this video of me earlier today, and I was talking back then in real time when it was happening, and I didn't understand their criticisms at that point. People like from my world, Pete Quinones, Matt Erickson, guys like CJ Engel, who are basically leaving the libertarian movement to kind of move more into sort of like your territory. And the reason being that a lot of libertarians are living in fantasy land, basically living in what they would call Ancapistan in their head. And at the time, I kind of didn't realize their point, but over the last couple of years, I've kind of come to see that there's a lot of truth to what they're saying. And I think libertarians need to actually grow up a little bit and realize that, A, we need to work in the real world. I'm not envisioning that in my lifetime that even if all the libertarians magically work together, we're going to have some kind of perfect libertopia come in. But I do think that the answer is still not ultimately down the path of centralizing power. And I would say that the only way that we're going to ultimately
You
fight
don't
back
want a
against all
centralized power for religion?
I want a centralized power in terms of a cultural force.
How many churches?
This is
Hang
what I
on,
mean by-
hang on. How many church? Is there only one church?
I mean, there's the body of Christ.
Yeah, that's one, right? How many is that?
I mean, there's the visible church, and then there's the
The body of Christ,
invisible
though.
church.
How many bodies of Christ are there?
Ultimately one.
Oh, so it's a monolith.
Right. Well, the kingdom of heaven is a monolith.
Right. So it's a monolith. It sounds like it's very centralized, doesn't it? Sounds like
Yeah,
it's very
God
much.
can
It's
be-
very much
God
this.
can-
We
I
all
trust
need
God
to be
with that
one
power. I don't
thing,
trust you
right?
with that power.
Well, I don't understand. Who's the church?
Well, the church is still men, though, right?
Oh,
Still
okay. So who is it?
individuals.
It's
Who is
men, and how many are there supposed to be?
How many?
How many
what?
churches are there supposed to be? One. And what's it comprised of? Men. Very strange, very strange. This God character that you're pointing out, who doesn't like this whole monopoly on things, gives us a single church for all men to join. All men to join this one thing, which creates a monopoly. In fact, I could never give you a better definition of a monopoly than everybody does this one thing. What possibly could be a better example of a monopoly than that?
I mean, I'm a Christian. I'm not sure. I don't disagree with you. The path is narrow, right? Like, and even many who think they know God, Jesus will say, "Depart from me, I never knew you." So,
If all people
the
joined
kingdom-
this one church, would that create this massive power monopoly?
Well, yeah. I mean, if everybody in the world became Christian, then
The thing that you
could say
want?
it became a monopoly.
Yeah,
Well,
the thing that you want. So wait, so
Right,
let me just
but you can't put
get
the
this
cards-
right.
hold
Let
on.
me get this right, Jacob. You want everybody in the world to join this monopoly, creating the largest monopoly of force in the history of the world. That's your libertarian solution to the crisis of planet. I just want to make sure I got
That's
that
not
clear.
my.
Is
Hold
that
on,
correct?
No. We're moving the goalposts to here. I'm not. saying
Oh,
that
I don't
it's
think
my-
we are.
You're conflating what I want with what I'm actually prescribing in terms of what is realistic.
Why wouldn't you
So, yeah,
prescribe
do
what
I
you want?
Well, I mean, you can have lofty goals, but that doesn't mean that's what I think is realistically going to happen.
Yeah, okay, but that's a descriptive is. We're talking about ought. You're saying people
Right.
ought to all be Christians, right?
Okay, I think we should start with the idea that we should make as many Christians as possible.
So
that we should
everybody ought
growing
to be
the
a
kingdom of
Christian?
God.
Everybody ought to be a Christian?
Yeah, I don't.
Oh,
think we
okay,
should
so
use force to
everybody ought
accomplish
to
that
be a
goal.
Christian, and if everybody ought to be a Christian, everybody.
I said that in my
did.
opening statement. I said the
And
prescription for
right,
the
right.
unsaved
And
is
if
to
everybody
become saved.
became a Christian, right, you would have the largest monopoly of force on planet Earth. Correct?
I mean, sure. I mean, that's almost what the Bible describes. That we're going to have I mean, not getting into eschatology, but there'll be
Mhm.
a reign with Christ with his body. Sure.
Super,
when that day
super,
comes.
super weird. So you would agree that this would have to come in stages, right? Like 50% of planet Earth was Christian, then 60% of planet Earth was Christian, then 70% was Christian, et cetera, right?
Yeah, I mean, I'm more of an amillennialist than a post-millennialist, although I'm an optimistic amillennialist. So I'm not sure that we will have this incremental move to 100% and then usher in, the physical kingdom on Earth. If that happens, great. I'm not sure it's going to be exactly like that, but if it happens,
okay. Well,
that
let's
would be
phrase
fine.
it a different way. Let's assume right now 10% of planet Earth were Christians, right? Let's just assume it. It's hypothetical, Jacob. I'm not saying it's true. Just hypothetical. We're going to assume 10% of planet Earth are Christians. Would you want it to be 20%?
Absolutely.
Would you want it to be 30%?
Absolutely.
Okay, so if incrementally it went tomorrow from 10%, hypothetically, to 20%, thus doubling the amount of force that it could apply, you would want that, wouldn't you?
I would want the increase of Christianity, sure. Yeah.
And would those Christians then be the people who were in your government?
Sure.
And when they were in your government, would they be creating your policies?
I'm not against, like I said in my intro, I'm not against Christian government, but I think we have
Oh.
to get into the details of how that's defined.
Sure,
So-
sure. I get it. But you would want all of your government to be Christians then.
Sure, yeah.
And you would want everybody inside of your government who applied force to be Christians, wouldn't you?
Yes.
Okay, great. So then what we have established is that Jacob, the libertarian, wants Christians to have a complete and total monopoly on all force on planet Earth if he can do it. This is some real mind-blowing libertarianism that you got going on here, Jacob. You have really cracked the code with this one, brother. I wish I had been able to go back in time and apply that I was also a libertarian who believed in a uniform singular church as a prescription for everyone on planet Earth. I'm sure that I wouldn't have gotten laughed out of the room at all.
Yeah,
But
again,
anyway, go ahead.
You're still moving the goalposts from. You're asking me, do I want more Christians, and then would that consequently mean more Christians in government? And
Yes, I'm
therefore,
sorry that
then
there's
you jump
logical
to the.
entailments. Those are logical entailments, Jacob. That's
So
correct.
Andrew, so are you saying you don't want more Christians, and therefore to create more Christians in government?
No.
Okay, then what is your prescription?
Well, I mean, my prescription, what I've always said is that, maybe I misunderstood your question. Say your question again.
So I mean, because honestly, I mean, I've heard you describe yourself as a Christian nationalist, but I know that's not like one thing. People believe different things. But
Yeah,
how
I
I've
think
heard
I
most
caught. I
Christian
think what I thought you said was, would you recommend that less people became, or more people became Christian? I said yes, but maybe that's not what you asked. So what did you actually ask?
I asked, you would want more people to become Christian, and therefore more people in your government to be Christian.
Yeah.
Right.
And I want all those force applicators to be governed by Christians. And if they're
Sure.
moral men, I don't really give a shit how big the government gets. I don't really care if they have a monopoly on force. And I don't really care if you cannot defend yourself adequately against those moral men. I don't care.
I think if we have devout Christians following biblical principles in government, that they will use force to uphold property rights, and I don't see a biblical justification for initiating force against non-violent.
Yeah, but
sinners.
what makes that libertarian? That makes that centralized power again. All you're saying is that if Christians held centralized power, that they would enforce property rights with centralized power. Yeah, I agree. What's your point?
Well, I mean, I think you were defining libertarianism in a different way than I am.
Oh, no, I don't think so. I think we just went over it ad nauseum. Decentralization of power over to limited property rights with smaller government. That is what you said.
So I don't think there would be one. There would still be different government across the world, and they would all be different Christian. There'd be a Christian government, and I ideally wouldn't want a American government. I'd probably want it more granular than that. So, like I live in Pennsylvania, so I'd want a Pennsylvanian government that is Christian. That would be neighboring with the Maryland government that is.
Would they all be
comprised
part?
mostly Christians.
But feasibly, if you could, would they all be part of the one truth body of Christ? In
Yeah, but those are
Pennsylvania
different
and
spheres.
in Maryland.
Those are different, but those are different. You have the sphere of the church, and then you
Well, wait,
have
that's really
spheres
hang on,
of
that's
human
really
society.
weird. Because if you had localized leadership, you would have things like bishops, and you would have clergy who would cross over these states, and they would make like cross-state policy, right? They would make cross-state prescriptions for how morality should be run, and then well, before you knew it, Jacob, they would be working together and uniting with each other in order to continue to spread their reach so that more people became part of that one church, right?
We should be growing the church, absolutely.
Right. So what happens is all you're doing is saying this. Here's your entire position. Andrew, I want a centralized authority of moral Christian men who then go on to take over the entirety of the United States and rule it as moral people. That's your actual position.
Right. I think we're just disagreeing that you think that's not commensurate with libertarianism.
It's not.
And
It's not libertarianism. What is libertarianism then? Is it big monopoly government unified under a single religion? Is that libertarianism?
Well, no, I've already
Jacob?
said I would. No, because you you're saying that the church would be the government, and I'm saying no, the governments would be separate from the church. The
It's
church
not
would
possible.
interact with the government.
Nope, not possible. You cannot, if you're part of a single
Well, hold on,
unified body
can
of.
I amend? Let me
Yeah,
amend
go
my-
ahead, man.
So
Yeah.
yes, the body of Christ as the church, yes, would be like in a spiritual sense as the
Mhm.
body of Christ governing that nation, so to speak, if it was the majority.
And
Christian
where does
nation.
culture come
But,
from?
Culture comes from people.
Comes from theology. Culture's downwind of theology,
Right.
and government's downwind of culture. So you're saying that the entire culture and the entire monopoly of force, the entire foundational root for your ideology is a singular unified religion among men who have a monopoly
But there would still
on
be
force,
different
sir.
institutions. There would still be.
Why?
Would,
No,
so
what?
you-
How could you have a different institution and be part of
the
one
church
body?
wouldn't- they would be part of one body in a Christian sense, in a biblical
Uh-huh.
sense of being one body of Christ.
Yeah.
But then, in terms of what happens in human society, you would have, you'd still have different spheres of and institutions of human government and courts and things like that, and they wouldn't be part of just one universal church across
Why not?
the entire
I
nation.
think. Well, I think that they would. I think that everything which informed all of those judges and everybody else's morality would be that one unified church, and they would risk a penalty of excommunication should they govern in such a way that that one unified church didn't like. Right? Almost like checks and balances in a way.
Yeah, I find it unlikely that it would be one church. I mean, like you could say
No.
that's
I'm
preference.
not. I'm saying let's just assume for a second that it's almost logically impossible. Not quite, but almost. Like it's never going to happen as a descriptive is. That is what you want to happen, though.
It would be great if all of the theological divides between Christians were solved. We became
Mm-hmm.
one unified body. Sure.
Right. So I mean, if this is the ultimate ought,
Like I said,
then
we
why
have
aren't we
some-
moving
we-
towards that? I don't get that. Why shouldn't you
I
move
think
towards
we
that
should
then?
move towards that. And
Well,
like
then
I said,
great.
we
Then
do-
then you're a Christian nationalist. You're coming over to my side, right? We should be moving towards a singular church, and the body and authority of all people in the United States should be governed by the ethics of that church, and they should have a complete and total monopoly of force. I love this, Jacob. We have completely solved this problem. You're no longer a libertarian. You're coming over to the dark side, right?
No, I think that I mean ultimately I'd have questions for you in terms of your Christian nationalism, because I haven't actually heard your Christian nationalism. I've actually talked to our CEO at Libertarian Christian Institute. We were talking the other night, and I was describing my views as almost Christian nationalism light. In a way. So again, I do think we have some crossover, and I think there's some libertarians in the chat who actually, who are like, oh, you're not a real libertarian. Well, I don't care. I'm still incorporating a lot of libertarian political philosophy into what I'm prescribing and what I'm moving towards. But I'm a Christian first. I'm not a ideologically possessed libertarian. I guess ultimately what it comes
Good.
down
Then
to
we've
is,
almost got the rest of that nonsense beaten out of your skull, so you can just come the rest of the way over to moving towards the
Nothing's
ought
changed
that
on-
you want to
nothing's-
see.
no-
This is
nothing's
the
changed
ought
on
that you
my
want to
end.
see. Why aren't we moving towards the ought that you want to see, bro?
Listen, the devil is in the details in terms of that. I still think that it needs to be stressed that I think there is no biblical justification for using civil governance at any level to initiate violence against nonviolent people. And that is ultimately what makes me a libertarian, is that I reject the use of political violence against peaceful people.
Well, then who gets
There are
to
some
define?
libertarian
Well, who gets
absolutists-
to define what violence is then? You?
I would say by Christian norms should be the
Oh, by
ideal.
well, okay. Wait,
And this is
wait,
where-
wait,
this is
hang
where my
on, wait,
Christianism-
what? Wait, what? So wait a second. You want the defining ideals for what constitutes violence to be done by who?
Christians. I don't
Oh,
want
would that
non-Christians
require some
defining
sort of
morality.
centralization and force again, Jacob?
I mean, listen, I think even with, well, I shouldn't say this because Protestantism is a mess. Between like the good Protestant branches and Catholicism and Eastern Orthodoxy, there's really not any disagreement over major moral issues. So, I mean, I think we can create a sort of, this is sort of what like Doug Wilson talks about, who I have disagreements with, but he talks about like a mere Christendom, and he describes himself almost as a theocratic libertarian in a sense, because he's trying to create a just sort of like a Christian consensus, right?
No,
Not one
Jacob, what
church,
are you
but a
going to do
Christian
with all of
consensus.
those non-violent atheists who just have a different definition of what violence is?
No, I don't have a problem. If someone commits violence, like steals
Mhm.
property, and they say, "Well, in my view, it's not violent," I don't care. We'll use force to stop them.
Oh, okay. So got it. So essentially what you're saying is this, is that you are going to be the ultimate arbiter of what constitutes violence. A good example of this, for instance, is going to be abortion. Do you think that atheists and progressives think that it's violence to abort a child?
A lot of them, well, I mean, some of them
Most.
pretend that it's violence, and then they still end up saying, "But it should be legal anyway." So practically, most of them don't think it's violence.
Yeah,
for
most
all
of them don't
intents and
think it's
purposes.
violence, right? So if you, the person who tells them, Jacob, well, listen, anytime people perpetuate violence from a civil authority on those who are non-violent, they're wrong. That atheist progressive is going to be like, yeah, sure, that sounds great. By the way, here, suck this out of me real quick, Doc. And that's not violence, Jacob. How are you going to convince them that it is violence, Jacob? Are you going to, and if they don't think it's violence, they don't think that it is, are you going to use violence anyway?
Yeah.
Yeah. So the thing is that really
libertarianism is fundamentally against the initiation of aggression. The unborn are still people.
Well, that's nice. And you get to determine what that means, though. And you haven't told me why we should yield. Why should we yield to that?
Someone's going to determine right now.
Yeah, but why should they yield to that, Jacob? Why should they yield to your definition of violence? Why?
Well, so this is where your prescriptions and descriptions are right, and I agree with you that, in a sense, in a society, might does make right.
That's right.
And this is why we do need to create a Christian majority and consensus.
That's right. So here's the difference between us. I say this. I say, oh, yeah, you don't think that that's violence? That's great. I'm going to institute the civil authority against you anyway. Fuck off.
Right. On abortion, I would mostly agree with you.
But you know, I'm saying to you that prescriptively, not even descriptively, that prescriptively it's okay to use civil authority against nonviolent people because these people who are, quote, nonviolent would only be able to follow whatever your definition of nonviolence is. If they followed their own, you would still consider it an act of violence. You have not given an argument for why they should yield to yours. Why should they yield to what you consider violence to be instead of what they consider it to be? Like, for instance, they could do human sacrifice, right, Jacob? And say, this isn't violence. Our God hath ordained that I take this guy up here, cut his fucking heart out, and sacrifice it to Ra. That's not violence. Boss, he said he wanted to. There's nothing violent going on here. You wouldn't take the civil authority anyway and put him to the sword, Jacob?
I would have no problem using civil authorities to stop human sacrifice.
So what is your argument to him for why it is violence? Why should he yield to you?
So right now we're not too far off where I wouldn't have an argument or even a monopoly of force to stop him. But I'm hoping we can turn the tide on that. And yeah, so this is, again, I'll repeat, I agree with the framework you often use, because I've listened to you a lot, that yes, and this is really just a restating of the idea that politics is downstream from culture. And there's some interplay because politics can influence culture as well. But ultimately, yeah, like if we have an immoral people who redefine things like the killing of the unborn or human sacrifice or other things that are aggression, and they say these aren't aggression, that is wrong. And if we could get the government to use force to stop them, that would be great. But we don't have the majority right now to easily do that, and so we need to focus on doing that.
But Jacob, I just want to let you know, and I didn't cut you off while you went through the entirety of that. You didn't actually answer my question. Why should 40% or 30% of the population, which is atheist right now, okay, let's assume it's somewhere in there. I don't think it's that high, but let's assume that it is 30%. Why should they yield to your definition of violence instead of their own? Why? Why ought they?
Why ought they?
Mm-hmm.
They're wrong by Christian standards.
So
right now I would say.
So wait. So hang on. You realize it's not an argument to say because they're wrong. Why? You have to tell me why they should. Why ought they?
Well, so listen, you try to use words and persuasion and reason, but if people are beyond reason, then you do have to resort to force.
Yeah, so essentially this, right? Do what I fucking say or else. Libertarianism with Jacob Winograd, ladies and gentlemen. Do what I say by my moral standards
Don't listen.
Or else.
Don't hurt people and don't take their stuff is like libertarianism 101. And yes, you can use force to tell people.
Yeah,
you will
but the
not hurt people and
problem
take their
is
stuff.
you're acting within this nebulous gray area of what is or is not violence. And you're saying that they ought to uphold your standard for what violence is because you just really fucking want them to, Jacob. Jacob, hang on. Because you just really want them to. So tell me why they actually should, other than because otherwise Jacob's going to go over there with an army that has a bunch of fucking boom boom sticks and make you.
Listen, I come from the libertarian tradition of Rothbard and the Mises Institute guys, and those libertarians like Hans Hermann Hoppe, they've always understood the importance of culture and the idea that libertarianism does not work without a moral people and really without a Christian people. And so, yeah, I am willing to impose the Christian worldview through governance. I just happen to think that the Christian worldview is commensurate with libertarian principles.
Yeah, because Christian principles are do what I want or else, right?
Well, yes, there is an aspect to human society that you describe well. That you do have to there are people who aren't going to agree. Now listen, I'll make a caveat here. What I am not going to justify creating is like some kind of like Christian imperialism where it's like we need to go halfway across the world and tame these savages or something like that. I'm not going to create Christian nationalism light, my version of Christian libertarianism, or whatever you want to call it, wouldn't justify that. I don't think we should. I still think that the emphasis should be on making these things as decentralized as possible, as local as possible, as ground up as possible. But yeah, like at some point whether it's at the state or the locality, there will still be
centralized authority.
There's still going to be at some level a centralized authority.
Yeah, there's going to be a centralized authority, and if they don't adhere to your standards of Christian ethics, they're conducting violence, and you're going to go over there, and you're going to go over there with boom boom sticks and make them fucking comply. There does, Jacob. There has to be law.
It has to be enforced.
Yeah, but Jacob, I agree. Jacob, I agree with all of that. That there has to be law, has to be enforced, has to be a central authority to enforce that law. There has to be judges, has to be cops, has to be law enforcement, has to be military, there has to be all this stuff in order to do all of that. But you still, I just want to let you know, this is the third time I'm going to ask this, because you actually have not answered the question in all three times I've asked it. Within the nuance of what Jacob considers violence to be, why ought atheists, if you told an atheist you ought to do what my version of violence is, which includes like a Plan B pill, let's say. You can't take a Plan B pill. That's violence, right? Isn't that violence?
I don't remember the exact science of the Plan B pill.
Okay, the abortion pill. The abortion pill.
Right. If it's an actual abortion pill. Now, I also will make a distinction between what is morally permissible and what is prudent, because I would also have a problem with things that would resemble the war on drugs. And there's some things that might be morally permissible to say, hey, the law could do this, but it doesn't mean that it's practical. It doesn't mean that you can actually implement it without some greater violation of rights. So there's a little bit of nuance there. But in terms of the heart of your question, and I want to make sure I answer it this time. You're asking why they listen to me if they disagree with me.
Nope, that's not my question, and I'm going to be hyper specific here.
Okay.
Jacob says, my moral grounding ethics for what violence is needs to be adhered to by you, the atheist. And my reason for that is...
Christianity is right.
Oh. And if you don't follow it, we're going to make you follow it.
I mean, I will make people follow the parts of Christianity that can be imposed by force, which is essentially the libertarian parts of do not murder and do not steal.
Yeah. If you do, but you have to understand that within their ethical framework, they're saying, no, this isn't true. You're wrong. You have not demonstrated. Hang on, Jacob. You have not demonstrated to me that this is actually a murder or violence of any kind. You have not demonstrated that, so therefore it is not. We're not going to do it. And Jacob says, yes, you are, or else. Because if you don't, we're going to come fucking make you. Right, Jacob?
If we had the Christian majority to make that happen, sure. If we didn't, it might be a little bit tougher.
Yeah, but you would prefer that we did.
Yeah, I would prefer people not be murdered, and I'd prefer property rights to be respected.
To Christian populism. Welcome to the actual conservative movement, where we're not so stupid that we don't understand that the application of force from the civil authority To enforce things that we consider to be moral, even if you don't, is not only necessary, but we're going to move society towards that. Because the problem you have here is that you have become the god of the system. Because what you say is, listen, you people, all of you, have to adhere to what I consider violence to be. If you do not adhere to what I consider violence to be, I will use violence on you. Pretty based authoritarianism, Jacob.
I mean, listen, like I said in my intro, I'm not against the just use of authority. There is a just use of authority from the Christian worldview. I am a Christian, so
okay.
But it's just a matter of defining those things, and I would still be, in my opinion, a libertarian who says that no, if someone is smoking weed or even shooting up crack and not hurting anyone, I'm not going to go use force to stop them. If people are, we didn't get much into the marriage stuff.
What?
If someone's shooting up crack and they're not hurting anyone,
okay, now I get it. Yeah. So let's make sure going into marriage then. So gay marriage, good? They can do that. It's fine. You don't have a problem with it?
I'm not going to use force to stop gay people from getting together, although
Why not?
I agree with your prescription that we should divorce the institution of marriage from the state, because all that's led from that is that the state is subverted and destroyed.
I'm sorry. Why ought I allow gays to get married? Why ought I?
There's no violation of property rights. There's no act of aggression against another person.
But by my definition, there is.
Well,
that's what matters, is my definition, right, Jacob? My definition of what these things are is what matters. And therefore, as long as it falls under the purview of what I consider to be moral, then it's time for the mighty sword to come out and enforce my will, isn't it, Jacob?
Right. So this is again where, and I'm not dodging your question. I'm trying to agree with you, is that your descriptors about how society operates through a sort of might makes right framework is not wrong. Like, this is something that like Stirner talked about, who's a classical anarchist thinker who very left-wing and degenerate. He's not my guiding libertarian philosopher, but he made that observation too. It's something libertarians know, and I've even talked about on my show that there's an aspect of society that is very much like there is what's morally normative and what we prescribe, and then there are
well, let's dive into this absurdity. I'll be as good faith as possible for this, right? Even though I feel like pointing this kind of absurdity out over and over again has been fun, I would like to dive into this a little bit more. Let's assume for a second, I assume that you think that a person marrying an animal is not okay, because that would be a transgression of the non-aggression principle, correct? Because the animal can't consent and all that stuff.
I don't know.
You don't know?
I will admit that that's not one I've really thought about. I don't know if animals really have
you don't know
rights. So
they don't. So they're your property. Why can't you marry? Why can't you marry one, bro?
Rights are fictitious anyway. But
yeah, so why can't they marry a goat, bro?
I don't know that I would want to wield civil authority to stop them
from marrying a goat.
I mean, it's the
You're not sure that you would let the civil authority go in and prevent people from marrying their barnyard animals, Jacob?
I mean, that's not the hill I would die on. So if my state and community passed laws preventing that, I'm not going to be acting to repeal them.
Can they go marry a dead body, Jacob?
No, I'd say.
Why not?
The dead body is still a human body, and even though the soul is left, it's still not.
It's nothing. It's just a husk, right? Like if you were gonna die for certain, you were with your child, and you were like up in a snowbank, like in Alive, the movie Alive, and you were gonna starve, and your kid was gonna starve if you didn't eat one of the pilots. I mean, it's bon appetit time, right? It is bon appetit. You are grabbing a fork and a knife, and you're getting the grill going. And man, that kid is going to make it through that winter in the Alps, isn't he?
Yeah, I don't know. I mean, I would probably draw the line at desecrating human bodies. I don't think that
you wouldn't eat a dead body if it meant feeding your kid. You wouldn't do it. I'd do it.
Well,
I'd eat that fucker's face. You know what I mean? If that was the only way I was getting out, right? Like I would go home and I'd tell my wife, I'd be like, "Look, baby, you know how much I love you? You know how much I love you? When I was up on that mountaintop, I was getting home and I ate a dude's fucking face. I ate his face to get back to you, baby. Right? Like, I mean, I would eat their face, right? If that's what it took to get off the mountain, I would do that, right? But you know why? I would never do that to somebody who was alive, though, because a dead body has no more moral value, really. The only thing about desecration which comes, that's a punishment, a crime against yourself, right? It's a crime against you.
I guess it's context specific. Like if you find a dead body out in the wilderness versus like you go into a hospital and go into the morgue and pull out a dead body. Like I think those are two different things by, even by property rights and contract law. So
yeah, no, I get it. So, but let's assume for a second then, under this scenario, that a dude who happened to be a homosexual wrote out in his will that he wanted some other guy to marry his dead body and then have sex with it if he wanted to.
I mean, yeah, that's pretty degenerate.
Yeah,
I'd like to think that doesn't happen, but
but if it did,
but if it did, I mean, so again, is that a law that I would die on the hill of preventing?
You wouldn't.
No.
Yeah, no way. I mean, there's no way that Jacob's gonna send the civil authority over to tell the next Manson family member that he can't have sex of his former partner's corpse and marry it. I mean, that would be crazy.
Yeah, I think so. Can you draw so like, let's say for sake of argument, I grant that like, yeah, we should have a law against that and the other examples you've given. So why does that extend to gay marriage then too?
Because the only argument that you can make for why a person shouldn't marry a goat, and if you believe that a goat is simply property, and you must, because obviously you will eat a goat's face and you will have no moral qualms about doing so. You'll eat it for breakfast, won't you? You'll wake up in the morning. If somebody served a delicious goat face on a table, you're going to gobble that shit down so fast and down a glass of ice cold orange juice with it. So the thing is, since we give them no moral consideration under this worldview, you would have to concede the only reason you would stop them from marrying a goat and having sex with it, even though you would allow them to eat it, is because it's a crime against themselves. And since it's a crime against themselves, you have a moral duty to prevent that crime against themselves. You would have to make the same exact argument that homosexuality is a crime against yourself.
Yeah, I would probably, so what I would probably do for all the situations except for the gay marriage would be definitely in favor of at least some form of ostracism, to say like, listen, I'm not going to go like, I don't want to create a surveillance state where we're spying on people's homes to see if they're screwing goats.
I mean, we don't have it now. We don't
stuff.
have a surveillance state for that now, but it's certainly a crime to screw a goat and you go to jail. The evil civil authority that you're against currently will throw you in jail for fucking a goat, Jacob. Should they not do that? Are they out of line there, Jacob? Are they out of line? Do we need to stop these tyrants, Jacob?
I'm gonna err on the side of saying that no, we don't need to stop them there. Although some libertarians might say that I'm deviating from libertarianism there. But again, I'm not ideologically possessed by libertarianism. If I lose my libertarian credentials because I'm not dying on the hill of banning, people screwing animals, then and at the same time, I would hope like. The prescription I have is like we need to be ultimately working to make a society more virtuous, more Christian, and like, if we're at the point where it's like, man, we need to stop people from screwing goats, then we have a lot of work to do as a church. And I think that that the cultural decay, if we're at that point, is a that's
well, I hate to be the bearer of bad news, Jacob, but right this second there are people who fuck goats.
Yeah, well,
here in the United States, and when they go to jail. I think they belong there, Jacob. I think they should go to jail for that.
There's probably a good argument to be made that people who have hit that level of like mental derangement might not be of sound mind. It might be a danger to other people. Wait.
I don't understand. Hang on. If an animal has absolutely no value, right? Its only value is going in your tum-tum. Right? You can literally eat it. You have no problem with that. If a guy, like, here, let's answer it this way. Let's assume a guy breeds dogs. Okay? He's breeding dogs. He doesn't want any impurities. This dog has a beautiful batch of puppies, little puppy dogs, and they got the big doe eyes, and they haven't even opened their eyes quite yet. You know, they're sniffing around looking for mama's teat. And he goes, oh, shit, there's a defect in all of these. One of their big toes, it's just a little too long. That's going to create an impurity in the breed. So he grabs all the little puppies, and he fucking drowns them. Right in his front yard, he just drowns them. By the way, that happens in real time all the time for service dogs, things like that. You don't have any problem with that, right? It's not an issue.
Yeah, I mean, I don't know. I don't have... the animal question's a tricky one, and I'll have to be somewhat agnostic on where I stand on that. That's not one I've given a whole lot of thought to, so I wouldn't give a definitive answer. But
I mean, right now they do that, and it's because the animal is your property. Unless you give it some type of value other than your property, right? You would have to explain to me why you couldn't marry your property. You'd have to explain that to me. What the actual problem with that would be under your civil authority, except that you're doing something bad to you.
Yeah, I mean, I guess this comes down to there's going to be like there is no neutrality in culture. There's going to be a culture, and I do think that there are some cultural norms that are going to be imposed. Right now, we have cultural norms that are trying to be imposed that are awful, that we should push back against. And so the libertarians that I referenced before, guys like Hans Hermann Hoppe, have talked about, ways within a libertarian legal order to prevent this kind of degeneracy from being allowed within your community. Now, does that mean that you then need to then go, like, if they become the outcasts of society and they're living in some like cave in a mountain or something, like, should we go hunt them down and kill them? Like, I wouldn't be an advocate.
Or should we let them utilize our institutions to get married? If they're outcasts, I don't get it, Jacob. Are they? If they're outcasts living in a cave somewhere, being ostracized from society, why are we letting them use our institutions in order to get married again?
It's interesting to talk about animals and dead bodies, but I still don't see how that becomes consistent.
Because I'm going to explain. I'll explain
have rights. Well, again, the difference I see is that human beings, like, where I think it's a little bit ambiguous with the case of the animal and the dead body. With the case of gay marriage, I don't see the same ambiguity. Those are living beings.
I'm going to explain it to you so that there is no ambiguity.
All right,
you can only view an animal one of two ways. Either it has no moral value or it has moral value. And if it does have moral value, you have to assign some kind of moral value to it. I don't know what. Hang on. Let me finish so that you understand the position.
All right.
So if it's either going to have moral value or it's not. How much moral value? That's debatable, but it either is or it isn't. By the law of logic, the law of excluded middle, it either is or it is not. And that's it, right? It can't be both. So it either has moral value or it does not. Under your libertarian framework, it does not. So if that is the case and it's just property, that's it, then the only way you could actually prosecute a person for fucking his own property would be if you said, this is bad for you. It's a crime against yourself. If this is the case, I would use the same argument about prostitution and homosexuality as a crime against yourself, just like fucking the goat. So either the goat has moral value and is not property, or it does not have moral value and it is property. You tell me which.
Well, I mean, the one thing that came to mind is that although, yes, they either have moral value or don't, you could even say they have moral value. It doesn't make it equal to human value.
Didn't say it did.
But in terms of, if we're going with the level where they don't, again, writers like Hoppe have discussed how at community level, and even if you had like something like an incorporated city, you could have through contract law, that basically people have already agreed to by contract that these are things that they're not going to do in this community, and if they violate that, then they're ostracized.
Yeah, but I don't want communities around the fuck goats, even if they have it by contract, Jacob.
Right. So this is where
I don't
I'd have
even
to
want
be
that.
like,
I don't
I'm
want
not-
them to have
I'm
that,
not-
Jacob. I'm
I-
like,
I'm
you
not
know, I
gonna-
don't think. I think it's a crime against humanity for you to
I'm
fuck
not gonna
goats.
create.
So
I'm
no.
not going to create a Christian bureaucratic state that's going around looking for degeneracy wherever it can find it to stomp out. In terms of like, you know, if there's a small collective living out in the woods being degenerate, if they're not hurting anybody, I'm not sure that.
I'm sorry. Is this whole nation your community?
No, I was talking more on a decentralized.
Yeah, I know, but like right now, is this whole nation your community?
I mean, it's sort of an imposed community.
But is it your community or isn't it? Like, are you an American and you exercise the rights of an American? You have some form of Americana. You at least believe that your countrymen are American, right?
I mean, we live in America, and we're told we have citizenship, so sure.
Okay, so if this is your community, then
I'm not sure that would.
Why don't you put that outcast status in right now, right this second, within the community that you live in, Jacob?
You just conflated description and prescription again. Like, yeah, it is true that right now the society I live in, we're sort of forced into this American community, but that's not really the prescription I want in terms of governance or societal.
Well, regardless of the size of the community, I'm just granting the argument. Let us assume for a second that we have Jacob's worldview implemented and that we're going with community. You can have communities the size of the United States, correct? There's actually nothing stopping that from happening, is there?
I don't know. That's...
You don't know? You don't know if a community could be as big as the United States? Could it at least be as big as Canada or Mexico? If a community could be as big as Canada or Mexico, is it okay for that community to ostracize these people and run them out, Jacob, and run them into caves like you want to do?
I don't think you can have in terms of the sort of community I was describing in a libertarian sense, I don't think you can have a unified contract law that extends that far in terms of geographic mass.
Why not?
I mean, I guess in theory you could, but just I don't think that's what would happen.
That seems practical to me. Have you ever heard of some of the British trade unions which existed? Their corporate reach was that of nations. By the way, let me give you an example right now of Walmart. China considers Walmart its own country. It trades with Walmart as a country. It doesn't trade with Walmart as an individual corporation. It allocates it as a country to do business with it. Not even kidding. That's how big Walmart is. And it has contracts with all of these different nations utilizing contract law. It's its own community, you could say. Has its own employees, has its own bylaws, has its own internal contracts, has its own everything. It's its own kind of covenant community, you could say. Even has anti-theft people who work round the clock. It has CTV footage inside of its various communities to make sure that people can't take goods away from anyone else. It utilizes and pays local law enforcement to come in and seize people who are disruptors. I mean, it's basically the libertarian utopia when you get right down to it, Jacob.
Yeah, no, I mean, if you had some theoretical sense, some giant corporation that spanned that far and wide, that everyone had agreed to that rule, then I guess you could try to enforce it. It just doesn't seem practical to me.
I mean, Walmart does enforce it. It seems very practical. Like if Walmart China said, no homosexuals allowed, right? It could definitely enforce that, couldn't it?
Okay,
it could definitely run them out of that community, couldn't it? It could definitely be like, no way.
Yeah, I don't know that that's the what I'd be advocating for from Christian principles.
Yeah, no, I know, but the problem is that your Christian principles seem to contradict with your libertarian principles. Here's how. There's two great ways that you're doing this. The first way that you're contradicting your own Christian principles is by the nuance of what is violence. You are taking a pacifistic approach with the NAP, while at the same time, in contradiction, saying that people must adhere to what your version of violence is, or else you will aggress against them. Period. That is two contradicting principles at play. That's one. The second contradiction that you find yourself in is that you can't make a determination as to whether or not a person can violate their own property or not, because it could potentially be a crime against themselves. Here's another example of how I can play into this so that you understand the crime against yourself. If your brother wanted to end his own life, would you stop him?
Yeah.
Why?
I think you have a duty to protect people from violence.
Wait a
Including
second.
if they're trying to commit violence against themselves. But I
Wait,
think
don't you own yourself, Jacob? Who owns you except you, Jacob?
I think there's a difference between sexual degeneracy and actual acts of violence against
What?
yourself.
Don't you
Defend your
own
life.
yourself? Isn't your entire argument for drugs that you own yourself, so therefore you should be able to do whatever you want to yourself? Why can't
Well,
you end
so
yourself if you own yourself?
If you see someone in the moment who is doing drugs in a way that is lethal to them, you could stop them and take them to a hospital. I think that would be justified.
Yeah, but every time they do drugs, it's the potential to be lethal, Jacob.
True. Just like anything, when you use force, you have to be able to, act on some kind of degree of reasonability. Same with like self-defense. Like it has to be, you can't be like, oh, he called me stupid, so I pulled my gun out and shot him. Like it has to be like a credible threat for you to act in self-defense, and there'd have to be a credible evidence of he was literally on death's door, not like,
Bro, this is
if you set the
so
threshold-
weird. I don't get this. I don't get this at all. Do you own yourself or not?
In a legal sense, yes.
Okay, in a spiritual sense, do you own yourself?
In a spiritual sense, everything belongs to God. So,
Okay, everything belongs to you. So you don't own yourself spiritually. You just own yourself legally.
Yeah.
So then the spiritual duty should take precedent over the legal duty in your worldview.
well, the spiritual duty is for there to be in God's order. He has ordered society in such a way that we have these, systems of governance, these different spheres, and so. Because and I would say that God is the ultimate owner of everything, but that He has bestowed upon us the gift of being created in His image and being of our own sound mind and will, and has ordered society as such that we act as self-owners.
Can you sell your soul, Jacob?
I guess.
Yeah. So who owns it?
Well, I guess this would get a little bit into different soteriologies because I'm reformed. So I think that I think ultimately, if I'm part of the elect, I can't actually sell my soul. But now we're open in a whole different whole different can of worms there.
Before
go ahead.
Before we open that can of worms, I just want to let you guys know that we are at about an hour and 15 minutes for this back and forth. So I just wanted to see, do you guys want to keep going?
Yeah, we should get into to closers here after the final point. So here, I'm just going to give you one final point on this. The reason I asked this question, I agree that would open up kind of a wider theological debate, which maybe should be had, but we're not going to be able to have it now. If self-ownership is critical to the non-aggression principle, and I'm going to emphatically state that it can't even work absent the belief in self-ownership, then you are in a third contradiction, which is that you would stop a person who owns themselves from doing whatever they wanted to themselves, thus violating their property rights, the very thing which you claim you want to uphold, right?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Property rights need to be upheld.
Yeah. So that's I would say that's a contradiction, but unless you have something, a rebuttal to that.
I didn't follow it. Just if you can do it briefly.
The non-aggression principle relies on you having self-ownership.
Yes.
However, if you're willing to violate somebody else's self-ownership by preventing them from eliminating themselves, right, then what you are doing is saying that they do not own themselves. There's some higher duty than just self-ownership. So what you're doing is violating their right to self-ownership.
Right, but libertarianism shouldn't be viewed as some religion, and I think that even within libertarian literature, they say you can violate property rights if there's some kind of higher moral quandary at stake. Like if there is a if my son was on someone else's property and he was in imminent danger, I would trespass and violate their property rights to save my son, right? And first of all, the odds of them being
Yeah, but that could be
okay,
prescribed. That could be prescribed under the emergencies of the law and not actually violate the non-aggression principle. However, it would always violate the non-aggression principle the second you take away that a person no longer owns themselves. You're now in contradiction. You cannot have the non-aggression principle and not own yourself. The two, you can't do it. Who would you be aggressing?
You can't own yourself if you're dead, though. So if I gotta stop you from killing yourself, I'm not sure
but you own yourself clear up until your life is gone. And who else besides you, if you own yourself, would have a right to eliminate you other than you?
Yeah, I mean, again, there might be something there. I know we have to go to the questions. Again, this is where I would say that I'm not a ideologically possessed libertarian. If the point that you were trying to make is that I am not the perfect 100% across the board ideologically possessed
No, that's not my
libertarian,
point. My point is that your Christian ethics conflict with your libertarian principles. And I've showed you 3 different examples of contradiction between the two. You are yielding to higher spiritual values over the libertarianism. This is because of this conflict. The two cannot coexist. It is impossible because your spiritual duty is to stop somebody who's about to unalive themselves. And that violates their self-ownership. Therefore, the principle of non-aggression cannot apply. You are aggressing on them.
I would kind of agree, and I can go more in my closing statement, but I would say that I just think there's a distinction between violating self-ownership to prevent someone from killing themselves and violating self-ownership to stop people who are in a gay relationship. So
yeah, well, okay. All right. I'll yield to that. We can get into closings.
Right.
Generally, how this is done in closing, so you know, Jacob, because you got to open first, and I went second, I get to close last. That's usually how that's done. So, or I'm sorry, the opposite, right? You get to close last. I'm sorry, because you open first. So, I can go ahead with the first closing arguments that I have here. So, I caught Jacob here in 3 different massive contradictions. Let's go through all of them. The first contradiction is that he claims that it would be a violation of the NAP or the non-aggression principle to stop people from doing gay marriage, for instance. Or we could just kind of broadly consider this sexual deviancy or sexual crimes against yourself, or drugs, things like this, crimes against yourself. He says we're not supposed to be able to transgress against those people, that's not good. You can't take the civil authority and have them go and correct this transgression against you. The problem with this is that when we get to animals or things like this, which would also be considered property, and I give him a scenario in which the deviancy occurs, his Christian ethics determine that he knows that this is bestiality, therefore immoral, has no real problem with the civil authority stepping in. He's not outside of any like goat humpers clinic going, oh, we got to free him from jail because the civil authority put him in jail for humping a goat, right? He doesn't give a shit. He doesn't care because he knows that the ethical standard was upheld. So when the non-aggression principle applies there, he kind of just goes, well, I guess we just let him hump goats, right? But ethically, he knows that that's also incorrect. When it comes, the next contradiction comes in when he's talking about violence itself. Because he can't give a definition of violence other than from a Christian worldview, he expects everybody else to concede to that definition. And if they don't, he's going to use violence against them. Not even kidding, not joking. So the standard for the non-aggression principle from Jacob is that you should be allowed to aggress against other people who do not hold Christian ethics as their standard, because they could be doing unethical things, which you then need to stop. But he didn't actually say why it is that they should adhere to that Christian standard, only that if they don't, he's going to do something about it, right? He will mobilize the state to stop those abortions, even if half or 30% or 20% of people don't believe that this is actually conducting violence. He will definitely conduct violence on them. And he'll do it quickly in order to enforce his standard of morality. So they have to adhere to it, but he never gave us an ought for why they should. He just kind of prattled about how different fucking philosophers talk about these different scenarios, and he's not really sure how it ties in exactly, but because he's never really thought about it before, never thought about the animals before, never thought about why it is that people should uphold his ethical standards. So now there was multiple contradictions here. I pointed them out in real time. It's very clear to me that the non-aggression principle and Christian ethics are contrary to one another, because Christian ethics would move you into dutifully utilizing force if necessary to stop these unethical things inside of society, utilizing the civil authority from your standard. The problem is not everybody upholds the same standard. And since that is true, he's just fine activating the civil authority for his own. So the non-aggression principle really kind of conflicts with his worldview here ultimately. And then lastly, we didn't really get into marriage, unfortunately. We were really bogged down on the rest of the libertarianism. I'd actually like to come back and have that debate at some point with you down the road, Jake. It won't be probably for a long while because I'm always booked up. But I also wanted to say that I appreciate him coming out for the debate. I thought it was very spirited and very cordial. There wasn't nearly as much cutting off and things like this as there could have been. But I ultimately appreciated it. And with my closing, I'll just say that I think that we're going to be able to move Jacob over to the dark side and abandon this libertarian madness that he currently finds himself in because, well, it's stupid. Ultimately, he wants the same thing that I want, which is that there's a single church body which essentially governs everything from his worldview, and that it's monolithic and has the ultimate authority when it comes to the use of force in a moral way. So I feel like this. Ultimately, here's what I think is going to happen. I hope he's going to come to the dark side. We will move him over to us with a red lightsaber. Right, Jacob? You're coming over this direction, hopefully. We'll be glad to have you over here. With that, I'll yield my time. Thank you very much for coming out this evening.
All right. Jacob, you want to take as much time as you need of your 7 minutes for that closing statement. Go ahead whenever you're ready.
All right. Well, first of all, yeah, this was a lot of fun. Going back and forth like that is ideas clashing and whatnot is good, and you always learn from it, and you find areas where you were, where you need to go back and cover some gaps in your in your worldview because you just haven't thought about everything yet. I will admit that I spent a lot more time thinking about. I haven't thought about the intricacies of libertarian legal theory in the realm of goat screwing and necrophilia. Those are things that I'm happy to go back to the drawing board and look at. The things that Andrew pointed out that he's calling contradictions. I think this is just a difference in how we're describing our worldviews and somewhat semantics. And I said in our little back and forth before we started this that there's going to be some pushback and some tangling, but there's also going to be a lot of crossover. I'm a Christian first and foremost. If there's anything that I believe and it comes in conflict with my Christian principles, I'm not going to yield my Christian principles. I am a bondservant of Christ. I am a soldier for his kingdom first and foremost. And the use of so then people might ask, Andrew would ask, well, then why are you tying yourself to libertarianism? Again, I think that there are important lessons from libertarian political theory that not only map onto Christianity, but again, like the passages that I brought up in 1 Samuel 8, there's more we could get into. We didn't get into a lot of theology, it was more philosophy, which is fine. But I think that there are, if we believe in following Christian ethics and Christian morality, and even the idea of Christian governance, which I'm not against the idea of, governance is going to exist. And insofar as governance will exist, I would prefer the governance be filled with Christians and enforcing Christian morality. It has to enforce something. It's either going to enforce Christian morality or it'll enforce some other kind of morality. And I do reject the idea that there can be just a neutral culture where it's just completely diverse and everyone's like, no, like there's going to be a dominant culture, and I do want ultimately that to be Christian. I want my worldview to win, so I'm not going to shy away from that either. But I think that insofar as I want my worldview to win, I think that there are moral imperatives, moral commands. That's where morality comes from. It comes from God and his commands, that there are commands that place obligations upon Christians. And I think one of them is that we are obligated to not commit aggression against those who have not committed aggression. And who defines aggression? I think that God defines aggression through the Bible, through his word, and even through church tradition. And so, again, we could get into that. I think that there are different Christian theologians, historians, church fathers who agreed with my view of the state, that ultimately it is a somewhat of a zero-sum game between the kingdoms of man and the kingdom of God. You cannot serve two masters. One of the horrible doctrines that came out of Protestant theology is the two kingdom theology of Luther, which I can't stand. And I think that we have to live for the kingdom of God first, and we need to be so within my Reformed circles are more of a Kuyperian. I think we need to be reclaiming culture, reclaiming institutions for Christ, but that means that we have to the current power structures that exist. We need to recognize the incentive structures of them, that they ultimately will be drawn towards. This is what what's my time, by the way? Just a minute. 3. Okay. Just to quote Hoppe again, I recommend everyone read Hoppe, like Getting Libertarianism Right, The Democracy That God That Failed. Hoppe is one of the best libertarian thinkers who understood there needs to be a fusion, I think, between Christian conservatism and libertarianism. And Hoppe gets a lot of crap from libertarians, and I do too. So I'm not. The idea that the incentive structure of state power is ultimately that it is going to promote that which is high time preference, because that is what, once you're in power, you are not just concerned with using that power to advance your worldview, you have to be concerned with holding on to that power. And once you have given a monopoly of force to people, that they can conscript people, that they can take property from them, that they can have a monopoly of law and initiate force against them, those those rights or powers you've given to that monopoly are going to attract others who want to use that power to then on their behalf. And this is how you get what we have today, which is we essentially have, it's not a free market society, not a free market economy. It's a indirect command economy. What we have right now is very close to fascism, in which the market, insofar as it exists, is subservient to the state. We saw this during lockdowns. Corporations were willing to kiss the ass of whatever the state bureaucrats told them to do. They couldn't do it quick enough, because once you have power, then power becomes for sale, and it goes to the highest bidder, and then it feeds into itself. And they're going to promote the high time preference behaviors, the degeneracy, because that's good for them. Because if people are distracted by numbing themselves in this very hedonistic, very self-indulgent way that our culture does, they're too distracted to notice that they've been enslaved by the state apparatus, that they essentially exist as tax cattle, as the working class to uphold this ruling class. So that is where I think libertarianism has important insights that Christians need to wrestle with. Again, I think Christians and conservatives need to learn a libertarian lesson, and I think libertarians need to learn a conservative lesson as well. So yeah, the things that I'll end on this, the things that Andrew said, these are contradictions. It's like, sure, like to some libertarians, these are contradictions. I don't really care about like being some ideologically pure libertarian as defined by like the absurdities of non-Christian libertarians. I am a Christian, and I think that libertarianism has a lot of valuable insights. And with that, I'll yield my time.
All right, appreciate it. The dark side is coming for you, by the way. We will move into the call-in section. Kyle, if you don't mind, I've got them in the background. I don't know, did we give you the permissions to pull callers in and out, or do we still need to do that? Okay, we'll get that all taken care of for you, dude. Jamie, you've been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead when you're ready.
Hello, Andrew and Jacob and Kyle. Can you guys hear me?
We can hear you. How you doing, Gene?
What's up, Gene?
Long time no talk.
Yeah, I'm doing great. Thanks.
By the
for
way, I've
having
been
me on.
reading your great book. So it's fantastic. I've got it on my nightstand right now. I got halfway through it last night, so it's a good read.
That's awesome. I'm really glad to hear that. So the question I have is going to be for Jacob. Am I allowed to like ask one question and then do a follow up?
Yeah, you can. Yep.
Okay. So Jacob, do you worship you're a Christian libertarian, if I understand correctly, correct?
I'm a Christian, and I think that libertarian political philosophy is largely correct. But I mean, I don't go around saying I'm a Christian libertarian. Like I'm a Christian.
All right, well,
But yeah, I
okay,
mean,
you
just to
basically
clarify
are.
that.
Okay. Well, do you worship the God of the Bible or the God of Plato?
I worship the God of the Bible.
Okay. The God of the Bible violates the non-aggression principle all the time. How exactly is it a problem if people die? Why is it a bad thing if we kill people?
Right. So you're confusing horizontal and vertical relationships. So yeah, in the vertical sense, we are subservient to God, and I think God is like the ultimate owner and decider of everything that happens. We're also sinners, and so we as Christians from the Christian worldview believe that God would be just in just wiping the slate clean at any moment and saying, you know, y'all deserve hell. The wages of sin is death, and off you go. And what makes the gospel message so impactful and amazing is that despite
Jacob,
the
I don't
fact
mean
that
to
we
I don't
were-
mean to cut in. Just remember with the callers, we want to keep the
Sure,
back and forth
sure.
super concise, okay?
Right. So, yeah, the gospel message is we got grace when we didn't deserve it, so God's allowed to execute judgment. But as Romans 12 says, vengeance is mine, says the Lord. And so there's a difference between what we're allowed to do and what God's allowed to do, because God and man are different. So you're confusing what's allowed on the horizontal plane
I
versus the
agree.
vertical.
No, I agree that God can do things that we don't have to do. God doesn't have to atone for himself, obviously. But God can give orders to people who follow his religion to kill other people. You do know that St. Paul punishes people for blasphemy, right?
I'd want to know a citation for that.
1 Timothy 1:20 and 1 Corinthians 5:13. He delivers people to Satan is the exact quote for their blasphemy. Is he not allowed to do that? Is that being too aggressive?
I'd have to look into that more. I haven't encountered those passages. I don't know what the
All
blasphemy
right, let me
was.
ask another one real quick. That's okay. You don't have to know every single verse. Let me ask another one real quick, and then I'll give a chance for other people to pop in. Do you think the morality that Jesus Christ teaches is different from the morality of the Old Testament, particularly in the covenant of Sinai, Moses?
Yeah, so I got into this a little bit in my intro, and it's hard to condense this, but I think that the Mosaic covenant was the term is an eschatological intrusion, and so I think that there was like a suspension of normal play and of natural law, which I know Andrew doesn't agree with, but
Me neither.
and that's fine. But yeah, I think that there were a different set of rules at play for the saga of ancient Israel within the Mosaic covenant.
Okay, so I'm trying to keep this snappy because Andrew said we don't want to have too many long answers. So you're basically saying that Jesus said to love our enemies, but they weren't doing that in the time of Moses, if I'm understanding what you're saying correctly.
Well, so justice can sometimes be loving, and I think that part of that eschatological intrusion, and this is said in the Bible, was that he was delivering justice to the Canaanites. But he also did say that at one point, he told the Israelites, you're not going into the promised land yet because their sin has not yet, reached its fulfillment. So, within the natural grace order, God gives people and nations a chance to repent, but then he also has the prerogative to give a direct command to go execute his judgment, but he's given no such command for anybody today.
Well, I'm going to leave you two little thoughts here, and then I'll leave time for other people to pop in. Number one, in Deuteronomy chapter 18, God punishes the Canaanites for not adhering to the law of Moses, even though they never heard of it. So that's not exactly giving them a fair chance, but they still get punished for it no matter what.
I think that's proof of natural law, by the way, but...
No, that's not proof of natural law and natural theology or perennialism. There's a difference between there being the objective standard that God bears and forces into the world versus saying all religions have the same exact kind of truth. Secondly, I was just going to say that when Jesus Christ says to love your enemies, he's actually quoting the Old Testament. So if Moses and Solomon, who both say love your enemies, love their enemies, yet they still decapitate people, I think it's perfectly in line to have a militaristic arm of Christianity to enforce morality in the world. I don't see any contradiction with that in the New Testament, and I can't find any real pacifism in the New Testament either.
No, I'm not a pacifist.
Jim, I appreciate the call in. Have yourself a wonderful night. Again, go
Thank
buy
you.
Jim's book. I'll put it in the link if you send it over to me, Jim. It's quite good. I enjoyed it. You should read it as well, Jacob. In fact, in the spirit of good sportsmanship, I'll send you a copy on me.
Awesome. All right. Thanks, Andrew.
Yep. Take care, James. Sorry I had to cut you off there. Grid 1. Motorsport's been waiting patiently in the background. Go ahead when you're ready.
I have been waiting patiently. I have an echo for some reason. Is it better?
No, you're fine. There's no echo.
Oh, weird. I got an echo on my end. That's okay. I can deal with it. Jacob, I've listened to this. It's been really pretty good. And actually, a lot of what I was going to say has already actually been said by Jim. How do you reconcile that throughout the biblical sense and throughout time, the only way that we've actually been able to enforce any sort of lasting peace has been through the use of force, the threat of force, and the existence of that force? How do you resolve that with what your libertarian viewpoint is?
Yeah, again, I think that this is a confusion that some people think that libertarianism or Christian libertarianism is pacifism, that there's no, like, that there is a just use of force. And I tried to make this very clear in my intro. The Bible is very clear that governing authorities are established by God to enforce what is good, but I think that's limited to a civil sense. I think that because God is sovereign and his authority is ultimate, any authority he delegates is limited and can only be used to what is specifically prescribed.
By the way, I raised your audio up on this in Grid 1 so people can hear you. Go ahead.
Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I had it turned down. Okay, well, still, you just seem to have this, like, even though you keep claiming that you're not a pacifist, you keep saying pacifist things.
Can you give me an example of a pacifist thing I've said? The pacifism would say that if someone harms you, you can't defend yourself. I'm totally for self-defense. I'm totally for the adjudication of property rights. I'm even for a just war theory. So I think
I didn't hear you say that you were for a just war theory. I mean, as a matter of fact,
I think that, so if you understand the doctrine of just war theory, it's pretty stringent. You have to exhaust all options for peace under just war theory. But yeah, if you exhaust all options for peace and you have to go to war, that's an extension of people. If individuals have a right to self-defense, then a group of individuals can also have a right to self-defense.
Okay, so
the only thing libertarianism is rejecting, and I think that is consistent with biblical principles, is that is the initiation of violence against non-violent people.
We gotta wrap the call, guys. We have nine. We have 9 people in the background. Grid, your last thoughts here, bro.
It just seems like that you are ignoring the fact that governments, and I like Andrew's philosophy of government, does need to have that force continuum regardless. And I think you ignore that and you just kind of wave it away. But maybe I'm wrong. I could be wrong. I've been wrong before.
By the way, Grid 1, I would highly recommend Jacob for your channel. He does a lot of regular discussions rather than debates. I noticed on his channel, very good faith guy. I'd recommend that you have him on. Anyway, have a good night, man. You take care. Guys, I see all of you in the call queue in the back. I'm just going in the order in which it was received, except for this one, which is Chase Haggard, because Chase Haggard does control the entire Ortho Bro sphere. He pulls all of the strings in the background. Nobody knows that he is the true Dark Lord, but he is. Go ahead, Chase, when you're ready.
Thank you for that, Andrew. You can have a cigarette. Jacob, I wanted to ask you. I know that Andrew went through that example about say a landowner where water ran through, and if the landowner were to say, no, I'm just going to block all trade and water coming through to other people, you said that you would want to go and, reason with this person, right? If they had homesteaded.
Yeah, I think it's reasonable to first try to, find peaceable solutions, talking things out, and then you make further escalations from there as necessary.
Cool. Okay. And you said that you're reformed, so you believe in total depravity?
Yes.
Okay. And these people could be totally depraved and theologically, because of your theology, have no ability to actually reason correctly in a godly way.
Well, the Reformed view would be that although people are totally depraved, that the meaning of that is total inability means the ability to save themselves. It doesn't mean that they're evil as they could be at all possible times, and or that they can't restrain any of their sinful desires at all. That wouldn't be part of Reformed theology.
Yeah. So, but again, it's going to be that they are deficient in their ability to go and choose the good, and so you're expecting.
Think about why God hardened Pharaoh's heart, like because the common.
Well, that's an expression. He didn't actually. I'm Orthodox. I don't believe in secondary causation. People not being able to, choose to participate with God's will, because that would make God a monster. But my critique is that you're appealing to these people being able to reason when they could all just be totally depraved, and you could be totally depraved in thinking that libertarian theology is correct, or sorry, libertarian political theory is correct, and you could just be totally depraved.
So I'll give a quick answer here. If your view is correct, this doesn't seem to be a problem. If Reformed theology is wrong, if Reformed theology is right, then the view is that God actively restrains the evil in the hearts of man, and also that oftentimes people will act in their own rational self-interest, even if they are depraved, because they know. And this is so the Reformed apologetic on God hardening Pharaoh's heart is that he did it because he knew Pharaoh would just let the Israelites go to save himself. So
that's not answering my question.
Can you repeat the question quick?
My question was again about you appealing to people's ability to go and they would happily reason with you in this libertarian way to go and let
they would necessarily. I'm not creating a utopian premise that like automatically everyone necessarily would. And I've also said that libertarian ideas work best in a culture that's Christian. I think that the less Christian a culture is, the more authoritarian it will be.
Yeah, but we can't even make a Christian culture because we don't have control over God's secret decree to go and subsume people with God's irresistible grace. So what's the point of even trying to make Christians?
Yeah, well, that's diving into a whole different,
different
line of argumentation.
Yeah, Chase, we got to move on from there. Of course, if you want to set up a debate, Chase, you're always welcome.
I think, you said also, modern dating is pathetic. Expectations are too high, standards too low. Above average men telling below average men how to get multiple women, while also saying all women are 3-0 foes. And then being a 3-0 foe is too normalized, etc. Wait, so you said expectations are too high, standards too low. For men, for women, for both? What? Care to expand and elaborate?
Oh, me or?
Yes, girl.
I'm sorry.
Yes.
Yes. So, can you just restate my point?
The fuck are you doing?
Sorry, I was thinking about how I want to eat a banana.
Expectation.
Not in a sexual way.
What a traditional thing to say.
So no, I just when I do shows or live streams, I like
haram.
Eat
no.
bananas?
Yes.
Okay. Modern dating is pathetic. Expectations are too high and standards too low. Above average men telling below average men how to get multiple women, while also saying all women are 3-0 foes. Being a 3-0 foe is normalized. Let's start with expectations are too high and standards too low. For men, for women, for both. Okay.
So I think.
So men's expectations are too high. How?
Yes, men have expectations that women are going to be virgins and not have exes and not be tarnished and be perfect, and they themselves may not work on this. Isn't every just I think generalized.
Sure.
When they themselves may not take care of themselves, they may want a stay-at-home wife but not be financially or mentally able to even sustain that.
Yep. You should, if you want a stay-at-home wife, you should probably be able to provide for it. Yep. Agree there.
And then where I said the above average men telling below average men how to get women, you see a lot of shows, including yours, where you're stating to ideally below average men who are looking up to you for advice.
What evidence do you have that the men who are watching the show are below average?
Not this show particular, but a lot of men that watch dating shows or podcasts
how would
about
you know?
dating.
Like they may very well be below average, but how would you know?
I've interacted with the audiences of multiple.
You've interacted with whatever viewers.
I said not this podcast specifically. But
I don't know how you would know they're below average.
She's talking about like pickup channels and shit like that, right?
Yeah, like pickup channels and all that. They watch these above average men.
This is a whole different scenario, though, Mel. Like, this is people tune into the Whatever podcast, not really for dating advice. They're looking for the.
Yeah, I don't really give dating advice.
They're really actually looking for kind of the interpersonal exchange that people are having, the men and women are having, so that they can understand the different worldviews and purviews.
I wasn't saying to the Whatever podcast.
And I just want to say, all my patrons and supporters and all the TTS, those guys are above average.
Yeah. Well,
for sure.
So I was not
Join the club.
And in my message, I did not state the Whatever podcast specifically. I just think there's a lot of internet outlets of above average men, using Andrew Tate as an example, where they preach to men who probably aren't above average, and they tell these men to get these above average women and how to get these above average women. It just turns into a cycle of the men being insecure because they won't amount to that, and then lowering their standards below what they should, just out of desperation and being lonely. And then it cycles back to women not being able to find good quality men, lowering their standards. Like Alexis was saying before, it's just a cycle of men and women not dating with their standards.
Well, a couple things there. So first off, below average men can't get multiple women. Below average men can't even get below average women because of the chart. I don't know if you're able to pull it back up, Nick. Because of basically the rampant hypergamy that's going on today. Did you close it out?
But that's why a lot of times...
So this is the women on the right, men on the left, who men would happily partner with, who women would happily partner with. Look, that's not, of course, below average people end up with below average people, but there's a decent cohort of men who are getting absolutely zeroed out of the dating marketplace. But so it's not clear to me if below average men are even interested in getting multiple women. I think a lot of them would be happy with just a girlfriend who's on his level, in his league, and just having a monogamous relationship. I think that's the case for most men.
I do agree with that. I just find that a lot of times their expectations are higher than their own, rankings.
Well, I agree with you.
I think it's both ways.
I agree with you that there are other people out there in the content creation space who are saying, well, you should have multiple women and da-da-da-da-da. And like the reality is most men are going to be...
That's the whole like Riz culture, isn't it?
Yeah, like
most men are not going to be able to maneuver, are not going to be able to have that kind of arrangement with getting multiple women. And I think a lot of them don't want to. So, but...
Yeah, I agree with you.
But you said expectations are too high, and you also mentioned, well, men wanting women who are virgins. Is that like a too high of an expectation?
I think, not that there's anything wrong with that, but if a man has a high body count and only wants to date or sleep with virgins, I find it creepy, honestly.
Oh, okay. Well, we can get into that.
I find it, I do, because if you yourself are not saving yourself for marriage, and it's not like a religious thing where you think you can sleep with whoever you want.
What if it becomes a religious thing?
But I mean, it's kind of too late for that. But
no, it's kind of not.
So a woman can
hang on.
A woman can sleep with 100 men and then wait till marriage?
Let's back up. They do. But let's back up real quick.
Okay.
Let's start with, you say, well, if it's not a religious thing, what if it becomes a religious thing?
I'm not saying it can't become a religious thing.
Is it creepy then?
But if a man has a body count of 100, just using a random number, and only wants women who are virgins, I find that very creepy and almost predatory.
What if he get... Well, hang on. Let me finish.
Okay, yeah.
So let's say he gets to 100. Okay? Gets to 100, converts to Christianity, says, I want to get married to a virgin, but I'm not going to sleep with her before we're married. Is that still creepy?
Why would you want a virgin?
To answer the question, is it still creepy?
I do think it's still creepy.
Why?
I find it almost fetishizing the fact that she's a virgin.
Even if he's still willing
Why would
to
it be a
wait.
fetish?
So I just don't see the requirements.
Isn't that under the purview of his religious belief?
Okay, if you want someone with a low body count or someone who also wants to wait for marriage,
Why
that's
not a virgin?
fine.
That's the lowest body count.
Okay,
right?
but why? Why do you want that?
Well, what if he's doing it via divine command? What if they think it's divine command?
But you yourself were not.
I didn't say I was, but I'm asking about divine command.
Hypocritical.
It's not hypocritical.
Where's the hypocrisy?
it's being hypocritical because you yourself are not a virgin and you're only looking to marry a
what
virgin
you've just done?
despite whether or not she's had 100 bodies
So
in the past,
what-
and now
Yeah,
is
yeah.
saying, I'll wait till marriage
So
for
what
my
you-
101st body.
What you've just done is made an argument from hypocrisy, which is a fallacy, right? So can you make the argument not from hypocrisy and give me an actual argument for why that's in any way, shape, or form wrong?
I never said it's wrong.
You said it was predatory and creepy.
Well, okay, if I
Well,
do,
predatory sounds pretty wrong.
okay, I do think it's a little off if a man wants a virgin and they themselves were not in the past.
Yeah,
Why?
you
But
find
why?
that your preference is
Because
just say
okay,
it's my
when-
preference,
when
but there's
men
no real
think of
argument.
Virgins, when men think of virgins, they
Yeah.
typically think of the adjectives innocent, young,
Virtuous.
Pure.
virtuous, fine,
Pure. Just pure
pure.
one.
Young.
Men who find virtue are not allowed to go for maximum virtue.
Before I
Checkmate.
answer that,
Okay.
before I answer that,
Okay.
okay,
Okay.
if there was a woman who, let's just say not even 100, 10 bodies, right?
Mm-hmm.
She has 10 bodies. She said, you know what? I found God. I'm going to wait till marriage for the rest. And that same man who has had 100 bodies and now has reformed and found God and wants to wait till marriage automatically disqualifies her just for the fact that she is not a virgin.
What's he doing wrong?
You don't find that creepy at all?
No. What's he doing wrong?
He's not necessarily doing anything wrong. I
Okay,
find
so
that
hang
creepy,
on,
though.
hang on. He's not doing anything wrong. He's not doing anything immoral. He's also doing something which is maximum virtue from your purview. So tell me, why do you find it creepy outside of, it just gives me the ick?
It's the same instance.
No,
that-
no, anything besides it just gives me the ick?
I will. Hold
Okay,
on.
okay.
Can I ask you another question
Yep.
before I continue? Do you find a 40-year-old man sleeping with an 18-year-old woman to be creepy?
Don't give a flying fuck. Not even a little.
I personally find that creepy and predatory.
Do you think she should vote?
That's a whole other discussion.
Oh, well, wait a second. You don't want this dumb chick who these evil predators can just come and mangle her brain. You don't want them to be able to, hang on, you don't want them to be able to vote and then cancel out the well-informed vote of 40-year-old men, do you?
Keep it here, Nick.
Why does any 40-year-old man, you're halfway through your life, want to have sex with someone fresh out of high school or maybe still in high school?
Well, okay.
Who gives a shit?
Yeah, who gives a shit? Why is it that 18-year-old women should be allowed to vote?
I never said they should or shouldn't.
Should 21-year-olds be allowed to vote?
I think that high schoolers maybe should not vote. But
Even
that's
at 18?
That's a whole. Yeah, a lot of 18-year-olds are still in high school or just graduating.
So then why not just advocate this instead? Instead of saying, I find it creepy the age gap, right?
Yes.
Why not just say, I want to raise the age of consent to 21?
Because I don't think the age of consent should be raised to 21.
Right, okay, so just the age of consent between too much of an age gap. How much is the age gap that you think is too much?
What's that equation divided by 2 plus 7 or something?
So that's just all ick, though. Isn't that just
No,
all ick?
I don't think.
So, like, can a 40-year-old man hook up with a 70-year-old woman? Can he marry a 70-year-old woman? Is that too much of an age gap?
They can. I think an 18-year-old is a child. I think anyone under 25 does not have a fully developed brain.
Then why are they fucking allowed to vote and join the military and do all this other fucking shit? Why can they buy cigarettes? Why can they buy beer? Why can they drive cars? What are you doing?
18-year-olds cannot buy beer.
No, you said
21-year-olds.
up until 25,
Yes,
their
and
brains
there
aren't
are a
fully
lot of
developed.
restrictions.
So why don't no at 21
as
all
you
restrictions
mentioned
are basically
drinking,
gone.
Smoking,
At 21 it's all
renting
gone.
cars.
Don't-
No, at 25.
Wait. Back up.
restriction-free.
First of all, at 21 years old,
Yes.
basically all restrictions off the table, right? There's very few that aren't there. And when it comes to like getting a car, that's because of insurance purposes. 25-year-olds have way more experience driving. That's why. It's fairly simple, right? So we move
Just
back.
like 25-year-olds have much more life experience.
Yeah, but here's the question, right? Why is it that a 40-year-old and 18-year-old can't make the decision to get married? Right?
I never said they could not.
Or hook up or whatever it is they want to do, right? But the 18-year-old can nullify the vote of the 40-year-old if you think that the disparity in their brains are that bad.
You keep bringing up the voting argument when I never mentioned voting.
I know, I mentioned it because I'm giving you an analogy for why your argument's absurd. I'm giving you an analogy by pointing out this thing over here exists and is fine because Schrodinger's feminist, who can both vote and is a girl boss and is an ass kicker, could do everything at 18 years old, suddenly is matched up with an evil 40-year-old Sith Lord who just wants to mangle her fucking brain so he can sleep with her. Is she competent enough to deal with this ass-kicking feminist? Or do we need to raise the age of consent so that this hyper-predatory Sith Lord can't mangle her brain?
Most 40-year-old men at some point in their life, when they're younger, had a child that is probably 18 or older. So if you are at an age where you're sleeping with a woman the age of potentially your own daughter, I find that extremely predatory and creepy.
Well, I find it predatory that woman could be sleeping with a man the age of her father.
You can't even
What
have
a sick bitch.
You can't
What
even
a
have-
sick bitch.
You can't
Take that bitch to prison.
Oh my God.
You can't even have a serious conversation.
That's a serious
You're
argument.
using all these goofy
It's as
voices
serious of an
because your
argument as your argument. I can't believe he's sleeping with someone the age of his daughter. Well, I can't believe she's sleeping with someone the age of her father.
I stated the fact that men specifically want younger women.
And I just stated that in this
usually-
case, the younger woman must also want the man.
I agree, and I think that's weird, okay? But there's a completely different aspect.
This makes no sense. What are you talking? If she wants it and he wants it, your problem is just, it gives me the ick.
No, so let's
Just
use
say
your
it gives you the
example.
ick.
Let's
You're
give
never
your
going to win this
example.
argument.
So there's an 18-year-old with
Okay.
a body count of 100, and she
Uh-huh.
finds a 40-year-old virgin dude, and she wants to train him to be her husband and to take care of him and look after him and all that. I mean, everyone has their own cup of tea, but that's weird. Why would an 18-year-old...
What do you mean train him?
She's an adult. She can make her own decisions.
Most 40-year-old men who are looking for virgins or 18, 19-year-old women want to train them how to be their woman. That's why they go for the innocent young women.
Oh.
They don't want someone with prior experience.
Oh, and so why are those younger women going for those older men?
It's typically the men who go for the younger
Yeah, but
women.
why are those women going
Because
with those
the older
men?
men have convinced them because they're
Oh.
young and
no,
young.
I think that the younger women just want their fucking resources and are using their beauty in order to entice them so they can take all their shit.
Exactly.
You tell me why I'm wrong and you're right.
I didn't say you're not wrong, but I don't...
So what makes you right?
I'm just making the point that I think men...
Now tell me why
I think
I'm
older
wrong.
men focusing on wanting virgins is
Uh-huh.
very creepy.
Well, I think that younger women,
And yes, that's
the
an
fact
opinion.
that
That's
younger
an opinion.
women will entice these 40-year-old men to take their resources, I think that's creepy.
I don't know why you're so defensive. If you
Well,
weren't
I'm
married, would you
pointing
want
out-
to have sex with an 18-year-old woman?
Oh my God, what does that have to do with the price of tea in China? What does that have to do with anything?
Can you answer yes or no?
What was the question
If you were an
again?
unmarried man, would you want to have sex with an 18-year-old woman?
No, I wouldn't.
Why?
That wouldn't be my preference because it's not my preference. But if it were, I wouldn't see anything wrong with it, and you wouldn't either. You got
Why-
you have
why is it
hang
not
on,
your
shh.
preference?
You have no moral argument, not a single one. You have not a single argument that you've given thus far other than it's fucking icky. Now, when you're ready to give me an argument, and I'm going to sit here and wait.
I gave you
hang on, I'm
multiple
going to
arguments
wait.
just because you dismissed them.
I'm
didn't
going to
mean I
wait.
did not
Hang on,
give
hang
you
on.
one.
I'm going to wait
I
to hear
said-
anything other than it gives me the ick. Go ahead.
I said there is a high likelihood that that man might have a daughter the same age as this woman he wants to have sex with.
So,
That is morally wrong.
why?
Because she feels like it.
Why?
That is wrong.
Why?
Because a man should not be sexualizing woman his daughter's age.
What if
Yes,
his daughter's 30?
Wait, can I jump in on
Hang
this
on,
really
hang
quick?
on. What if his daughter's 30?
if his daughter's honestly, if you think it's okay to fuck,
What if he's 50 and his daughter's 30 and she brings a friend home who's also 30? Is he a fucking creep?
I find that yes.
That's so, why is that immoral again?
It's okay. I will say it is my opinion. It is my opinion.
It's ick.
Base.
Just say it's ick.
Why do you
Just
want me
take
to
the
use that
L
word
and
so
say
bad?
the ick.
It's not taking an L.
Just take the L and say it's the ick, Andrew. I have zero arguments at all. Just say it.
I stated multiple arguments. I said her brain is not fully developed. She is young, probably fresh out of high school. She does not have nearly as much life experience. That man is old enough to be her father.
So is it
plus some
immoral?
years. I find it immoral, yes.
Okay, so let's start again. We'll start with the first one. Give me the one argument you think where it's immoral. Let's start with that one. Go ahead.
I find it immoral and hypocritic to...
You can't make an argument from hypocrisy. It's fallacious, so that's dismissed. But you can go ahead and make a different argument, which is moral. Do that.
Yes, it is morally wrong if you are an older man who has had multiple sexual partners to only be interested in innocent, pure young women, to want to train them to be yours and potentially manipulate them into being yours.
Why is that immoral?
That's not always the intent to manipulate.
Why is that immoral?
Yeah. For the 800th time.
I said it is an opinion when it comes to this.
Then that's not, it's just your opinion, it's immoral?
Yes,
your moral argument is it's my opinion.
Sure, we'll say that. Sure.
I'm going to go have a cigarette.
Can I interject? A lot of people agree
I will
with
take
her.
over. I'm going to take over from there. If you want to take a seat, our good Chilean soldier.
I just don't understand.
I'll engage with you on the
Okay.
debate, though. So, okay. So you think an 18-year-old woman cannot consent to sex with a man? You used
I never
40.
stated that.
But you were making the argument that their brains, I don't even know if this is true, that their brains are not fully developed. Your brain is not fully developed until you're 25.
Yes, that is true.
Okay, so because their brain is not developed until they're 25, they should not what?
The argument wasn't even about age at first. It turned into that. It was about body
Virginity.
count and
Yes,
virginity.
it was about virginity.
I said, I don't know why.
You're the one who brought
Yes, I did.
being young into it, because a woman could be 25 and 30, and she could be actually funnily enough, next week we have a 39 and a 40-year-old virgin women coming on the show. So you can be a virgin and be in your late 20s, 30s.
People can die virgins. People can be a virgin at any age.
Yes, absolutely.
But
you brought the young thing, the young
It
thing
was more of
into
a question versus a debate. I was trying
Sure.
to understand, why do men idolize?
By the way, Andrew's cracking up. But I wish we had a camera. Andrew's cracking up out there. Oh, no, you're good. I'm just telling them we see you cracking up out there.
It's not what you think.
Oh, okay, it's something else. Okay.
We weren't laughing at Malik.
I don't know why men idolize and glorify
Virginity?
virgins and young women, especially considering if they're older or have had a body.
I kind of get that to a degree, because you obviously have this grooming culture.
Oh my God, it's not grooming to desire a partner with a low body count.
No. I'm not saying that they go hand in hand. I'm saying that a small minority of people that do go looking for a small body count do
you think the majority of men who prefer women with a low body count or who prefer virgins are grooming women?
That's why I said a small minority.
Let's just remove that off the table, because it's kind of an exceptional scenario. And grooming is a very specific term here. Okay. So wait, I want to engage with you a little bit on this. So you said that their brains are not fully developed until they're the age of 25, right?
Yes.
So do you think then, and you think this is the case for both men and women, or is it just women who are,
I mean, you can fact check me. I believe that's
more
just science.
likely? No, but do you think you think this applies more so to women, because typically men tend to have more of a preference towards younger, keyword women, and I think it's typically not the case for women to prefer younger men.
I mean, I think it goes.
So do you think we
both
should?
ways, but you see it more in the man being older.
Okay, so given the fact that you said that women should not be, I'm not exactly sure what you're trying to say here, but you're saying that, well, this is not okay because their brains are not developed until they're 25. Andrew already asked you this, but do you think we should roll back voting rights for women until they're 25?
I think 25 is a bit steep for that.
So you think we should raise the voting age?
But I wouldn't be opposed to
for just women or for both men and women?
For both men and women. I wouldn't be opposed to raising the minimum age. However, for men, since men can be drafted at 18, I don't think it's fair to draft them and not have them be able to vote.
So can an 18-year-old man, is it creepy for him to go for a 40-year-old woman then?
But if a 40-year-old woman goes for an 18-year-old man, I do find that creepy.
I mean, that's what's going on with Amber Rose right now.
Wait,
right?
So if the younger one goes for the older one, that's not creepy?
Not necessarily.
So then this is not a moral argument at all. This is just, you got the ick.
Okay,
right? It's just
maybe
you
I
got the ick.
But can you explain to me why men desire young, pure virgins?
Well, yes, I can actually, and I can lay it out the best possible way. 1, men value fertility. Two, the reason that they want women who have a low body count is because until recently, technology has made it possible for us to determine whether or not the offspring that we have is actually ours. Before that, what determined whether or not the offspring was ours?
So what if...
Hang on. Before that, what determined if the offspring was ours? What would be the best way for you to determine
if
your
you had
offspring
sex
was
with them,
actually...
If you had sex with that person.
Exclusively, right?
Yes.
And so promiscuity and multiple sex partners would definitely lower your kind of ability to know whether or not the offspring was
But that's
actually
irrelevant
yours.
because
Why?
If you find a woman who in the past had under 5 sexual partners, hasn't slept with anyone in years,
Yeah.
a lot of men would still disqualify her from being in a romantic relationship just because she's not a virgin.
Yeah, but you're asking...
And that's what I'm
Well, you're
asking for an
making two
explanation on.
bizarre distinctions, though. You're asking why would men be attracted to X, right? Versus the descriptor of there's lots of men who, if you had X
No, I can
behavior,
understand
would push that aside.
I can understand why they're attracted to virgins, but specifically that they even if the body counts 1, 2, 3, it's a hard no.
Well, again,
I don't think that's a lot of men's standards,
but even if
It is a considerable amount.
but let's just say it was all of their standards, like all men. That was their standards, right? That old I don't know, no hymen, no diamond, or whatever, right?
No hymen, no diamond.
You're right. That's all of their standards. It would still actually make sense as to why, because a woman who's a virgin and you're the person who takes that, you know what I mean, through marriage or whatever. Your assurance of your offspring actually being yours is what percentage?
It would be 100%.
That's it. Now you
If
know.
she does-
Mystery solved.
If she has not had children in the past, how is that relevant?
Well, because
If she
with
is
every single
exclusively
new,
with you now,
because
she's
with every
stay-at-home
new,
wife.
because with every new sexual partner,
She's not having new. She is married
Yeah,
to you
I
now.
understand. I'm trying to give you the rundown. With every new sexual partner that she's had, men intuitively understand that her pair bonding goes down. And so what they're worried about is due to the promiscuity that she'd be more likely to step out. Now, even that percentage could be low, super low. But you know who's the lowest with? Who's it the lowest with?
It is the lowest with virgins.
It is the lowest with
But-
virgins. And how would you assure that your offspring 100% was yours?
If you have an exclusive relationship, it has nothing to do with virginity.
Yeah, but it does
No,
because
hold on.
again with
If you-
promiscuity,
I'm not saying this woman's promiscuous.
yes, but with
She's had
every new
relationships in the
body
past.
count that a woman
She's not having new bodies. She's just with you.
yeah, but with every new body count that she has, her ability to pair bond lowers. So your ability to note whether she's stepping out on you or not lessens significantly.
I'll read
it's
this in a
simple,
second.
right?
Oh. Okay, young girls are basically... you can tell as soon as they open their mouth and say something, you're basically a P word. You're fetishizing her youth and innocence.
I think that she's fetishizing...
I agree with that.
I think that she's fetishizing your experience and resources.
No,
That's
an
what I think.
18-year-old is a high schooler. They're basically a child.
They're not high
Wait. You agree with... You think men who are attracted to women who are 18 or 19 are P words?
I didn't say P words. I find
You said
it-
you agree with...
You
Well,
find it
not-
icky.
I do find it. I'll say
Yeah.
the word. I'll make you happy.
Just
I
say
find
icky.
it icky.
Yeah, there you go.
I find it icky that
Okay.
men more than double a high schooler's age
Yep.
want to have sex or get married to her.
And I don't find it icky. So now what do we do with this?
I find you icky.
Yeah, I find you ickier. So now what do we do with this?
Honestly, we have a difference of opinions.
Right.
We don't do anything with it.
We don't do anything with it. So who gives a shit?
But this all started from, first we were talking about virginity. You brought youth into this conversation. Again, let's assume that the woman's 25 or 30 and she's a virgin. So is it, for example, is it icky for a 35-year-old to want to date a 25-year-old virgin? Is
No.
that icky?
No, I don't find it icky. However,
Okay.
I when men typically want virgins, they don't say, I want a virgin older than 25.
I think they would be happy. I
any
mean,
virgin.
virgin is probably
let's
more important than age.
Say they want one at 24. Like what? I don't get the problem here.
Let them find a 24-year-old virgin.
I think I'd prefer to. I would certainly prefer.
It just feels almost like a fetish. in some instances.
It just feels like, to me,
so what?
like
Whatever men are basically not allowed to have preferences, standards, and boundaries. It's always demonized or pathologized when men have some sort of thing.
I think it should be demonized for older men
Women
to be
are allowed
attracted
to have
high
preferences.
schoolers.
Women are allowed to what? Women are allowed to have preferences.
You mean college
standards, and
age women?
boundaries.
Okay, but a lot of where I said.
Yeah, but a lot of them are college age too.
Okay.
But all that matters is that some could be in high school.
But you see how disingenuous? Do you see how? Do you see how? No. Hold on. But it's funny to me how they'll always use a woman she's in high school. She's 18. She must be in high school, or she's a teenager. Bear in mind, 13, 14, 15, like that's also a teenager, but you're going to use like a 19-year-old woman is technically a teenager, but you use very specific language to kind of give it the marketing spin of like, you're trying to paint it. No, but you're using language to try to paint it in the most unflattering, bad light way.
Because I do find it to be negative.
Okay, so what's the oldest a 19-year-old woman could date? What's the oldest?
I don't.
She's a teenager, right? What's the oldest a 19-year-old woman can date without it being creepy?
She could date whoever she wants, but if she dates at a certain age, I'm gonna find it fucking icky. Just say it. Just go ahead.
I said I don't think this goes both ways. If 19-year-olds are attracted to older men, that's just them being young and dumb. If older men are specifically, they don't know, they're 19, they don't know what life is like.
So you're basically saying like an 18-year-old adult is incompetent in making decisions?
Yes.
Which is exactly why we shouldn't consider 18-year-olds then to be adults.
I was 18 literally in college, so you're saying like a lot of 17-year-olds at that age are picking their futures. Do you think that they're incompetent?
Vicky donated $100. Age gaps should be viewed by percentage of age. Men shouldn't be more than 20% older than a woman. Women shouldn't be 5% older than man. Anything outside of this is creepy or
so
weird.
A 20-year-old.
By the way, you put that in quotes. Creepy and weird.
I like how the username was icky.
It's weird. It's creepy.
Wait, so 18-year-old women should not be able to vote. Is that your position?
I never said that. Stop putting words in my mouth.
But okay, if they're not,
they're either adults or they're not.
Okay, 18.
You can't do Schrodinger's feminist. They're either adults or they're not adults.
I never said they were not adults.
Well,
an
then if they're
18-year-old
adults,
is legally an adult woman.
Well, I find
or
it creepy.
Adult man.
I find it creepy 18-year-old women can vote.
If I may,
it gives me the ick.
Yeah. Okay.
Wait. So Andrew, let me just come in and say this. So Andrew already stated, for example, at 18, a woman can join the military. She can sign a legally binding contract. She can take out 5 or even 6 figures of student loans. What else? She can do everything. She can vote.
The only thing she can't do is buy booze and smokes. Basically,
I have a question.
So should we increase the age to do all those things?
No, I don't think so.
No.
So then if they can join the military where they can go and get a fucking
shot at,
deleted in a war, don't you think that they can consent to having sex with a man who's older?
I never said they cannot consent. You both are twisting my words, and I don't know how you're not trying, how you don't understand the point I'm getting
across. If she consents and he consents, and they're both adults,
yes, it would be
who
consensual
cares?
sex, but that doesn't mean the guy is not creepy or predatory to specifically want 18-year-old virgins.
Why? What makes him creepy or predatory? Other than ick.
Like I said, if I could talk to you're 19, correct? Mm-hmm.
If I can talk to you instead of the guy I'm arguing
with. Hold on. No. Just for sake of example.
Yeah.
If 40 to 60-year-old men constantly hit on you, would you find that predatory or creepy? Honestly.
Well, in like a dating prospect,
in a romantic prospect,
it's just not my preference of men.
But
so.
or I'll even say your age group. If there was 40 to 60-year-old men who only wanted women your age, how would you feel about those?
I'm not surprised. Like that exists.
It exists, but
just bite the bullet and say sure.
Sure.
Okay. Now let me ask you this question back. Now let me ask you this question back the other way. If she went out and hit on a bunch of 40-year-old men, is that creepy?
No.
Then shut the fuck up.
You
got
can't.
nothing. You got nothing.
Okay.
That's the end of it. It literally makes no sense. That doesn't give you the ick. The other thing gives you the ick.
Just because you disagree doesn't mean it doesn't make sense.
It doesn't make sense. Why would that be okay, but the other way it's not okay?
Are you vegan?
No.
Okay.
What?
It's okay for you to consume cows.
Yeah.
If cows consumed humans,
I give cows no moral consideration.
The fuck is that? What the
Cows
fuck?
are not humans.
Hold up.
Should cows be fed humans?
Should cows be like dead humans?
No, cows
Wait.
started alive before you ate them.
You're comparing human
Hold
to
on,
human.
how much
Let
you
me
ask.
shift. Cow.
Wait, can I? No, wait.
Hang on, I want to finish this
Okay,
real quick. Say this again.
Okay, you're saying everything has to be reciprocated. So if
No, I'm not saying everything has to be
older
reciprocated. I'm
if
saying in
older
this
men hit
case
on
it
younger
does.
women and that's not okay, then it's not okay for younger women to hit on older men.
No, I'm asking why one's creepy and one's not.
One is creepy because that man has significant more life experience and is preying on younger, purer women so they can train or groom them to be what they want in a woman.
And what if this older man who's 40 is really buff and really fucking dumb, and the 19-year-old smarter than he is?
Okay,
then who's the predator then? Is that icky?
Yes,
it's icky then?
Yes, it's icky.
Okay, let's just.
Is that what you want to hear?
It's
Yes, it's very icky.
It's like it's hard slap boxing.
So okay, let me come in on this. So Andrew, I don't know if this is either shifting the goalposts or Mott and Bailey, but here's where we started. We were talking about virginity. Age was not at all a factor, but she retreated to a more defensible position
It's not a defensible position.
Well, but she retreated to a stronger position of optically stronger. Let's talk about. Well, okay, it's 18-year-old virgins now, not just virgins, because that's where we started. Is that Mott and Bailey, or is that shifting the goalposts?
Well, no.
Or
it was an optical Mott and Bailey. So the Mott is 18, the Bailey is virgin. Then you say, yes, it's okay, because there's not actually anything that's morally incorrect about it. She agrees, but then says it's icky. And so the optics
Icky,
there
very
is, most
icky.
people would agree that it's icky, and so therefore it's icky. I guess that's where we end up.
I want to engage you on the virgin component of this. So your original statement was, well, I think it's kind of hypocritical for a man who, maybe he's got a high body count and he wants to date women who have a low body count or who are virgins. You object to that. You think they must be relegated for the rest of their life to dating women who have the exact same body count as him. Well, okay. So
my original.
let me ask you a question. How tall are you?
I'm 5'5" or 5'6".
Okay. Do you like tall men?
I don't care about height.
You don't care about height at all? Would you date a guy who's shorter than you?
Yes.
Have you?
Okay, that's full
No.
shit.
I've been in one relationship.
How tall was your boyfriend?
5'10", 5'11".
Okay. So let's see what else. Okay, let me ask you a question. So in order for you to want to be with someone, do you need to be exactly the same?
No.
Need you, in order to be attracted to a trait, need you possess said trait?
No.
Okay, checkmate. GG.
Hold on, before you say checkmate,
GG, well played.
GG,
well played.
My original point, which you twisted, was I want to understand. I was asking for an understanding.
No, you objected specifically to men with high body counts wanting virgins.
Let me finish. I said I don't understand why older men with high body counts only want to date virgins.
I don't think it's that they
Andrew
only.
gave you a list of reasons.
And I said because I personally find that creepy, and I was looking for an explanation.
Well, no, actually, you said it was immoral. I just want to let you know.
You brought that up.
Yeah, and you said it was immoral.
I said I personally find it immoral, but that's my opinion.
You said it was creepy and predatory.
You don't have personal morality, though. You have external divine command.
I personally.
Oh, that's getting complicated.
I am in my early 20s, but I look at 18, 19-year-olds as children.
What, bro? What?
What?
No.
That's just her.
Do you know what
She's in her own world.
There's a definition. Adult has a definition.
Yes, it does.
So you view a 19-year-old as a child.
Not a child.
You literally
like
just
the same as a 10-year-old, but I think they're a kid. They're still in high school usually.
19-year-olds are not in high school.
A lot of 19-year-olds are in high school.
I don't know any.
What the fuck, dumbass fucking 19-year-olds
The held
are in
back
high
ones.
school?
The held back ones.
I'm sorry, but no.
Right, the
The
hell
20-year-old high school student.
19-year-olds are sophomores in college.
Do you think this is Dawson Creek?
16-year-olds are sophomores in
25-year-olds?
college.
Okay, now we're just
Okay, but back to this. You don't have personal morality. You follow divine command.
I do.
Yeah. So then, what do you mean? Personally, I find it immoral.
I don't know why you're defending 40-plus-year-old men being okay with being with.
Well, I don't know why
18,
you're
19-year-old women.
offending.
I've told you multiple times. I find it icky.
Right. And that's why I'm defending, because I don't give a fuck what you consider icky. All I care about is what is moral or immoral, or that you can make an actual argument for that somebody somewhere is going to give a shit about. Thus far, that has not happened.
Okay, so once again, if I can jump in here. In order for you to desire something in a partner, need you possess that trait?
No. I was asking for an explanation.
So then why is it...
I was asking for an explanation, and you could not give me the explanation. No, I gave you a great one.
Okay. You want to go through it again?
So,
you said
Can I
about the
come
pair
in?
bonding.
I'll
and all
jump
that.
in on this.
Eventually, hold on.
I'll jump in on
Eventually,
this.
you did answer it, but it took you a while.
No, I did it immediately.
You didn't say the pair bonding till later.
No, I went through step by step by step and started with why fertility would be a thing that we would go after, and then I
But
explained.
fertility has nothing to do with virginity.
Yeah, but then I explained why it would be that you would stop.
It would have to do with young age, though, which is what you were saying.
I literally walked you through step by step by step by step, including pair bonding, virginity, all. Well, eventually, I had to start at the beginning and walk you through. So yes, it's an eventual we have to start at the bottom rung so we can get to the top rung.
Okay,
right?
I did not disagree at this point. So I don't know why we're debating about what I didn't disagree on.
No, well then, if there's no disagreement, then there's actually nothing wrong with a 40-year-old.
We just have a difference in opinions.
Yeah. You get the ick,
and you don't,
and we don't care.
Okay.
I feel like a lot of people get the ick over it though. There's like, if you scroll through TikTok and stuff, there's
people
loads
get
of like,
icks over
do you know, like on the
anything.
street conversations and they like speak to like couples. The comment section is wild.
You saying cuck in the definition you said it is wrong.
Why?
Because a cuck is either a guy.
By the way, it's nice to meet you.
Please.
I don't know you at all, but the link was sent over. Someone said that you had some criticisms, so I thought no better way to address criticisms than just to talk to you.
Right, that's a fact. I agree. So what I'm saying is that in the video you said the guy was a cuck because he was in an open relationship. That's what you said.
Yeah, that's correct. Yeah.
Right. And so what I'm saying is that's the wrong definition.
No, it's the right definition. Can I give you my case real quick?
Hold on. Give me. Hold on. I got some food coming in. Give me like 60 seconds. I gotta go to my door and pick up my food.
Yeah, no problem, man. Take your time. I'll carry the stream for a minute. How's that sound?
So yeah, tell everybody your definition. Seconds. I'll be right back.
I'll wait till you get back, and then I'll tell you the definition. How's chat doing? How's chat doing this fine evening? Nice to meet you all. Thanks for allowing me to come on the stream for a few minutes so I can explain myself. I mean, that's half the fun, right, of being on the internet is if there's critics, you get to confront your critics. I think that's one of the most fantastic parts of being on the web. I know a lot of people don't do that. They feel like it's going to hurt their rep or whatever, but I like that. I always thought that was one of the funnest parts is that I get to engage with people from all over the place with totally different ideologies. So.
All right, I'm back. So you still there?
Yeah, no problem, man.
Okay,
yeah, I'm still here.
Cool. All right, so what was your definition of cuck? Go ahead.
Yeah, so when you're talking about what a cuck is, remember in a dictionary definition, you have the definition and then you have the definition. And so the definition is going to be the root of what is causing this word to take effect. So that's important when you talk about things like gender and sex and this and that, when you're talking about, these lunatics on the left. But this aside, the root word of a cuck, which is going to a cuckold bird, is stating that the cuckold bird is raising offspring they don't know is theirs.
Right.
The reason that gets extended out to men who purposely allow their women to fuck other men is because the extension there logically is that they could get pregnant by that other man. The primary man would never know. Thus, they would be raising offspring which isn't theirs. That's why the definition works.
Right. So, but the thing is, you're extending the definition based on something that the definition is not about. So, in the particular video, the guy was talking about he was in an open situation with his girlfriend, and he was having sex with other women, she was having sex with other guys, but they're not even married.
But he agreed that's what a cuck was.
No. He asked you to define cuck.
Well, wait. Why would marriage be a requirement of being a cuck? That makes no sense.
Because that's actually in the definition. I mean,
no, it's not. It's not in the definition. The root of this is going to be again the cuckold bird, which is unknowingly raising the offspring of another bird. Why would you? But I'm looking at the root word.
But that's what I'm saying.
So the point is at the root. If you're raising offspring that is not yours because you don't know that they're yours, that's the point.
But this is what I'm saying, Andrew. He didn't have offspring, so
but so what? What is true doesn't mean anything. What the reason this is extended?
Anything? So this is what I'm saying. See, he says cuckold is the husband of an adulterous wife. The wife of an adulterous husband is called a cuck queen.
Yeah.
A cuckold is a male who unwittingly invests parental effort in juveniles who are not genetically his offspring. So that guy in the video, the guy didn't have any offspring with the woman.
Yeah. So I need you to understand when you're talking about logic, and you're talking about definitions in logic, you can come up with whatever definition you want in logic. So you could say a rock is a baby. And forevermore refer to the rock as a baby as long as you give it the characteristics of the rock. It doesn't matter.
So wait,
you're just calling it. Hang on. Let me finish. You're just juxtaposing the characteristics or the traits or whatever. The root of this word is trying to describe a phenomenon of unwittingly raising children that are not yours. Clearly, if you're allowing your woman to get plowed, whether she's your girlfriend, wife, whatever, if you're allowing her to get plowed by other men, you could end up in a situation where she came to you. Now, in modernity, it's easy to avoid because you can, have paternity tests and this type of thing. But just 100 years ago, you couldn't. So if your woman was plowing other dudes and you were allowing her to, you could easily end up unwittingly raising children that were not yours. She just said they were yours. So you would be a cuck. That would be the logical extension.
And I agree in that situation. The problem is that you're extending the definition to something that wasn't happening in the actual situation that you were in on the show when you were talking to that guy.
What's happening? I can prove it. I can demonstrate it. So I'll demonstrate it for you.
Please, go ahead.
Yeah. So the demonstration is he said that they're in a relationship. That's his primary chick. So if he's allowing his primary chick to get plowed by other dudes, he could easily end up in a situation where he's unwittingly raising children which are not his own.
No, it doesn't.
Simple.
No, because
yes, he could. He could. There's no way for you to argue this. He could.
No, this is the thing. So let's just go by your definition. So let's say he gets into this relationship with the woman. They have sex, or she has sex with another guy, and then she gets pregnant, and then he leaves. Is he now raising the kids?
Say that again. Let me make sure I understand correctly.
What I'm saying is that if he's in a relationship with this woman, she's pregnant. And he says, I'm out of here. Well, how is he now a cuck?
Well, he wouldn't be, because he wouldn't be unwittingly raising somebody else's children.
Okay, that's what I'm saying. So what I'm saying is by your
but that's a could happen. So the thing is
Andrew,
the extension.
Andrew, you're talking about what could happen.
Yeah, but hang on, I'll give it back to you. I'll give it back to you. So Andrew, I can show you. I'll demonstrate it.
Definition. Go ahead.
Yeah, I'll demonstrate it. So let's say the cuckold bird, right? That another bird, goes in and, inseminates the eggs, or, however that's done. and then the eggs fall out of the nest and the eggs are destroyed. Well, the cuckold bird doesn't end up actually raising any offspring at that point, but so what? It's still a cuckold bird. The point is not to demonstrate that there could be outliers to the definition. There's always outliers to the definition. The point is to state what is objectively and generally true. No definition is perfect, and no definition perfectly captures anything. I'll give you an example of this. Hang on. Okay, well then, if you think that that's true, then define yellow.
Bro, this is what I'm trying to
define. Yellow.
Yellow is a color. That's the
it is. Yeah. It's a color. Define what color it is. Define what color it is without using its name, because that would be circular. Go ahead.
But you have to define the color by showing someone what the color is. So you
okay. Oh, wait a second. So you can't capture the definition? Oh, that sucks, bro.
No, but this is the problem that you're doing. Andrew, this is what you're doing. You're saying, because based on your definition, what you're saying is that a woman, like if I have sex with a woman, right, then I'm so-called graping her, because essentially me having sex with women could turn into that particular thing, because by having sex, you can extend that to grape. That's what you're saying.
No. What I'm saying is that grape itself would have a specific set of criteria like sports fan would.
Right.
Sports fan. So stop, bro. Let me talk to answer to this or no?
Hold on, real quick. I'm gonna let you answer. This is what I want to.
Are you sure? You don't seem like you want to let me answer to any of this.
Andrew, this is what I want you to, because I don't want you to this point to miss out on you. You said that person is a cuck because he could end up being in a marriage with this woman, and she could get.
That's not what I said.
What did you say?
What I said is that definitions try to capture the generality of a thing. They can never perfectly capture the essence of a thing, ever. Same thing with the word chair. Go ahead and define for me the word chair. Define it.
So then basically you could be a
no. So don't move the goalpost. Can you define the word chair or not?
No, Andrew. Basically what you're saying is
the answer is no. You can't define the word chair.
Andrew, stay focused.
I'm staying focused. I'm the most focused. Can you define the word chair?
Stay focused. No,
I'm staying focused. You're not answering my question. You're just pivoting. Can you define the word chair?
Andrew, I'm not answering it because you're not staying focused.
Yeah, you're not answering it because you know that the logical extension is that you can't, bro.
Andrew, stay focused on the
I'm staying focused.
Andrew, stay
Nobody's more focused than me, bro. You're getting very upset, but just answer my questions like I answered yours.
No. I'm gonna tell you why you're not focused. Because you in the video, Andrew, in the video, you said I was a cuck.
Yeah.
The definition of a cuck is not what I was doing. That's what I'm trying to tell you.
Why should we go with your definition over mine?
Because my definition is the definition in the fucking dictionary.
That's an appeal to authority. I just explained to you how definitions work. Definitions work based around whatever we decide the definition is, and we come to an agreement on. Otherwise, bro, listen, they have to actually stop. Let me finish, bro. Let me finish.
Wait, go ahead.
You're not gonna let me finish. Okay.
Please, this is hilarious.
They have to work that way. They actually have to work that way. And the reason that they do is because you have all sorts of linguistic barriers, like the word cool. The word cool can refer to it's chilly outside, or it can refer to some subjective metric of what you think is awesome, or it can refer to this, or it can refer to that. There has to be some type of generalized agreement for a definition to work. Now, you also, by the way, are very selective in what you're producing as a definition, as I can produce definitions which are counter to that and give you a second and third definition under that same criteria. So the thing is like, no, we have a definite end. We know what they're referring to. Hang on, I'm almost done, bro. I'm almost done.
What do you want?
You refuse to allow me to even finish a thought, bro.
You've already finished. I'm gonna let you go.
How do you know I finished? I haven't even finished. I'm almost done. Just let me finish the point. You can't do it? You're just gonna spurg, or?
Yes, Andrew. I'm going.
Yeah, you're gonna spurg. Okay.
Because you're going with what is being said. You're saying that cool can be, it's outside, or it's cool because it's a nice thing or whatever. But what I'm saying is that you cannot say that this bottle of water is the definition of cool because it's a fucking bottle of water.
Why couldn't I say that? Wait. Why couldn't I say that?
What I'm saying is that if I tell you to pass me the bottle of water, I'm not gonna say to pass me the cool.
But what if we both agree that the word cool is referencing that bottle of water?
But that's what I'm saying. We don't, Andrew. That's what I'm
I know. Yeah, but that's my point, not your point. So my point is that definitions are just a widespread linguistic agreement. So you made my point for me. But now you understand.
The thing is that your definition of cuck is not the widespread definition of cuck.
It is. It's not only is it the widespread definition, but we know it is because we have the definition or the underlying reason that this definition exists.
Show me in the dictionary that your definition of cuck is what it is, what you said to that guy in the video, please.
Bro, do you agree with me that cuck is referring to the cuckold bird?
Yes.
Okay, well then we have the definition. And so any extension that would lead to bro, stop. Let me finish the point. You just keep cutting me off. This is not how you debate or argue. Don't just cut a person off when they're trying to. I'll wait until you say that I'm allowed to talk on the show. Go ahead.
You're talking about the extension. So basically, by your definition.
Yeah, that's definitions.
By your definition, I can say that I'm fucking a girl because I approached her and tried to go on a date with her. Because by the extension, then that could mean I could fuck her. Correct?
No, that's incorrect. And I'll explain to you again why. But you can't cut me off. Promise me you're not going to cut me off while I'm mid-sentence explaining this to you. You promise?
Andrew, go ahead, please.
Okay, great. Do you promise that you're not going to cut me off?
No, I'm not promising anything.
You're not going to promise that. So you're not going to have a good faith exchange. You're just going to cut me off while I'm in the middle of explaining it. You're still cutting me off, bro.
Go ahead.
You're still cutting me off.
Go ahead.
No. If you and I agreed on what the definition of fucking was, and we agreed that the definition of fucking was grape, let's say in this case, then when we refer to that word, it would give us the necessary data. So a definition is just pointing to a set of data, essentially a set of agreed upon terminology so that everything we're pointing at has some reference in objective reality. None of them are ever perfect. They're always going to be somewhat, somewhat subjective, and they have to be, because you can't capture the essence of anything on planet Earth perfectly with a definition. You can just kind of come close by using other words with other definitions to point at other variables in objective reality. So the definition, that's what's really important, which is the undercurrent, the underwriting purpose of the word. In this particular case, the word is referring to a cuckold bird. The cuckold bird raises children, and it doesn't know that they're not his children. Therefore, the extension of allowing your woman to get fucked by other dudes could end up, especially 100 years ago when this was commonly referenced, as a pregnancy, which she says is yours, and you unwittingly raise your kid. That's why the definition is set like that. And yes, by the way, I do have the European definition here, and it does reference that.
Okay, so you're done? So I can go?
Go.
Okay, Andrew, the guy in the video was not married to the woman. She didn't have any kids. So what I'm saying to you is, in order for him to be a cuck, which you called him, he would have needed to be in a position where the woman that he was with was his wife, who cheated on him and had kids. Because that didn't happen, that means he is not a cuck. Why is this so complicated?
Because that doesn't make any sense on its face, and I'll explain how. The idea here inside of this definition is not that this woman has kids with other men, only that if she's spreading her legs to other men, there's a good likelihood. So the word cuck in this term, it's called a multi-use. So this is a multi-use word, like most words in the English dictionary. It can refer to one thing, it can refer to another thing, it can refer to another thing, but it's always referring back to the root. The root is unwittingly raising offspring. So therefore, activities have been added to this, especially in medieval Europe, for instance, where they're pointing to the potential that you're unwittingly raising offspring that aren't yours. That's why it makes sense. That's most English definitions of words.
So let me ask you this. So if he is in the same situation he's in, but the woman doesn't have a kid with anybody, is he still a cuck?
Yeah, he'd still be a cuck, correct.
So he'd still be a cuck, even though the definition says that she has to be cheating on him and have an offspring.
Well, wait, that's just, hang on. But you're being disingenuous here because it's just one definition. I'm gonna show you.
So show me the definition where the definition where a guy is in an open relationship and he's a cuck. Please show me the definition.
Okay. I'm showing you the definition. So, definition 1. A weak or servile man, often used as a contemptuous term for a man with a moderate or progressive political view. That's one definition of the word cuck.
Okay.
Do you agree or disagree?
Go ahead. Keep going.
Do you agree or disagree?
Go ahead. Keep going.
Do you agree or disagree?
Keep going.
So you're not going to answer. Okay. A man whose wife is sexually unfaithful, a cuckold. Anything else?
Keep going.
Bro, do you agree? I can't. That's the first and second use case for the word.
I don't agree. I will tell you I don't agree. Keep going.
I don't need to keep going. That's enough.
But
that's plenty.
Bro, you just said unfaithful, right?
Yeah, or a weak, servile man, or it could refer to a cuckold bird, or it could refer to multiple things.
And so how does that definition relate to the motherfucker that you were talking to on there? Break it down.
Again, there's multiple different definitions which are being alluded to here. So it means multiple. Bro, stop. Tell
me the definition.
You don't want the explanation, okay?
Tell me the definition that describes the guy that was on the show.
Oh, okay. You want the English definition?
No, just tell me the definition that describes the guy on the show.
Oh, well, that definition would be cuck. This would be the English definition of the term cuck. You agree that the guy was English? Bro, stop. You asked me a question. I'm trying to answer it. You refuse to let me answer. Go ahead.
Of cuck.
I'm trying to. You won't stop talking.
He was doing.
Trying to. You won't stop talking. So when you're ready, let me talk and I'll let you know.
Describe the definition of what he was doing. So this is what I mean. What I want you to tell me is this guy was doing A, B, and C. And because he was doing A, B, and C, that is describing the cuck, please.
Yeah, he's letting his woman get fucked by other men. That's describing the cuck. That's by the English definition of the word, correct.
So how does that differentiate from a guy who's in a non-monogamous situation?
You mean a non-monogamous situation as in explain what you mean by non-monogamous. Like she's dating other dudes or?
What's the difference between a cuck and a guy in a non-monogamous open relationship?
Oh, he can't get pregnant.
What?
He can't get pregnant.
No, what I'm saying is what's the difference between a guy and a girl fucking and them fucking other people and him being a cuck and a guy and a girl fucking other people, but they're in an open relationship? What's the difference?
There wouldn't be a difference. What do you mean?
And that's why you don't understand this shit. That's why.
Okay, well, that's not an argument. Can you make an argument?
That's why you understand this shit. Because what I'm saying is the guy on the video is in an open relationship. He was a cuck, but
he is a cuck.
He's in an open relationship. Do you get
what? That's a cuck. That's a cuck, bro. I'm sorry.
Every guy in an open relationship is a cuck.
Yes, every guy in an open relationship is a cuck. If a woman's fucking other men, they're cucks. I don't know what to tell you. This is widely agreed upon, and I have the definition to support me. What do you have?
Thank you, Andrew. Thank you. That's all I needed to know. Thank you.
Are you going to answer my question or not?
We're done.
You're done.
We're
You're
done.
Done.
You just showed us.
So you get blown out. And then you're done.
You don't know the definition of cuck. It's fine.
I just gave you multiple definitions. You don't even know what a definition is. You didn't even know that you could come up with your own. You don't know anything.
Definition is anything you think it is. That's why you don't.
That is, bro. What do you think a definition is? What do you think it is?
Bro, so a definition is whatever Andrew says it is.
What is a definition? Answer the question. Stop evading.
It's
very feminine. It's very feminine when you evade. Just answer the question.
It's anything Andrew says it is. That's
what is a definition? Can you answer?
And guys, 2 + 2 is 5 because Andrew said it is.
That's so you're not gonna answer the question, right? You don't know what a definition is because you're stupid.
We've already answered it, Andrew.
When are you gonna answer it? Answer it.
You don't understand what a cuck is.
Yeah, you're not answering. What's the definition, bro? Answer.
Andrew,
answer the question.
Andrew, listen.
You're so feminine, dude. Just answer the question.
Andrew, listen.
You just refuse to answer the question.
First of all, the way you're talking to me, I'm not West. You understand what I'm saying? I'm not West. Just listen.
Oh, what are you gonna do? You're just gonna whine on your show. Answer the question.
I do that.
Stop being feminine and answer the question.
Let's not do that, Andrew. Let's
answer the question.
Andrew, don't you ever in your life?
You can't answer the question?
In your life, Andrew.
Why won't you answer the question?
Andrew, don't you ever in your life?
Can't.
Don't you ever
answer.
That because you have this feminine, illogical thing.
You're never going to answer the question, are you?
You talking about what a definition is because you understand definitions.
That's what we're talking about is definitions. I just asked you what one is. You can't answer. Why can't you answer what a definition is, bro?
Listen, Andrew, I'm listening. I don't answer to you. Do you not understand that?
You don't answer questions?
No,
I don't. A man can't answer a question?
Andrew, do you not understand the difference between I don't answer to you and I don't answer?
No, you just don't answer anything. You just don't answer questions because you don't know.
No, I answer questions to people who understand how to have logical interactions. You don't know how to do this, Andrew.
Oh, I don't know how to do logic. Oh, my bad. Can you answer my question on what a definition is? Logically, that would be great.
Whatever you feel is a definition, that's a definition.
Okay, so then wait a second. So then I'm right or not right?
Andrew, you're not right.
Well, then tell me what a definition is.
You're not right.
Tell me what a definition is.
You don't know what a definition is, Andrew.
Bro, answer the question. What's a definition?
You don't know what a definition is.
Bro, you still won't answer my question. This is hilarious. It's the most feminine thing I've ever seen. You've criticized me for hours on video. You don't even know what a definition is.
I thought you, Andrew. Andrew, I thought you.
I just can't believe it, dude.
Andrew, I thought you were smarter than this. I had to, put your mic on mute for a second. Andrew, I thought you were smarter than this because you came on here and I said to you, what is the definition of cuck? Because you had the wrong definition on the show. Then you proceed to say definitions are whatever we want it to be. It doesn't matter what the definition is. You can just come up with your own definitions. You see what I'm saying? So now you're talking about what is the definition? What's all this other extra shit? What is all this other stuff? You feel what I'm saying? And so what you're not doing is you're not sticking to the point and you're not focusing on what we came here to talk about. Now I'm going to unmic the mic and I'm going to see if you can answer the question again. I'm going to say it one more time. What is the difference between a guy and a woman who's fucking each other and they're fucking other people and he's a cuck? And then what is the difference between that and a guy and a woman fucking each other and fucking other people and they are in an open, non-monogamous relationship? Go ahead.
Okay, so we'll try this again since you don't understand what a definition is. I'll try to explain it to you. So you can have a case used for multiple things under a single definition. Isn't that insane? So both of these people could be doing two different activities and still both be cucks. Isn't that amazing? It's almost like definitions can refer to multiple different things, not just a single thing. So one more time, now that I've answered your question, because I'm not feminine, what's a definition?
Okay, first of all, you are feminine, but
can't answer the question still. What's a definition, bro?
This is what I'm gonna tell you.
You're not gonna answer the question.
This is what I'm gonna tell you. I'm putting you on mute because you haven't learned that I don't answer to you. So I'm gonna just tell you what it is. So this is what you gotta understand. Definitions have different definitions. Some words mean multiple things. Those multiple things those words mean are regulated to that word, right? So if cuckold means two different things, you cannot say it means 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8 other things you made up in your fucking head. Andrew, stop it. This is what we're trying to get you to understand. This is ridiculous. So yes, definitions can have more than one, words can have more than one definition, but you can't just make up a definition to a word just because you want it to fit your narrative. Andrew, do you not understand this? I'm putting you off mute now. Go ahead.
Well, I don't know what I could understand if you just mute me every time I answer all your questions. You want to answer any of mine, but one more time, I'll just go ahead and answer this since you don't get it. That's why we have root words called definitions. You understand what a root word is? The root word is going to refer to the external words, and they're going to refer to multiple different things. You don't know this because you're an idiot, but I have tried to.
All right, so we're not going to do that. So Andrew, listen, I'm going to take you off mute one more time. What you're not going to do is you're not going to come on my show and talk all this shit. Do you understand what I'm saying? Because I have you on here. I didn't disrespect you by calling you names. I asked you a simple question. I said, what's in the video, right, describes that guy as a cuck? Then I tried to also give you an opportunity to understand what is the difference between a cuck and someone who's in an open, non-monogamous relationship. And then what you said was it's the same thing, which means you don't know the definition of cuck. But your response is cuck can be whatever the fuck I want because words have a million fucking definitions. Do you understand that? But I'm going to let you off mute again. Now, if you're disrespectful, we can end this right here. Do you understand what I'm saying? Now, if you want to actually have a conversation like a mature adult, then we can do that. But if not, then we don't need to do this. And what's funny about this situation is I'm basically trying to do this so people can learn. See, you're trying to do this because you just don't want to be wrong. Do you see what I'm saying? If I was wrong, I'd be like, Andrew, listen, I was wrong. But you refuse to say you was wrong. So therefore, what you do is that you come up with ways to try to make yourself right, to invent definitions of words. But let's continue. Go ahead.
Oh, now I'm off mute again? Yay. So real quick, I don't know what I'd ever do without your couple hundred viewers, but I came here to have a conversation with you, but you refused to answer any questions. So can you actually answer my question now? What is a definition, sir? Please answer. Please answer. Please don't obfuscate. Don't bullshit your audience. Just tell us what a definition is, dude.
Andrew, did you not hear for the umpteenth time that I don't answer to you? Do you understand what I'm saying? See, the difference between me and you is that I'm actually trying to have a conversation with you. You're talking to me like I'm supposed to answer to you. And when I say answer to you like you're my boss. You're not my boss. I'm not your boss. So I'm talking to you like a man. But you're talking about being feminine, but you're the one acting the most feminine. Do you understand what I'm saying? I asked you, what's the definition, the difference between a cuck and a fucking person in an open relationship? You said it's the same thing, therefore you don't understand the definition of cuck. Now, instead of saying, you know what, maybe I was wrong about that, you need to make up words in order for you to actually be right. So I'm going to take you off mute one more time. Now, we're talking about cuck. I'm going to ask you again, what's the difference between a cuck and a person in a non-monogamous relationship?
I've answered this 50 times, but just so you understand, a conversation's two-sided. You keep on claiming you want to have a conversation, and yet I answer all of your questions concisely. You refuse to answer even one of mine. So in the spirit of good faith, can you just tell the audience what a definition is, please?
Andrew.
No, you won't do it again. Not going to do it. 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 Yeah. So, I mean, that's the thing. Is like, it's so low tier. I don't even know why you're bothering with it. You can't answer a basic question about your own worldview.
Not going to happen.
Yeah. You can't answer any questions.
Not gonna happen because that's not.
I answer your questions. You don't answer any of mine, but you want to have a conversation. Okay, bro.
Happen. Sure. So Andrew, listen, man. Listen. You don't understand what a cuck is. That's fine. What I'm telling you is that before you tell people what they are, at least know what you're talking about. That's all I'm saying.
Yeah. Yeah, except I do know what I'm talking about. I've tried to explain to you multiple times. If you would tell us what a definition is, I could actually walk you through this and I would educate you. But you just won't do it.
Oh my goodness. All right, well, Andrew, man, I appreciate you, man, for coming.
Yeah, I know. It's time to boot off Andrew Wilson.
All right, that's enough.
Race and gender are completely incomparable.
Are they immutable?
Pardon?
Is your sexual expression an immutable characteristic? Part of you.
I'm not understanding your question, but sure. I have no idea.
Can you, so you're born this way. You're born with it. You're born this way. You can't change it, right?
Like I said, there are tales as old as time of people transitioning. I think that is kind of absurd to compare that to race.
I'm just at, why can't you change your race?
Take that up with people who want to change their race. Why don't you?
What if they're
I'm just asking for consistency. If you're a white person, why can't you identify as being a black person and be able to use the N-word and be able to do all of the things?
Of the discrimination.
Why can't you? Why can't you participate in activities related to that community, just like men are trying to do with women? Why not?
Probably because
Sounds reasonable.
The past discrimination and like.
I mean, they probably could if they would, to be honest.
It's been a whole thing. I feel like those two things are very incomparable.
Well, that doesn't answer the question. I understand that you don't think that the comparison is good, but you didn't actually answer why a person self-IDs. If I self-ID right now as black, am I?
No, because race and gender are not comparable. Those are two completely different topics. What about my self-identification? Yeah, but there's a difference, because I'm sitting here saying that if you are born a man, your chromosomes will never change. If you are born white, your skin color isn't going to change. But that's not to say that if you were to identify as a woman, you're not a woman.
Wait, I'm sorry. Isn't race a social construction just like gender?
No, I'm pretty sure that that's biological.
So you think that there's biological races and it's not a social construction?
I mean, I guess, yeah, you are born.
I mean, that's what the Nazis
Are we talking about
believe.
ethnicity? Like, yeah, you're born with a certain ethnicity.
I mean, that's what Nazis believe, right? That there's individual races, but my understanding was that from the left view, race is a social construction.
We're all human beings. If we're talking about ethnicity, then like.
No, I'm not talking about ethnicity. I'm talking about race. Race is a social construction, right?
I feel like I don't know enough about this topic for me to state.
Okay. Well, either way, Jones donated $200. Brian and Andrew, what I have learned over the years is this: do not necessarily attribute to malice that which can be more easily attributed to incompetence. Chair 1 isn't trolling, she's just low IQ.
Thank you, Michael Jones. I do appreciate it. Andrew, go ahead. You were about to.
Yeah, so look, I'm not going to beat you up about it. I'm just showing you that it's inconsistent either way. So if race is a social construction, just like gender, then you should be able to change your race because it's a social construct. However, if it's immutable, just like sex, then there's no reason for us to believe that you can change whatever your expression of the sex is either.
I believe
so either way,
it's
inconsistent both ways. If I if you can change gender as a social construct, you could say, wait a second, you can become the thing you're not. I don't know why I can't do that with race. That makes no sense. That literally is inconsistent. It's bizarre, makes no sense. I should be able to do that if it's just a social construct. If it's not, and it's immutable, then you're saying they're not that thing anyway. So it's like both ways it's inconsistent. It's just not a tenable position.
My view is that trans rights are human rights, and you can be whoever the hell you want to be, and you can believe whatever the hell you want to believe.
Then I can be black, right?
I don't. I'm sorry.
You don't know? I thought everybody could be whatever the hell they want to be, but I can't be black?
I feel like those two things are not comparable.
I feel like if there was a way of people being able to change their race this day and age, I'm pretty sure they would be doing it. It would just, it's a thing. Like, people are identifying as toasters these days, do you know what I mean? Like, if you could change your race, I'm sure there would be some people out there that would like to do that,
Scott Bobble donated $200. Didn't she say she dated a man making $500K? talking about corner woman. Corner right.
Wait, what? What does that have to do with anything?
I think she was saying in high school she dated a guy who was a millionaire or something. I don't know. Something
he
like
had
that.
money in his family. They were $1 million family, multi-million-dollar family.
I mean, that doesn't really translate necessarily to his.
His bank account had over $1 million in it.
Hey, you donated $200. Approximately 1% of the population has schizophrenia, and at least half of those have delusions, such paranoid or grandiose. Should we support them in their delusions, because it's how they truly feel?
So you can see on a brain scan, and you can see where those hallucinations are coming from and what parts of the brain they're coming from. If it is a medical thing, then they should get the help that they need.
So, what about anorexia?
Sorry, what?
Anorexia is a very common delusion. You can't determine in the brain where it comes from. It's a social disorder, right? But it's clearly classified as a delusion.
Correct me if I'm wrong, but body dysmorphia can be seen in brain scans.
So anyway, I'd like to finish answering or asking the question, then you can answer
dysmorphia
it.
are two very, very different things.
Absolutely.
One is incredibly dangerous and can kill you, and the other one is just in your mind.
Both are incredibly dangerous and can kill you. We've already established that because you claim that the unalivement rate of self-unalivement by one is extremely high. So it sounds like that can kill you too. It sounds like it's a really bad social behavior reinforced, just like anorexia.
You know what kills people? Not being accepted. That's what kills people. What kills people is the feeling
Well, yeah, so we should accept anorexics.
Sorry? I'm sorry, I cut you off.
We should accept anorexia.
No, because that's an immediate, that's a completely different thing, you know?
That's a horrific
Eating
disease.
disorders are gnarly. Like, they are super gnarly. And I think I can speak for majority of women when I say that you've woken up, you've looked in the mirror, and you haven't felt great that day. That's body dysmorphia. Anorexia is something completely different. It is a completely different ballgame.
So you think that unhealthy behavior should be stigmatized? Like anorexia, we should stigmatize it. Like we shouldn't be telling girls they should be anorexic because it leads to bad results for them.
Yeah, no, you shouldn't tell a girl that she should starve herself.
Why am I going to tell girls or men that they should become women if it leads to bad results for them? Like, it seems like we should put a stigma on that too. That just seems to logically track.
I think ultimately you can do what you want.
Period.
Like, if you want to be anorexic, like, do it.
If you must be anorexic and you really want to be anorexic, then you need
Hey, if you want to be anorexic,
help.
be anorexic.
No, you need help.
But wanting to change your gender, I wouldn't say is a disease. I wouldn't refer to that as being a disease, something that could potentially kill you. I believe being anorexic is a really
being anorexic
horrific.
will physically kill you. Being transgender can kill you because of the social repercussions.
If your delusion is so bad that if I don't use the proper pronouns, you may unalive yourself, that sounds like a really bad delusional condition.
It's not the
which
proper
should be
pronouns.
stigmatized, just like anorexia is a condition which can be really bad for the person. I mean, this really seems to track for me just fine.
You keep on going back to like proper pronouns will kill someone. That is not what kills someone.
It's the bullying.
It's the death threats. It's the consistently feeling like you are one of one, you are alone, you are not supported by your peers. It is the isolation that kills people.
Read it first.
Okay, wait a second. So I'm really confused by this. So that condition then sounds really dangerous to have, and probably
it's not a condition.
Since it's really dangerous to have.
It's not a medical condition.
I mean, in someone's opinion, it might be, but
I mean, I guess, yeah.
It's not a medical condition now. I'm super confused at this whole thing. So
when you're
it sounds
talking
like
about
it's a really
anorexia,
bad condition to have, and we should probably try to have as many people avoid the condition as possible, right?
When talking about anorexia, you're talking about something that is malnutrition. They are like physically starving themselves, but it is their body giving out on them,
Yeah.
Transgender people, it is
sounds very dangerous.
Self-inflicted if we're talking about self-delete or whatever the hell I'm supposed to call it.
That it's a mental illness, I'd say anorexic. Yeah, anorexic people there is mental illness there. Is that what you're saying, that transgender people are mentally ill.
Like gender dysphoria is a mental illness.
That's fine to have that as an opinion, but
it's a mental illness, just like anorexia is a mental illness.
For people wanting to change their gender, that's a mental illness. Okay.
No, I didn't say that. I said that gender dysphoria or dysmorphia, whichever way you want to term it, that is classified in the DSM-5 as a mental illness, just like anorexia is classified as a mental illness that needs to be treated. So the thing is pretty interesting. I'd just like to notate, if you want people to stop being anorexic because it leads to really bad results, reinforcing that delusion, why is it that you would want to reinforce the delusion of the other if it leads to really bad results still? It's
because
silly
transgender people will also self-delete if they don't get to express themselves authentically.
Yeah, people
I see. So
some people feel like they're born in another body, don't
Can
they?
I ask you a question?
Hang on. Yeah, right after this. Okay. So if anorexic people...
Hey, Blake, you got to put it on... Go ahead, Andrew.
So if anorexic people say then that they were going to self-delete themselves if you did not allow them to be anorexic, would you then reinforce that society should allow them to be?
I think there's a complete difference between anorexia and being transgender. That is such a hot...
Can you answer my question, though? Can you answer the actual question I asked you?
Sorry, repeat your question, because to me it's not making sense. Clearly our views don't align.
So would you then, so by your logic then, if people you said people will unalive themselves if they're not allowed to do the activity, in this case, gender expression. Okay? Well, if anorexic people then said that they would unalive themselves if you did not allow them to be anorexic, you then would have to say that we should be reinforcing their anorexia, right?
It's not comparable and you sound ignorant.
Can you answer the question?
It's not comparable and you sound ignorant.
Well, why? I don't understand. I don't understand here.
Anorexia and being transgender are not comparable.
If people were going to unalive
themselves, at all.
If you didn't let them be anorexic, would you then tell them that they should be anorexic?
It's not fucking comparable.
Well, one threatens your life and the other doesn't. So I would absolutely...
It sounds like both of them really threaten your life quite a bit.
I think it does the opposite.
Why are you
transgender.
Holding people emotionally hostage and saying,
I know so many transgender people
that feel like they're
thriving
born. Absolutely, and now they're so happy because
of self-expression.
Well, because
being transgender doesn't immediately equal wanting to kill
Michael
yourself.
Jones donated $200.
If anything, it's the opposite.
Anorexia takes about 10k people a year. Transgenderism is about 1 million attempts a year. That's 100 times more. I would be very concerned about a mental illness that affects over 1 million people.
I'll say this. If you think that a transgender woman is male, so their sex, so a transgender woman, you think that their sex is female, you're literally a science denier.
Well, I never agreed with that. Are you targeting me in that
I'm
statement?
speaking in general.
Okay.
I know some people here's position is transgender women are females. Biology is a hard science. It's not a soft science like psychology, sociology. Hard sciences like biology, there's established fact. It's not up for negotiation, not up for debate. And yeah, it's just kind of crazy.
Well, if you wanted to ask me the question that you wanted to ask him, I did make the deal that I would answer your question. So.
No, it's okay. Honestly, I feel like our views don't align. And like I said previously, I believe in your right to feel the way that you feel and express yourself authentically. I believe in my right as well. I'm completely cool with you feeling that way. I'm completely cool with me feeling this way. We're not going to come to a meeting ground here, I feel like, It's not productive to just keep on going in circles about the same thing.
Okay. I did have some other questions, Brian, that maybe will be a little lighter, but also maybe hilarious. You guys want to maybe switch topics, make it a little lighter? What do you think?
Let me, so we're going to do a couple more things. Then we're going to, Blake, do we have the age? Okay, we'll do that in just a moment. I guess, look, where we started here was, the prompt was, a man dating a transgender woman is not straight, to bring it back to dating. So essentially the position is as follows. So if we're looking at the definition of heterosexual sex, so that's sexually or romantically attracted exclusively to people of the other sex, right? So it doesn't say gender. It's literally in the word itself, heterosexuality.
Straight is short form slang for heterosexual. So to me, it's kind of like if the word sex is in the actual word heterosexuality, that pertains to your attraction to somebody's sex, not their gender. And so my confusion there is if two males are having sex, regardless of their gender identity, that would definitionally not be straight. It would not be heterosexual. It cannot be that. Two males, regardless of their gender identity, regardless of the medical procedures they've had, they have some fake titties, they got a wig, they got long hair, they look like a woman. But if you got two males having sex, that's not heterosexual, and it can never be heterosexual, regardless of the gender identity. I don't know if you want to contend with this or not.
I'm sorry, I zoned out, honestly. I'm so done with this topic.
Well, I think
we're all very
there's a
clear
bit
on
of
what I
cognitive,
believe.
sure, there's like some cognitive dissonance because you're like, whoa, my position is untenable.
No, it definitely is.
You think your position is tenable? Okay.
Yes, I believe trans rights are human rights.
Yeah, we're not talking about trans rights. And I
just feel like
again,
this is going to keep on going.
Yeah, sure. But so I kind of didn't get any answers to the previous thing, which was if a student in high school doesn't want to use the preferred pronouns of the other person, but they're not bullying them, they're not like, oh my God, you're so gross. They're not doing any of that. They're just like, I'm not going to call this person a she. They're a male.
I think that's okay.
Do you think that student should face consequences?
They're not being nasty.
Yeah, I'm not asking you. Go ahead.
Yeah, I agree. If they're not, I don't know. I don't know if I agree, honestly. That's a hard one for me because I believe that you should never be malicious towards anyone for any reason. I think that you should allow people to express themselves freely and authentically. I also believe that you should allow people to express themselves freely and authentically, which would go against my point. You know, not everything is as black and white as you're trying to make it out to be.
How am I making it black and white?
You keep on asking very black and white, extreme questions. Like, it's not one
Do
or
you
the
think
other.
biological sex is nuanced?
Biological sex is biological sex. We went over this. Your chromosomes are chromosomes.
There's male and female, and there's like rare.
But then there's also like gender expression.
Okay, and?
And.
Yeah, but why do I even need to accept this idea that we need to even view it in that realm? Like, why can't I just reject this idea of gender identity or gender expression and say my view is strictly about sex?
You can believe whatever the hell you want to believe.
I don't, but yeah, but yeah, I don't. I actually don't believe this. Like, do you think that like the Klan should be able to believe what they want to believe?
Probably, again, if it's malicious and if you are like harming people, then like don't fucking do that.
But I think it's harmful for people to pretend that they are the opposite sex and want me to participate in the delusion. I think that's harmful to me.
I'm sorry that you think that that's harmful to you.
Yeah, I mean, I'm sorry that you think the Klan is harmful. You see how unproductive that actually is?
Again, I feel like my opinions are very, like, we all know where I stand. We know who I stand with.
Okay,
can we go to those other topics
here,
we were talking
a couple
about?
final
Not
things
because I'm
here.
uncomfortable, but because, damn, I've said everything I got to say about this.
So, a couple final things here.
Oh, my Lord.
Yeah, I mean, so do you think a cis man giving oral sex to a transgender woman with a penis, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Does she identify as a woman?
Yeah, it's a transgender
woman. Does he
woman.
accept her as a woman? Like, does he view her as a woman?
Yes.
Sure.
Then sure, that can be heterosexual.
Okay, a cis man having penetrative anal sex with a transgender woman, is that heterosexual or homosexual?
That's pegging, my friend. some kinky.
It's a cis
you
man.
Can be,
yeah.
Yeah,
would
you
that
can be into
het-
butt stuff and
Yeah,
still,
but would it be heterosexual or homosexual?
Dude, there's so many straight guys who are into.
Love it up the arse.
Yeah.
Yeah.
That's not the question.
There's a lot of straight guys who are into having actual men's dicks up their butt, are there?
Here.
Yes.
I'll move
That
on
is
from-
exactly what I
That
just
is
said.
math.
Thank you for the clarification.
I've got a lot of gay friends I know about this.
Those would be called homosexuals if they want to get men's dick in their butt. Those would be homosexuals.
Is it being done by a woman? Is there
that wouldn't be a dick, would it?
if the person is
That would be
transgender
stuffing
and
something up
we
their
are
butt,
both
but it would not be a penis, would it? It would be something that's not a penis if it was done by a woman. Unless you're saying that it's done by a woman with a penis, in which case a man, and I would say that's homosexual, right?
So a strap-on. What about that?
Well, okay, here, 2 more on this specific thing. A lesbian cis woman being penetrated by a transgender woman with a penis.
Oh my god, so confusing.
Is that heterosexual or homosexual?
they're 2 lesbians, yeah?
No, well, hold on. It's a lesbian cis woman, so a female,
Yeah.
who's being penetrated by a transgender woman
Yeah.
with a penis.
Oh.
That's lesbian sex.
So
It's
just
2
to be
women.
clear, lesbian sex can include a biological penis.
If there are 2 women,
They're 2 women, but one of them has a penis.
yeah.
You would say that that's lesbian sex.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting. Okay. 2 pre-operative transgender women engaging in oral sex or penetrative sex. Is this heterosexual or homosexual?
It's 2 transgender women, so it's 2 women.
True pre-operative, so they both have a penis.
Yeah.
2 transgender women engaging in oral sex or penetrative sex. Is that heterosexual or homosexual?
Oh.
I mean, that's gay.
It's blowing-
It's
it's
gay.
blowing.
There's
That
two-
would be-
if there's 2
oh, that's
women-
interesting.
No,
Okay.
and by gay I mean lesbian. And by gay I mean lesbian. When I say gay,
So it'd be 2 lesbian penises.
oh yeah.
Wait,
It'd just be gay. It'd be gay in
Sounds like a
general.
great
It'd be gay in
time.
general, wouldn't it? Because it'd be the same.
That's what I
2
said,
dicks or
girl.
2 vaginas. It's
Can I ask
still
you a
the same.
question? Do you know what pansexual is?
Yeah.
So that would be pansexual. Because it's not.
What does
homosexual
pansexual mean?
Pansexual.
So, sorry.
Pansexual is like when you are into trans people.
Oh, okay.
Yeah,
Sure.
it's when you're into anyone of any kind.
Yeah,
for-
it's
So, here.
Yeah.
Let me ask you this. What pronouns does a baby have before they can speak?
Before they can speak,
Yeah, before like a child can speak, what pronouns do they have?
whatever they were born with until they can speak otherwise, until they can say, hey, I don't feel this way. I mean, there's a reality TV show about that trans girl who came out at a very, very young age, and she to this day identifies as a woman.
Okay. But
And so
but-
I feel like whenever you can say, I don't feel right in this body, then that should be accepted.
So you wouldn't call your child like they, them until they've made a determination as to their own gender identity?
No, because more oftentimes than not, people do identify with the gender that they are born with. If my child comes to me and says, I feel like I'm transgender, Mom, and I want to explore that, then we're going to go explore that. I am, again, all for expression, opinions, personal ideas.
Yeah. I guess final thing on this, because I didn't really get a question earlier. So you're the dictator,
Oh, my Lord.
and you can make a law that
Oh,
would...
my God, I don't want to be the dictator, dog. And
You-
no
you are,
point
but
or
you don't even
case
have
am
a-
I going to dictate shit.
Yeah, but so would you, if you were the dictator, if you refused to be the dictator, then like should the government pass laws to criminalize people who refuse to use people's preferred pronouns?
I've already said I'm not going to answer this question.
Why
because
not?
I feel like I don't
Because-
conceptualize it fully, and maybe that's like a dumb blonde moment.
I mean, that sounds like a lot of cope for trying to duck the question. I think what essentially is going on
I
here.
feel like it's not up to me to dictate if someone should
Here,
be punished or not.
I'll make it super simple. There's a ballot that goes out in California. Have you voted before?
I voted.
Okay. So you know how there's ballot proposals?
Sure.
Okay. One of the ballot proposals is, should we criminalize to some degree, let's say, I'll start it simple. Should there be a $300 fine if an individual provably misgenders, intentionally misgenders?
Like maliciously trying to harm the other person.
I might be willing to grant that, but let's just keep it at this. They intentionally, they refuse to use the person's preferred pronouns, and you could vote on it. Would you vote yes, this should be criminalized with a fine?
I need to know if it's malicious or not. Like, I need to know if it is out to get that person.
How do you define malicious?
if it is out to hurt that person.
You guys, can you just speak
if
into
it's
the mic?
out to hurt that person?
How would you establish that?
Again, intent. Are you avoiding their pronouns because it makes you personally uncomfortable, but you're totally cool with their gender expression? Or are you avoiding their pronouns because you don't agree with what they're doing and you think that that person shouldn't have the right to change their gender?
What would actually be wrong with the latter?
I think there's nothing wrong with the latter if you are not malicious, if you are not out to harm that person.
Okay, but when we're talking about malicious here, we need to be precise. So the person, their worldview is as follows. I don't believe that you can become a woman. I don't buy into the ideology.
Okay.
And so for this reason, they would say, I don't think it's malicious because this is what I believe. I believe that this person is a man, even though maybe they look like a woman, they say they're a woman. I believe this person is a man.
I feel like I'm not transgender, so I can't dictate.
But if it was on the ballot, what would you vote for?
I would say exactly what I just said. I would have to discuss with my transgender friends and see what they would like me to advocate.
And so I'm going to grant in this hypothetical, all your transgender friends or 90% of your transgender friends are like, this is super objectionable, like the self-harm rate in the transgender community is really high. Maybe this will alleviate this. Yes, we should make this initially a fine.
I honestly still feel like I can't speak to this one.
You know,
you can say that's dodging the question.
Here's what I'm just going to infer then. Your refusal to just outwardly say no. Well, I'm going to have to. So your refusal to just say, no, this is actually something that would be reprehensible. Like, we shouldn't police speech in this way. I disagree with people who think like this, but should there be like a criminal fine, criminal penalty? Absolutely not. So your refusal to say no indicates towards yes. So that's all I can really go with.
I believe in free speech, and it's a
no, you don't.
It's a
you categorically do not believe in free speech. But go ahead.
Okay.
No, go ahead.
No, it's okay.
Explain your position.
No, sure. I really don't want to keep on going back and forth on this topic just because I feel like I can't specifically speak to this topic as a transgender person could. I can only advocate for my community as much as I can.
If you believe in free speech, your answer should be no.
Again, I believe in free speech until it's hurting people, until it is actively causing harm.
Okay, so
and then that is a threat, which in America you're not allowed to threaten people.
Does it cause harm for the scenario that I just painted of the person who doesn't believe in your ideology, who's like, I'm not going to call them names, I'm not going to insult them, but if they want me to call them a she and I think that they're a he, I'm not going to say it. I'm going to refer to them as a he. Does that cause harm, yes or no?
I'm so done with this topic.
I know the cognitive dissonance is difficult to deal with because you've probably never been challenged on your ideology. You have total ideological capture on this.
Okay.
Total 100% ideological capture to the point that you're actually scared of forwarding your true position on this because you know it's like completely contrary. You're refusing to answer it, so it's completely contrary to free speech.
Okay. I'm just going to agree just so that you can stop with this topic. I believe that trans rights are human rights. I believe that you should be able to express yourself however you want to express yourself. And it's a damn shame that we even have to sit here and talk about if it should be illegal or not.
So it should be illegal then to misgender somebody?
It, again, depends on intention, and I feel like that cannot be...
Okay, fine, I'll grant it. They're malicious.
They're malicious. Like
it's malicious.
Okay.
They're not calling the person a name. They're not, saying an actual insult. Perhaps you view it as insulting.
I don't know if there should be...
And it's malicious. Yes, malicious misgendering. They're like, this person is transgender, and yes, I'm going to misgender them because of what I believe. And sure, I'll grant it's malicious. Fine.
I don't think that there should be laws against any form of free speech because then that just goes against what this country is kind of like built around in free speech. And that argument can be shown so many different ways and so many different lights. I think that if it's malicious, you're a shitty person. Do I think that you are subject to imprisonment or a fine, like you were saying? I don't know.
Why isn't it just no?
I mean,
What do you mean you don't know? Shouldn't it be no? If I believe in free speech and these American values and blah, blah,
I guess no.
shouldn't it just be no?
Then I guess no. But
I think you
still
secretly,
think
you're like, fuck yes. Find them. That's what I think. But hey, whatever. You kind of took you a little while to get to there, so. All right. Thank
I feel
you.
like you just wanted that
Scott
reaction.
Who? The Roman Legion.
Who gives a fuck about Rome?
Well, I don't know. Just like the epitome of good men's health. They made statues. They all look like they were in shape, right? I mean, they were all operating on bread. That was their daily
Just
stipend.
because you want to fuck a Roman don't mean shit to me. I
Well,
don't give a
it's
fuck
not
about a
saying
Roman.
anything to contend with anything.
you
Just
obsessed
because you
with
want
Roman.
a Roman don't mean shit to me. Answer
You like
the
Roman men,
question, you
Andrew.
fuck. Answer the
Why don't
question.
you look like a Roman man since you like Roman men so much? You a fat fuck. You got a big ass belly.
You got a
You
gap
shaped
in your
like a
teeth
fucking
that's this
snowman.
fucking wide.
You shaped
The
like a
gap in your
fucking
teeth is
snowman
as
with a
wide
beard.
as the
This
gaps in
motherfucker
our
got
IQ.
80% of his face covered up.
That's gay. Partners is a gay term, and the divorce and remarriage is.
Hey, I'm gay. Of course I
No,
would
you're
say
not.
partners. Hey, the last sexual interaction I had was me sucking cock. Okay, I'm gay enough for you.
TMI.
Of course. Let it be
So-
known that I love him, though.
Yeah. So hey, just real quick.
What haven't I
don't mean
answered?
Well, I don't mean to interject too much, but I still think that you have to contend with the argument that was kind of put down on the table of why you think these things are immoral. This seems to be where we keep on driving back to, and so it looks like Vosh was kind of saying, look, you're conflating God and natural, and you're kind of making a conflation of these things. Whether that's true or not, it's not for me to decide, but I would like to see that kind of this question addressed a little bit more thoroughly if we can.
The God and nature thing for
No. The question
the
as to the morality or
the morality
immorality.
of butt sex and all that disgusting stuff. I think I explained that pretty clearly. I did point out that there's things that are permissible, perhaps, like kissing and stuff like that. I don't think it's wise to get too into that. I think you should be watching yourself and avoiding falling into temptation. And he brought up food, saying, well, you're probably more laissez-faire about food, as though that's a justification. But yeah, I think that people need to watch themselves morally with their relationship with both food and with sex, because these are hang-ups. And when you have hang-ups, you're not your own man. And when you're not your own man, you can't be following God.
Actually, I want to touch on that. So,
Okay.
with regards to temptation, okay. So I think you said earlier you don't think there's anything inherently wrong with having sex or whatever. It's that it leads you in bad directions. The temptation puts you like in a bad way. So I guess I would wonder, like, if you had a human, like a man, let's say a man, because I know you're preferable. If you had a man who was perfectly free of temptation, like they enjoyed the fruits of the earth, but they were just not subject to demonic influence. You know, they could eat anything, do anything, and they would be pious through and through. What do you think it would be okay for them to do if there was no risk of them falling into anything worse than what they've already done?
I don't understand the question.
Like, if they, like, say there was a person who wanted to just fuck around and just fuck hot chicks, you know? And he could do this, but he's a deeply pious man and he loves the Lord, and he's capable of having sex without engaging in idolatry or worship, without weakening himself. All the negative side effects, he can control them. He has a strong enough will to fuck without it draining him ethically. Do you think it would be right for him to do so because he has the temperance to manage that level of indulgence? Or do you think that even the threat, even if it's not happening yet, like you can't even try?
I don't really like these imaginary scenarios because this is not based in reality. But I imagine that such a man wouldn't be even interested in that at that point.
Are not men of the cloth interested in fine dining? I mean, I may not be a religious person, but I have had friends.
But men of the cloth aren't this imaginary man that you just described.
But they do partake in delicious meals. which is, as you even acknowledged, a precursor to gluttony. So if you have bishops and priests and rabbis, whatever you may think of them, willfully partaking in many pleasures of the flesh which are not sex, wouldn't, and then still continuing to be great advocates for their God, would it not suggest that it is possible to willfully indulge oneself but still be a pious man free of temptation?
Under the order of God, if they're married, the husband of but one wife, is like the New Testament talks about. The leader of the church should be the husband of but one wife, meaning they're under control. They're not going wild with it, doing it out of order.
Right, but what if they? The reason I bring up food is because I know that despite gluttony and lust both being sins, people tend to be a lot more permissive with.
I understand.
Right.
Yep.
So obviously, for me, I think it would be equally applicable with sex. And there are probably more people with eating disorders in America than there are people with sex addiction. Though I don't have any hard.
I don't know.
I don't have any hard data on that. It kind of depends on where you draw the line. Only that frankly, it just seems incredibly arbitrary. We're put on this earth by God. We have a finite length of time during which to demonstrate our character. And it seems like of all the mortal sins we can commit, of all the things we can do to defy the will of God, murder, rape, torture, whatever, like we don't horrible shit to each other. And then it's like, okay, yeah, also like don't like suck a dick, like don't do anal sex. It just seems bizarrely arbitrary. If it's a personal code you'd like to indulge in, that's fine. But I don't know how you can fairly argue that other people are suffering for their indulgence.
Oh, I mean, look around the so-called LGBT community and the people who are loose morally, sexually, the so-called straights are miserable. They're using each other, being used. They're into they're hooked on it. They're hooked on the pornography and all that stuff. They're not they are suffering for what they're doing.
Then why is it that generally homosexuals are more unhappy when they're in the closet not having sex than they are after they come out of the closet and begin having sex?
That beginning point feels like a relief to them. I imagine. This is what I've heard about transgenders who, when they first so-called accept their transgenderism, it's a great relief because they finally accepted who they think they are. They finally quit fighting. That's why they're less miserable for a time in those early days. But who knows? Sooner or later, they're suffering in ways they don't know. They're suffering
in ways that statisticians don't know either. To my knowledge,
statisticians are liberals, and liberals lie, and they're not about truth or finding the truth.
May I ask by what evidence you're suggesting they become less happy over time?
Well, look at how angry the average radical homosexual is. They're just nasty, vicious, malicious people.
I think they're nice.
You think they're nice because you're nice to them. You agree with them. Have you seen how they treat the Christians?
Well, I can't imagine why they would be angry at you. Perhaps
there's no reason for anger.
Things they consider quite important. Right. Well,
I understand that the Christians Christians have not always been right in how they fight, but the gays are quite nasty, and they're doing unto others what they imagine was done unto them, or something like that.
They're preventing you from having sex?
Nobody prevented gays from having so-called sex.
They were subjected to anti-sodomy laws and arrested and sterilized state.
Good, for their own good.
Well, that would be preventing them from having sex.
That's not actual sex, but this is kind of silly because people, if they were caught,
you're being female-minded right now. Come on.
No, hold on, listen.
If they were female-minded, nobody can know what they're going to be like 30 years in the future. No human can, no matter how responsible or well-prepared you are. People change with time. I think it's horrible, the idea. Don't get me wrong. People who stay married their whole lives, I think that's a wonderful thing, matrimony and all that. But if they want to leave, why consign them to that fate? And why consign the children to an adolescence surrounded by parents who hate each other? That's also a high predictor, by the way, for crime. when children see their parents go like marital instability between their parents, that's something psychologically that's often a precursor to other problems. Because
That's why we need. That's why we need. That's why we need morality.
What if they just don't get along anymore? That's not even a moral thing. That's just
Yes, it is a moral thing.
You
not getting along? You're acting like two adults can't suck up and accept their lot in life.
For their whole lives to be, so you're not even talking about getting along. You're just talking about like forcing it for your entire life.
This is all like a what if thing, but yes.
Well, it's a what if that happens, right? There are plenty of unhappy married couples out there.
Right, and you know why they don't get divorced?
Well, I think they should. There are a lot of children of unhappy couples that say they wish their parents had just gotten divorced because they would have much rather have been raised by one parent than raised by two parents who hate each other, which thus give them a really fucked up view of relationships.
But
like, imagine what a kid thinks
but-
of relationships when they grow up with a man and a woman who hate each other. Like, that's got to set you down the wrong road from the beginning.
But you're comparing evil to evil, and you're giving us a false dilemma.
It's not evil to dislike a person you married. Humans change.
I know, but you just admitted that it isn't evil that the kids suffer. I'm using evil in the sense of it's a misery.
The evil's them staying together. They can choose to
Yeah,
leave.
I'm saying, but that's not a solution. You're
If two
comparing
people
one
don't like each
evil.
other.
You're comparing one evil, which is divorce, which children of divorce don't tend to do well, and to the evil of them being miserable and staying together, which is the same thing. You're basically comparing the same thing.
If it's the same, let's say it's the same thing, which I don't
Well,
believe.
it's not exactly the same thing because you just described that they stay together and they get miserable. I caught that point.
Right. If we
Yeah.
were to believe that that would lead to the same outcome for the children, do the parents not have a right to find other people who they'll love?
The parents don't have any love, and that's why they're miserable together. They're not going to
Right,
be
so they should
happier with
find new
somebody
people.
else. No, they shouldn't find new people. If you don't have love, then you're not going to love somebody else.
Do you love me, Hake? Would you fuck me?
No, that's wrong.
But you could love somebody else.
But that's not love anyway. You shouldn't get married for this quote unquote love thing. That's a fake idea. People don't know what love actually is.
Interesting. I believe what you're saying right now, if I'm not mistaken, is heretical. The
How
idea
so?
of love is a bonding mechanism that God gave human beings as a way of encouraging, like the love humans feel for each other is a reflection of the love that God has for all men. By denying the existence of
No.
love, especially as a precursor to marriage, I'm pretty sure you're turning your back on God's love.
No, man, because the men and women who get married, they don't tend to love each other, but they hopefully they start to actually love each other, right? Normally they're into sex or some other thing, and then hopefully they overcome the sex and find actual love.
I think you might
Which
be
is-
projecting some of your feelings towards women onto other people, because generally speaking, I think when people marry, well, there are a lot of reasons why people can marry, of course, but I generally don't think people marry for the sex. Like, you can just fuck people if you want.
I know they're hooked though by the sex.
I can just have sex with people without marrying, though. Why would I marry someone if I just want pussy?
But a lot of people want to be more traditional than you. Even the so-called gays, they want to be more traditional than you. So they think that they think that this marriage thing will be the family that they want, the love that they want. But they're looking for love, and they think that they have love. But that's not the kind of so-called love that human beings have towards each other. As you just admitted, 30 years down the line or less, it sours. That's not love. Love lasts.
I don't think
That's
anything
very
lasts.
different from God's love.
Well,
You think
God's
nothing
love
lasts.
is eternal, sure, but I don't
Yeah.
think that any interhuman love lasts. Humans change. And I think that we should have a right to find new partners for ourselves when we find that our current partners, and I, or you, or whoever else, no longer have much in common and don't get along that well anymore.
That's gay. Partners is a gay term, and the divorce and remarriage
Hey,
is.
I'm gay. Of course I
No,
would
you're
say
not.
partners. Hey, the last sexual interaction I had was me sucking cock, okay? I'm gay enough for you. at
TMI.
least.
Vosh, who is more likely to suck a dick? Big Papa Fascist or CTV?
Personally, I think it would be CTV because he strikes me as like a rowdy lad. You know what I mean? Like a rowdy, like out with the boys.
It's better for the nation, though, because if it's a nation of Muslims, that would be better for Muslims. For the Muslims of that nation, would it not be?
But better how though? Preferentially or ontologically good?
We're talking tribes here. We're not talking religion. For the tribe, that is better.
I'm not talking about tribes or religion. I'm talking about what good means or better. In this case, when I say preference, are we talking about something which is preferentially better? Meaning the people likes it more. Not that it's better inherently. It's not ontologically better, for instance, that Muslims get better treatment than Christians in a country. Is that right or wrong?
Let me put it this way. Whatever you define your nation as, your nation will stay that way longer under an absolute monarchy. Are we making sense now?
Yeah, but that doesn't do anything to help me with what better is here. Because you're trying to make a comparative system and saying one side of the comparative system is better than the other side. So it's like, okay, but if you make the reference that because people like it more, then that means preferentially better, not ontologically better, right? Okay. It's not good in and of itself, in other words.
Okay, I honestly don't really care much about that. Like however you want to describe it. If you want your nation, if your nation is a Christian nation, America, I think, do you agree? We are a Christian nation, or we should be. Okay, if you want it to be a Christian nation, and you want it to be a Christian nation longer than just 200 years, absolute monarchy is better for that. So whatever you want to call that, absolute monarchy is better. If you're a Muslim nation,
maybe then just don't use the word better.
Fine.
So if you're just saying that if it's the case that you have a constitutional monarchy, the nation will stay the religion of its origin longer. That's not a better or worse statement. So it doesn't have any loaded philosophical terms when it comes to the idea of good, bad, things like this. So I don't have to decode those or untangle those then.
Okay, sure. I think it's a ridiculous thing to get caught up on, because what I'm more concerned about in general anyway is stability.
Yeah, but do you know what equivocation is?
I think I do. But
okay,
educate me anyway.
Yeah, so equivocation is the use of ambiguous language to shift between meanings. And so what I like to do is make sure that we know what the fuck we're talking about, specifically know what we're talking about, so that you can't switch between meanings when you use an ambiguous word. Better has many, many meanings. You agree with that, right?
Yes, and I allowed you to choose
I don't want to use
definition you want.
It's your position. I don't say choose your definition for your position, dude.
All right,
but in any case, it's
stability and durability. There you go. Stability and durability.
Okay, so stability and durability are what you consider good to be, or better to be.
Yes, in this context.
Okay, so there's no ambiguity. You're not going to move outside of that for better.
I don't know. You'll probably accuse me of it anyway, but sure.
I don't feel like I'm accusing you of anything. I'm just trying to clear up terms so that we don't have any problems later. But if you just want to move into it, I'm fine. If you just say stability, go ahead, make your case.
Stability and durability. Okay, well, you look at history, what lasts the longest? Simple. So as far as I know, the Roman Republic is the longest lasting republic. I think it lasted 480 something years. That's the longest one I know of. Whereas monarchies last well over a millennia or two frequently. Are they absolute the entire time? Not exactly. Japan, their emperor, that line has been unbroken for 2,600 years. Okay.
But well, okay. Now, hang on a second here.
It's one example.
the Imperium of Japan, for instance, you agree that the emperor has not had any actual power since the Tokugawa shogunate, right?
Sure. Yeah.
Yeah. So that's not an apt comparison at all. You're saying absolute monarchy.
It's still
This would be the imbuement of all powers into an individual person. And then are we using patrilineal lineage?
Do you know of any matrilineal? But yes, I
Yes.
did mean patrilineal.
Yes, I do know of matrilineal lineage. Yes, of course.
Okay.
Jewish aristocracy used matrilineal, and there's European cases of matrilineal lineage as well. So yeah, but if you're just moving into patrilineal, so you think that sons should be able to instantly take up the crowns of their fathers?
Yeah.
Okay, give me a European monarchy which was patrilineal, which lasted for 500 years, or 400, or 300, or even 200 years.
Was it absolute the entire time? I can't give you an example of that. No. But
so then your argument's busted then, dude. It's a busted argument.
But republics outright don't last that long.
But hang on. The core of your argument is that patrilineal absolute monarchs last longer than republics. That's your entire argument. So if it is, then show me them.
So as far as I know, what year was the Magna Carta? 1215. So England has kind of wavered back and forth between. I mean, I've had debates with my own fellow monarchists as to whether any medieval monarchy was absolute to begin with. I mean, I think they were. It was a matter of practicality, not definition. But Magna Carta was 1215. They took power, to oversimplify it, they took power away from the king for a while. That went to shit. They gave power back to the king, and then they started eroding his power again. But overall, they've had a king, quote unquote, in some form for well over 1,000 years, 1,100 years, I think. Now compare that to
no, and that's England specifically you're talking about referencing.
Yes.
No, the patrilineal system of father to son did not last not even close to 1,100 years. So this switched between French monarchs' hands as well, and there was bastards who made claims to the throne, and there was nobility who the throne went to. It was outside original. So no, that was not as far as a patrilineal absolute monarchy, not even close, not even the same universe. In fact, I can go down the lineage tree here.
You're arguing it wasn't. You're arguing they did not intend this the whole time, or it just didn't happen that way?
Both.
Okay.
Both. Yeah. So let's start with England, English monarchy when it came to patrilineal succession.
Are you going to explain something?
Yeah, well, I just want to go. I'm going to go through the family tree here to show you how many times it actually switched hands. So just give me a second to pull it up.
All right.
Surprised me too, but it is the case that as far as patrilineal succession went in most Western European kingdoms, it wasn't very clean at all. Yeah, so it switched between multiple different houses, between William the Conqueror, switched between, let's see, Alfred the Great. There's a ton. Okay, here we go. Maybe this will give more clarity. Hang on. Let's see if we can't look at the succession here. As that would be the core of your argument, right? That it's stable because you have these monarchs who are in place who go father to son.
Sorry, the core.
Yeah.
The core
so here we go. It's here we go. So all the times it changed hands. It changed hands in Norman Conquest of 1066, Dynasty Battle, Wars of Roses. The 5th and 10th century, there was multiple Anglo-Saxon Viking kingdoms fought for control over the territory that became England. Danish Vikings under Forkbeard conquered it in 1013. After the death of the Anglo-Saxon king, Edward the Confessor, the English throne was again contested. Duke William of Normandy, later William the Conqueror, invaded, defeated King Harold, took it over. Like, this thing has switched hands a ton of times.
From losing, not because, like, if you lose a war, even if a civil war or not, if you lose, you lose. I mean, that doesn't mean the system sucks, though.
Well, that didn't
the logic of that argument.
I don't. Well, that's not the argument that you're making. The argument that you're making is it's more stable. It's more stable because these dynasties have lasted 1,000+ years, but they haven't.
I didn't say dynasties. I mean the monarchies last.
Monarchies don't last that long. That's just bullshit. It's just completely ahistorical nonsense. Or you should be able to pretty easily refute that by giving me these crowns that have, without switching hands a dozen times or more.
Okay, yeah, dynasties change. I never said dynasties never change that often. I never said that.
Well, then, what is this stability then? What are we talking about here? Because the original claims they last longer than republics.
Yeah.
Yeah. Well, I don't see that.
They still have, whether the king's power is eroded or not. If they have a king, if they have a central figure, and that central figure, it in some form it's hereditary. I mean, Rome with Roman emperors, they tried to just name people as their heir, and I guess that kind of worked, but not really. But hereditary, preferably. How much power the king or the emperor has wavers, but overall it is still a longer lasting system. That is my point. Sometimes a specific dynasty loses and they get replaced by another dynasty.
Well, I need you to demonstrate first the longevity of the system, because it seems to me, looking at Western monarchies and Eastern monarchies, that if the crown changes hands within 100 years to not this family anymore, how is that stability?
Well, that's like saying, well, we elected a new president, therefore it's not a republic anymore. What are you talking about?
No, that's the system. Like, that's the system as it's supposed to exist.
Yes, and if it's a new dynasty, it's still a monarchy.
So then, if somebody came in and took over the United States, if they come in, they take out the United States, you consider that, and then they put in a different form of a republic, you consider that a lasting republic?
I think you're confusing. I don't think you're quite understanding me when I say stability. Okay, the whole thing.
Hang on. Remember in the beginning of this debate where I was like, "Man, we should really clear this language up." And you're like, "Yeah, bad faith, evil."
Yeah, and I tried
just pointing it out. But go ahead.
I tried. I mean, the whole thing this whole thing was inspired, at least for me, on what's happening to the United States right now and the whole West in general.
Okay.
We are crumbling from within. Okay. It's not China attacking us that's causing us to go through what we're going through right now. It's from within. That's what I'm talking about here.
Okay. And
that is what I mean by stability. Not you lost a war, civil war or otherwise. Not you lost a war, therefore the system sucks. Okay, anyone can lose a war. I'm talking about the system.
So are what we doing is we're just going, so then it's not about the elongation of the system, because if a new republic, if we were conquered by some other republic and they put in a republic here, you wouldn't say that was the republic persevering, right? You would say that that's a new form of government, and the old republic is dead, right?
I would say it's still a republic, so I wouldn't really think of it one way or another. I mean,
what? What? So if we were conquered and somebody put in a different form of a republic, and it's different, different peoples, different values, but it puts in a different form of a republic, you would still consider that to be an elongation of the original republic?
I wouldn't call it an argument for monarchy, no. Even though I am a staunch monarchist, I wouldn't think like, oh, this republic was conquered by another republic. Like, I wouldn't see much of a connection there. I would just think, okay, you lost. That's all that happened here. You lost.
So that republic's not there anymore. You would agree with that, right?
Yes.
Okay, so then I don't know why I can't use that logic with monarchies.
When I'm talking about stability, I'm thinking like, did this thing implode? How likely are you to implode? How likely are you to just die out from your own stupidity? It happened to Rome. It's happening to the entire West.
Yeah, but you got a problem here. So I would make the consideration that if you have monarchs who make bad decisions as monarchs and then get overthrown, that is their system not working, right?
You think our system's working?
Well, that's what you're doing there is you're making a fallacious argument. Right now I'm talking about monarchs. So we'll start there. And
yes, kings can make bad decisions. I never said they can't.
Yeah, right. So then if that's the case and their bad choices led to their kingship being eliminated, then I don't know how you can just be like, well, now that there's a new king, that's a continuation of the line of kings. It's like, no, it's not. No, that would be a new system being put in place.
You're still stuck on dynasties. I'm stuck on the system itself.
Yeah, but it's a new system under each king. That's my whole point. It's not patrilineal and one taking up the mantle of his father and continuing. It's one king getting conquered by another kingdom, or internally the king's making bad decisions, so he's overthrown, either by his nobility or by other kings or by setup kings, and now it's a new system. It's a different nobility, different everything. So I'm just kind of not willing to grant that because your crown is lost and a new king takes over, that this is still a continuation of crowns. I don't think so. It would be a new system each time, wouldn't it?
You know, crowns themselves, it technically is, but
well, then of republics themselves, it technically would be anytime a republic conquers another republic or democracy, then that's just a continuation of democracy. Even though here in this republic, oh, okay. So then if it's the case that our president and Congress are overthrown, progressives take power by force and implement a new republic, you would just consider that an extension of the American republic. Or no?
I mean, you can call it something else, but it would still be republicanism continuing, republicanism itself continuing. Yes.
Well, no, it would be a different system altogether, right?
Sure. But
Yeah.
again,
So,
I've
no,
been
I don't.
trying, maybe I've been failing at explaining this, but what I've been trying to talk about is stability from within. If you want your people to remain, if you're an Islamic country, if you want it to remain Islamic, if you want your Christian nation to remain Christian from within, if you want your system itself or just your nation to just remain a nation, you can't stay a republic for long from within. I'm not talking about people from the outside conquering you. Not talking about that.
Okay, but
Maybe I've
if
just
your
poorly
own if your own people group overthrow you, I mean, isn't that a form of destabilization from within?
if it happens, then yeah, they failed. But that doesn't.
Well, then I'm still am very confused with the argument because this happened all the time. Like, I mean, all the time. The civil wars in Western Europe were, I mean, it was notorious how often this happened. So it's
So
like,
because
I
someone,
mean,
okay.
brothers
So
were fighting with brothers
your
over the power of the crown. I mean,
so your argument is if you lose, then it's a whole new system. Okay, then
no, well,
nothing.
hang on,
Then
that's part
nothing
of it.
lasts. Nothing lasts
That's,
if that's your
well, I
argument.
agree. Yeah, I agree. But that aside, the idea that you have is that if it comes from within, meaning your own people group, or peoples who you are in charge of, do some kind of rebellion and overthrow you, that is from within, right? I mean, would we agree on that?
It can happen, yes.
Yeah, and I mean, it did happen often under monarchies in the West, right?
So your argument is monarchies are inferior because they're just the most vulnerable to rebellions.
Whoa there.
What's your argument here?
Who said anything about inferior or superior? You have the position that monarchies are superior.
Yes.
Not me. That's your position to prove, not mine. I'm
You're
just trying to make sure
trying
that
to,
I got this right.
You're trying to refute
That, and yeah, well, I'm not even making refutations yet. I'm just getting clarifications right now. So to clarify this, if it's the case that there's internal strife from a king in his kingdom, that's going to be classified as from within, right?
Yeah. But does your nation maintain its identity usually? Emphasis on the word usually after that happens.
No.
So England was no longer England after the Magna Carta.
Well, after the Magna Carta, maybe, but it depends on the instance. Like, there's probably, I mean, I don't know this for sure, but I would gander a guess, and I bet if we looked it up, it would be the case. But I would guess that England was full of Frenchmen, and that France is full of Englishmen, because of the various times that it's changed hands over the years. So yeah, I think the people group changes over time that way too. So it's not the same as mass migration, but I guess what I don't get here is, like, I don't know why you can't have a republic and keep the semblance of the people group. That I don't get. Why can't you?
I just wonder, how can you? I mean, republics are just in the post where I challenged you to this debate, as I explained, republics are just people scrambling for power. That really is all it is. It's just
So are monarchies. Monarchies the same way.
Yeah, but you have to kill the king first, and most
no,
likely
you don't. You don't.
line too.
You can depose him, or you can have a church
How
grant
do
him
you
a
depose
heretic,
him? With a strongly worded letter?
No, you can have nobility depose based on lands, things like that, taxable lands. They just refuse to pay duties, and now the king has no more army. That's happened before too.
Yeah, in any system, you have the people, you have the elites, and you have the leader. And in any system, republic or monarchy, it doesn't matter. In any system, two of those can overthrow the third.
Well, I think that that's an oversimplification, but I'm kind of willing to grant it because I don't think it matters too much. So, what I guess I'll start with this: why can't republics keep the semblance? If we define a nation as borders, language, people, Can we use the Michael Savage
culture,
definition? Borders,
traditions,
language, people.
culture,
That would
and
be
traditions, and blood to an extent.
Yeah. Well, that would be language. Would be kind of the when you're saying culture, borders, people. That's saying all of those things, right? It needs to be shared language. There's some type of shared people group there with shared value structures,
shared
and then there's
history.
borders. Yeah, and then there's borders, right?
Yeah.
Okay, so if that's the guy, I don't understand why a republic can't do that. Can you explain that to
Okay,
me?
well,
Why can't they?
look at the entire West, and I guess no one can just see what's happening. Okay,
No. I don't want to hear hasn't done that. I want to hear why it can't do that.
It can't do that long term.
Why?
And I was just about to explain, because when the power is win popularity contests, I heard one of your debates from a while ago. You said like you were praising democracy because you said it's like the easiest system to hack, and that's exactly what my problem with it is. It's the easiest system to hack.
I don't praise democracy. Don't lie.
That it sounded like praise to me. Maybe it wasn't.
Sounds like you're lying to me. But if you can give me the exact quote, I'd love to hear it. But I've been against universal suffrage for years, and it's part of the stated position of limiting republics by limiting suffrage. So I don't know what the fuck you're talking about, but you just made up a bunch of shit. So, but that aside, I'll just grant that too. You still haven't told me why. Yeah, look for it. You haven't told me why a republic can't have borders, culture, and a people group, and protect that people group. You haven't actually explained that to me.
What keeps it stable? Like what keeps it that way long term? Let's say over 1,000 years. It's never happened. Why doesn't it?
It's never happened with a king either.
So England has not been England for.
You're now making a separate argument about the English people being English people groups, and there's all sorts of contributing factors as to why. Like, for instance, there wasn't a great mode of long distance travel for I don't know, all of human history. You had to use horses, and that was really expensive. And moving large supplies was very difficult to do, and now it's not. So it's a whole different landscape. That's one, and two, kingdoms don't survive for thousands of years. That's an absurd lie. Like, it's just an absurd lie. I don't know what else to tell you. It just is. You could prove me wrong by just showing me one that does, but they don't.
All right, one second. Let me ask Grok something before I say it.
Okay.
China.
China what?
China's been around for thousands of years, has never been a democracy. They've what
does that have to do with anything, dude? What are you talking about? What? China was split between multitudes of nations under dynasties, which were in an endless war for like 2,000 years, dude. What are you talking about? They switched hands constantly. There was no stability in China. There was zero.
That's yet another.
There was zero stability in China.
That's yet another example of losing a fight. It's not an example of
with themselves, with each other
from within, from your own stupidity.
That is the definitionally to imploding from within. It was their country, it's their people group that they're fighting with. Same thing with Japan.
And your argument is a republic would have prevented that.
Yeah. Did I make that argument? Do you know how to debate? Like, you gotta wait until I make an argument before you ask me. Before you say your argument is blank. Did I make that argument? No. So anyway, that aside, we'll categorize this. But same thing with Japan. Japan fought basically internal struggled war for almost 900 years under various individual kings called daimyos. So like, I don't know what you're talking about here, man. But that would be definitionally internal conflict and internal strife. Now, if you're asking, do republics have serious and significant weaknesses from internal attack? I would say yes. I'm just not sure that monarchies have some way to thwart that exactly, unless you can show me how.
Well, it's a bit controversial to say, but I think kings should have been a bit more tyrannical in the past.
Okay. So couldn't a republic just be a bit more tyrannical now? Like I guess that's where the disconnect is. The disconnect here is pretty simple. It's like your position is that kingdoms will, well, I think we're past definitions even. I think we got the positions down. So your position is that kingdoms will stop internal strife and republics don't stop internal strife. And I mean, you're just going to have to demonstrate that that's true, I guess. I'm listening though. I'm willing to listen.
I never made the argument that they're perfect. I never made the argument that nothing goes wrong in them. In fact,
I think you would be better served just making the argument that the United States Constitution, under an egalitarian frame mindset, was meant as a liberal document. And so we could almost have predicted that we would end up where we're at with the progressive status quo, having these color revolutions every 10 years. I think that would be a better argument.
Yeah, if you're going to talk about America specifically, sure, yeah.
Yeah, so, but I mean, I don't know who you would be arguing with, because that's my position. So
no, I don't think we're past definitions. I mean, it annoys me, but like, you think you're saying
now we want to get back to definitions, even though
you're saying that people lose fights sometimes. There's civil wars sometimes. Therefore, kingdoms are not stable. Therefore, nothing is stable. There's no definition of stability at all because bad things still happen. So what are we arguing here? Like, that's what you're trying to make it about.
I would just defer to what you're attempting to argue here is a famous argument I coined called force doctrine. And I think that you have this kind of backwards. I don't think that it's an idea that because there is a king that somehow that magically stops internal strife. I think that it gives a king more access to force in a limited sense. And so they have a lot more power to do something about internalized conflict.
Yeah.
Is that the argument you're after?
Sure, largely.
Oh, okay, great. So I mean,
and the stability.
There's me being super good faith and charitable,
and
right?
the stability of a hereditary line of no one gets to have my power except this person. Usually it's the son, not always.
The problem,
until I die, and then they get the power. But this power is not up for grabs.
Yeah, so hereditary lines like the line of Jacob.
Was Jacob a king? I don't remember that.
Well, hang on. From the line of Jacob, do you think that the hereditary lines from powerful families, which Jacob's family was definitely one of those, do you think that prevented internal conflict?
I never made the argument that it prevents it. I'm making the argument that it's.
Well, I would say better. I'd say it exacerbates it. So if you have lineal lines for power, I would say it actually exacerbates internal conflict. Now, there's certain safeguards that you can put in place which are super helpful, specifically having very loyal people around you. But no, as far as lineage goes, I would say that it actually exacerbates issues when you do lineal power.
I would agree with you on loyalty, and I think the best way to get loyalty is to make sure that they're your blood. But humans
no,
will
hang on.
always human.
That hasn't, yeah, that's hasn't been a good prevention of internal conflict, just because they're part of your blood. And by the way, it still isn't. It still isn't. The Civil War, there was a lot of that. There was a lot of blood. If you look at North and South Korea, there was a lot of blood there too. It doesn't prevent that. It doesn't even act as a. Okay, so I'll be even more charitable, because you're not saying that it stops all of that, right? So let me go a step further. It exacerbates it. It exacerbates it because now we have a clear lineage. We know who to assassinate. We know who to work on, right? We know who to remove. So in some ways, it exacerbates it. Again, I think it's all about trade-offs. There can be power dynamics which are put in place that can stop the exacerbation. I just think that there's power dynamics which can be put in place in a republic. So, I mean, ultimately, I've never been convinced that the form of government itself is what's necessary, but rather the ethics of the people group who are inside of the nation or dynasty or kingdom or whatever, which would it's ultimately going to play out for how that nation rises and falls.
So as we're seeing with nearly all the republics of today, we're getting flooded in by people who don't belong here, and those people are being used basically because voting. They are now a source of power for the people who let them in here.
Yeah, but they were before. They were before. They just were utilized as mercenaries, but it was the same concept. So the powers in force. So the idea here is we trade force for voting, right? Then can I leverage a people group and import a people group in order to increase that power block? So in this case, we're going to divide everything up into democratic power blocks. Well, how do I give myself an unfair advantage in power? I would import a people group and utilize that people group as a power block for voting. Okay, let's say there is no voting. I would import that people group as mercenaries and use them for power in that way. So it's still just coming down to a deferral of force using foreigners. I mean, if you have a country, if you have 50,000 men and the other guy has 50,000 men, where do you get more men, dude?
Yeah, I agree with you there.
That's how it works, and that's how it works with democracy too. It's like none of it's really changed; it's just changed forms.
So when you look at the UAE right now, and in the entire nation, I think the Emirates are only like 15% of the population, but they are still completely in control, and it's more stable.
Yeah, because it's an American.
Nothing to do with that.
It's a fucking American port, and the monarchy are puppets of the American government, dude, and have been for 100 years. Like the United Arab Emirates is one of the most Western influenced, United States influenced peninsulas anywhere. Oh, I don't know if it's considered a peninsula. Maybe I misspoke there, but it's one. I mean, they built the Palm Islands in the UAE, which was designed so that rich technocrats can come down and live a life of luxury while they ruled from the UAE. Like that's one of the most. It's one of the most Western dominated and influenced places anywhere on planet Earth. Anywhere.
But the West itself is not that stable. So the UAE is stable because it's Western, but the West is not stable right now.
No, the UAE is stable because it's rich as fuck, and
So
it brokered. No, we aren't. The nation has significant coffers. People are not rich. So you should get that out of your head right away. The American people are not a rich people. The nation they live in is a very rich nation. It's two very different concepts there.
So it's only stable because everyone's rich.
No, it's not only stable because everyone's rich. That's one of the marks of the stability. But yes, it's highly Western influenced, and the people demographic there make a shitload of money dealing with Western technocrats from all over the world and providing safe havens for them. So, is there something to be said, perhaps, in that culture for there to be a monarchy? Maybe, but I'm not really disputing whether or not monarchies can work. Only disputing why you think that only they can work and republics can't.
Long term.
Yeah,
I
long
think
term.
in for the first 1 to 200 years, they usually do fine from what I've seen. But after that, good luck.
I think that that's basically everything, though. Well, I can't think of many forms of government that last intergenerationally very well. Just none. Not monarchies either.
If I said, and we agree on the history of Japan here, but if I said Japan has always been Japan for thousands of years,
no, it hasn't. That's a lie.
So you don't agree with that.
Not only do I not agree with that, but as far as the emperor having power, the emperor was often a puppet of the shogunate. And its structures, its feudal structures especially, changed often, clear up until the Meiji era, the Meiji Revolution. The structures of Japan changed many, many, many times. So the thing that you would point to as being highly stable would be under the extremely ruthless rule of the Tokugawa shogunate. But it wasn't very stable before that, and it wasn't very stable after that, until again Western influence came in, took away all of their offensive fighting force, and pumped it full of tons of money, and then it became like one of the most stable places on earth.
If Japan has not always been Japan, then who even was the emperor? Do you know what I mean by that question?
No idea. What do you mean?
Okay, so all these different warring tribes still had the emperor in common. Did they not?
I mean, that's not really where they deferred power to, no.
Yeah, I'm not strictly talking about power in this exact moment. I'm just talking about, did they...
Then how come... Yeah, so then why were they still fighting if they all had the emperor in common, dude?
That's like saying what, like, how are your siblings still siblings if they're fighting each other?
Yeah, so the thing is like the emperor being there was not the stabilizing factor for Japan at all.
Still a unifying force, though. And I would argue,
I would say that the unifying forces in Japan were the extreme ethnocentric nature that the Japanese had, the fact that they were consistently at war with the Chinese, consistently at war with Mongolia, consistently at war with other Asian nations, and so their ethnocentric ideals prevented them from bringing in Western influence until very, very late in the game. And that was a huge strength, but I would say that has more to do with culture, language, and borders than it had to do with any kind of fucking emperor. If there was no emperor in Japan, I think it still would have been very much Japanese. So
they would be speaking different languages.
Why would they be speaking different languages?
Or sorry, never mind. I kind of fucked up that point.
So real quick, guys, I hate to do I gotta give you guys like 10 minutes, and then I gotta head out to the in-laws for Sunday dinner. So
that's fine.
I guess
we'll wrap it up. We'll wrap it up, but I mean, I'll just wrap it up like this. So I don't think you ever actually made a serious case here for why it is that republics can't have nations which favor people groups, language, and borders. I don't think you ever made a compelling case for that, not even once.
I think it's a lot more. I don't think dignified is the right word. I think it's a lot more. I don't know what the word I'm looking for is, but I think force is a lot better of a. Like if you want something, instead of just voting for it, like coming up with your little schemes to get more votes for it, I think that's a lot worse than, all right, fight for it. If you want something, fight for it. And humans will always human. I've never argued that monarchy is the key to utopia. Not even close.
Well, that's really funny because that's a contradiction in your ideal of patrilineal lineage. Why do the sons need to fight for the kingship if they're awarded the kingship?
I staunchly disagree. Like you seem to imply that this happens all the time. Like there's never a single like the king dies and his son takes his place and everything's okay.
It's rare. It's rarely clean. It's
You
rarely
sound
clean.
like that never happens.
I'm not saying it's never happened. I'm just saying it's rarely clean, one. And two, even if it is, that would contradict your statement that you just think that people should fight for the right to rule. It's like, well, then what? How is it that if dad dies and son at 18 becomes king, how did he fight for his rule here? It was just awarded to him, wasn't it?
No, I'm talking about people who wouldn't have the power that they want. Like anyone who does not have any right to it. If you want it, instead of coming up with a scheme to get votes for it, you have to fight for it. I think that's more dignified. I'm not saying like
as opposed to it just being given to you because your last name is fucking Johnson.
I'm not saying everything should be violent, Andrew. I'm not saying that. I'm saying if something doesn't belong to you and you want it to, fight for it instead of scheming for it.
Dude, you need to work really, really hard on this position, dude, because I've argued with monarchists before and they have some really good
you also
coherence.
gave me 0 time to prep, so keep that in mind.
Oh, and how much time did I have to prep then?
What about it?
Yeah, same exact amount of time that you did. So thing is like
that's
I've argued.
I've argued with. You're just saying things and like.
It's the same argument I just gave you the same argument you gave me. I didn't have time to prep. Great, neither did I. But it doesn't negate the point. And the point is that there's monarchists who have great arguments for monarchy. You don't have any arguments for monarchy. Just some vague idea that you should fight for some right to do something. I don't even fucking know. Actually,
belong to you. Jeez.
I don't even know what it is. I still am not any closer right this second to understanding what you actually think than I was in the beginning because you contradict your position every 5 seconds. So next time, just start with why it is that republics can't do this, if that's the actual position, and then give me a reason why they can't.
Okay,
not that they haven't.
How's that? They're not.
Yeah, they're not, but they're not has nothing to do with they can or can't. Wouldn't the prescription then be that they just should?
It just never
they
happened.
Just should?
But that's not an argument. It never
has happened. Yes, it has happened. Republics have been ethnocentric in the past. That's just stupid too. They have been ethnocentric. Yeah, but you see what I mean? It's like the permanent state of things is showing that they can do this thing. That's it. That's all it's showing. Is like, okay, they did and they don't now. But they did, so they can.
All right, guys. I'm going to have to leave it at that. I hate to close the space.
Then we're going to head back over. We're just down the road from the Chicago Ice Facility.
Because you're asking for 5K. I haven't asked anybody for shit. I just been sitting here streaming. I just put the dono bar up. I don't remember asking nobody for money, especially not you, Hack and Slash. I didn't ask you for shit. Stupid lunatic leftist in my fucking chat. Love watching Smoking Man while doing a transmission swap. Best way to pass the time. Keep on fighting, Andrew. You're amazing. These trolls will never get it either. The more you bitch about that, the more people send in money just to piss you off. Sometimes I think that it doesn't matter. I could tell you that all day long. You'll never believe it, even if you watch it happen over and over. As long as we see the righteous shit stomping of leftists. Twat is up, yo, for the grift. N1SB. Andrew's motives and justifications are fuck you. It's just ridiculous. Why? I don't know why I can't just do a stream because I want to.
Horn on PayPal. Thank you so much. His charger. Okay, so here's what I can ask you. I can't. My card is locked and I can't get on my phone because I'm live. Can you grab a charger and can you grab me a hot dog? And I'll pay you back. Hot dog? Yeah, hot dog. I need a glizzy.
Why do you sometimes wear a hat and sometimes you don't? Because sometimes I'm lazy and sometimes I'm not.
I need a glizzy and a charger.
What kind of glizzy do you want?
Just a regular, just beef hot dog.
Can you quit begging for money? Jeez, come on, guys. Yeah. Lead the Exodus away.
Fresh, warm bun.
Lead the Exodus. Come on, guys.
Here's the things right
Come on, guys. We're leaving. Come on, everyone. They were like, shut up, retard. Tard's in the chat. Why such an early stream, huh? Anyone with a brain, a blessing from the Lord, N1SB. Take my money, N1SB. Thank you.
My card when I
Damn
travel.
straight. Here's 20. I'm telling you, man. It always backfires on them. I don't know why they do it. I don't know why you do it.
Huh? No, I'm not broke.
The Tard Trolls are Operation 33.
No,
yeah.
totally blank.
What kind of cigs do
I
you smoke?
I
Reds.
lock my debit card when I travel, so if somebody steals it, they can't steal my money. So that's what I do. And because I'm live with you guys, like I'd have to go into my banking app and unlock it if I was gonna buy stuff. So
Favorite Evil Dead movie? Well, that's easy.
Bro,
Army of
Stefan,
Darkness
okay, you
is
can
by
say
far the
whatever,
best.
but it's
The
fine.
German monster.
Oh yeah.
Tastes like marshmallows.
Okay, well, they're not really doing much here. Hey, Smokey Man, why do you keep giving us such entertainment? What's your psychological game, sir? I know. It's out of control. Peru's Congress just removed the female president from office this morning. Absolute victory for universal women's unemployment. Fine. T. Roma says, for the idiot troll, take my money without asking. Yeah, there you go. Just to piss them off. Told you, man. It's like the worst way to do it. Roma Sims are pathetic. That is all. Well, they're not even pathetic. They know that she's as mentally ill as we know. Like, they get it. They know that she's mentally ill. They just want to see her tits, so they don't care. They're like, yeah, she's a mentally ill lunatic. Okay, Andrew, but I like to go on her shit and fap to her. That's the whole game there. I'm telling you.
Edits videos.
Left-wing political re-education fund. Yeah. Vertome says Smokey Man bad if he streams. Smokey Man bad if he doesn't. You'll never win, Smokey Man, for the grift. True.
What is a glizzy? I'll show you. This right here. This is a glizzy right here. These are glizzies. Very nice glizzies.
4D chess, says Flavius. Yeah.
Stay alive. I'm staying alive, guys. I'm staying alive. We're gonna go back to the protest in a second. Did you find cords, Lance?
The length some men will go to because they want to virtually have sex with women is just mind-boggling to me.
Thank you.
I'll never understand it. I'll never get it. No matter, I can acknowledge that it in fact is happening without being able to actually understand how a person's mind works. That they will sacrifice everything in order to have like virtual imaginary sex with a woman. It's just fucking insane.
Just tell them that you.
Andrew goes by the Goodfellas rule. Want to debate? You pay me. You want a TikTok invasion? Fuck you, pay me. Why? Because that's right. Fuck you, pay me. Abby Zong, appreciate it.
Yeah, that is
for 10.
That's like ridiculous for 3-foot cable.
Would you rather live in the Lord of the Rings universe or the Star Wars universe and still be a human in both? Star Wars for sure. You couldn't play any video games in Lord of the Rings. They don't have no video games.
Okay.
More money to piss off these leftists, but we're going to need you to explain every
Don't
transaction you
forget the
receive for the
charger
rest of the
there,
stream. Yeah. Andrew, how would you describe the kind of person who smokes cigarettes, cigars, or a pipe?
David is cord.
I mean, just normal people, I guess.
And then we are going to be back to the protest.
They're heading back to the protest, yes. Come on, Smokey Man. Didn't you know you're supposed to justify everything you do to us, mindless followers? Yeah, I don't. Some people are fucking whacked in the head, dude. There's nothing you can do about it. There's nothing you can do about it. They see motivations where there aren't motivations. They don't see motivations where there are motivations. They wear tinfoil hats. Some of them are fucking they just read into shit, and you're like, dude, I just wanted to kind of do a stream this morning. Just relax. I saw this and thought it was interesting. Andrew walking into Chicago. Today we're going to pay a visit to Bug City. We're looking for a bug no one's ever seen before. Some kind of smart bug.
Here you go, boys.
For the video games, LOL, says Abby. Yeah, for the video games.
All right. Okay. I'll see you tonight. Yeah. All right, boys. We are just at the gas station for a little pit stop, and then we're heading back to the protest.
Happy to support streams that don't torture dogs. That's fair.
Oh yeah, dude. Gas station mystery hot dogs are great. They're like one of my favorite things. I love 7-Eleven hot dogs. I guess this isn't technically a 7-Eleven. But should've got more Zins. Oh, I'm gonna do it. I'm gonna do it. I'm not gonna regret it. Hey, I had one yesterday too.
I don't know why I'm not going to listen to that shit music. Stupid protesters trying to get into Orthodox. Stupid Protestants trying to get into Orthodoxy after a trip to Greece. Recommendation for good first steps. I don't have a church near me. Then don't go to one near you. Go to one far from you. That's what I did.
It's my home state. Hopefully not for long. These hot dogs are like chef's kiss. Did you get waters by chance? Waters? Yeah, it's okay if not. Yeah, all right. We're fine.
We good for right now?
No.
We can just walk back if we need to go.
Yeah, we're chilling.
Okay, I'm gonna put this one in your
What was that?
charger.
Oh, okay. Thanks.
Charger. I just wanna walk across me.
I'm marching. There's traffic.
What are they saying?
They're saying march.
Where's the empirical evidence smoking that plays
It's not
guitar?
March, it's October.
True. What kind of music do you play on the guitar? All kinds of shit. Whatever is of interest to me.
Oh shit.
I was going all in on that glizzy. It was amazing. It was a fantastic glizzy. One of the best, quite frankly. One of the best glizzies I've ever had.
Tom Bombadil could easily create a video game where he bangs his hot river wife. That's true. I guess he could. Because he's like an angel or something. It's not really clear. Is Tom Bombadil? Tom Bombadil is perhaps God. I don't, in the Lord of the Rings. Nobody really knows.
Muzz in the middle. Thanks for taking up the mantle from Charlie. It's a historical time, and you are at the forefront. Respect. A lot of people are saying that I'm taking up the mantle for Charlie. We're definitely doing it to honor Charlie.
Let's see. Do I play chess? I do, yeah. You'll probably end up playing a couple. What happens at DebateCon is I get drunk after all the debates are done with everybody. And then somebody brings out a chessboard, and I end up just sitting there kicking the hell out of everybody while I'm drunk. It's hilarious. A bunch of them are like, I've been practicing, you're going to get wrecked. I didn't get up from the table once. I just didn't lose. Andrew clearly cannot play the guitar. He clearly is not an Orthodox Christian either. We demand to see him playing guitar in the church. Fair. You play lead or rhythm, both. Depends on the tune. I'm not like super skilled or anything, but I play pretty
one
good.
of the protesters, or
No, I think his car's just broken down.
All right, I'm gonna flip you guys around. All right, troll.
Not like Chase Haggard. That
old
guy's
enough to
fucking
do-
amazing. Not even close to that, but
I just only have one.
yeah, I'm
hand.
all right. You know what it is? I'm good enough at a campfire, right, to make you feel like when you're drunk that I could be a good guitar player. That's my skill level.
Anything he
Just good enough
For the
to
most
fool
part,
you into thinking I'm
Big
slightly
hummus guy,
better
though,
than I
big
am.
hummus guy. I love hummus.
He takes his chicken sandwich with no mayo.
I do. No mayo on the chicken sandwich. I'm very anti-mayo. Yeah, imagine TKO Tommy as my head of security. That'd be lit.
Why can't we send all our worst bad guys
problem
to
is-
faraway
is
land like
Tommy
they
is
used
not-
to Australia? I would send him to Australia.
Kind of guy. He's like
Oh,
he's
now
like
he
an
must be
assault
playing
trooper.
guitar and chess at the same time
TKO
at
Tommy
church.
is
True.
like
Do you play cribbage?
like
I
a
do not play
soldier,
cribbage,
dude.
no.
Anti-mayo gang, anti-mayo. Mayo is just so gross. It's just like eggs. Like that is disgusting, dude.
I'm a better guitar player? Yeah, probably.
Did some people put mayo on their freaking...
Is there people over there? Does that look like they're protesting there? I
Yeah,
can't
I
tell.
think so.
Let's pop over there and see. Well, actually, it looks like there's more people down here. Right? Am I wrong?
Let's check it out over here for a quick.
Okay, let's check it out.
Because I saw people just bouncing back and forth.
Mayo is yucky, guys. That's gonna be the next. I unsubscribe for the.
You know what the biggest
mayonnaise
problem
remark?
is?
Come on, let's be so for real.
Especially with learning guitar when you're younger. So the biggest problem is you think you're learning guitar, you're like, man,
Yeah.
this will probably drastically increase my chances of looking cool in front of women. And then you realize that women listen to the shittiest music on planet Earth, and so any of the fucking heavy metal that you jam out to, they just don't even care. They're just like, yeah. Yeah, play the latest pop song, but that has no guitar in it at all by Selena Gomez, and you're like, what the fuck?
That's all synthetic, lady. You could play that on the guitar. Well, if you were a good guitar player, you could. There's no fucking pleasing them.
It looks kind of dead over here.
Does Eastern Orthodox use instruments in worship? Yeah, they use their voices.
How many people you got watching?
Hey, thank you for the €7 donation. 1973.
Damn, that's good.
It's great viewership. I want to thank everyone for being here, for being in chat with me. Thank you for the $7 super chat. Trump denies having ever used ketchup and claims he has used mustard and mayonnaise. You must submit to mayo. I'm sorry. I am against the White House's policy on mayonnaise.
I don't believe you. You're probably better than you say you are. Didn't you just say you were humble? Yeah, but I mean, I was lying. I was clearly lying about that. Like, what are you talking about?
I bet those glasses make you see better.